Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья!
Greetings, dear
Рада вас
friends.
приветствовать
We are
на
happy to welcome
17-м
you
выпуске
on the
«Калейдоскопа
17th
фактов» на
episode
АЛЛАТРА
of the
ТВ.
Kaleidoscope of Facts on ALLATRA TV.
«Калейдоскоп фактов» — это
Kaleidoscope of
уникальный,
Facts is a unique,
международный
international
исследовательский
research
проект, в
project
котором
in which
волонтеры Международного общественного
ALLATRA IPM
движения «АЛЛАТРА»
participants,
совместно со
volunteers,
специалистами,
together with
учеными
specialists,
и
scientists, and
исследователями из
researchers
различных
from
областей
various
науки
fields of
исследуют
science
актуальные темы
investigate
общества.
relevant issues of
И тема
society.
сегодняшнего
And
выпуска
today's
—
topic
магия нашей
is
жизни,
magic in our
игры
lives,
сознания.
games of consciousness.
Зародившись на заре
Having
человечества,
originated
магия
in the dawn of
продолжает
mankind,
оставаться
magic
самой
continues to be the
таинственной
most
и
mysterious
неизученной
and
сферой
unexplored
жизни
sphere of life
современного
of
человека.
modern human.
Каждый человек в
Every
своей жизни
person encounters
многократно
magic
сталкивался с
in
магией
the
и
unexplainable
с тем,
ways,
что необъяснимо.
faces magic many
И
times,
столкнувшись
and
с
faces
этим
with the
проявлениями,
manifestations
он
that cannot be
зачастую забывает,
explained.
последствия остаются.
And while
И
facing it,
возникает вопрос,
he forgets about it,
что же
although the
такое магия?
consequence remains.
Магия
And the question
существует,
arises,
и
what
она
is
реальна.
magic? Magic
Если бы магия
exists,
была
and it is
фантазией и
real.
обманом,
If magic
она
were
бы
a
не
fantasy or
существовала на
hoax,
протяжении
it would
стольких тысяч
not have
лет.
existed for so many
И на
thousands of
протяжении всего
years.
этого
And
времени
throughout all
она
this time,
прельщала
it
и
has
прельщает
seduced
и
and
по сей
continues
день
to
массы
seduce
людей.
masses of people to
Сегодня
this
у
day.
людей есть
Today,
много
people
открытых
have many
вопросов
open
насчет
questions
того,
about
что же
what
такое магия.
magic is.
Попробуем вместе
Let's try
разобраться,
to figure it
что
out
из себя
together
представляет
what
магия
magic
по своей
is
сути,
in its
каковы
essence,
механизмы
what are
работы,
mechanisms of its
последствия
works, and the
общего мнения.
consequence of its
Это
use.
и многое
Today,
другое
we
мы
will
сегодня
discuss this and
представляем
much
вам
more.
в калейдоскопе
In this
фактов.
kaleidoscope of
Передаю
facts,
слово
I give the
Марселу.
floor to Marcelo.
Muchas gracias por tu introducción, estimada Elena. Considerando los
Thank you
tópicos
very
a
much for your
tratar hoy,
introduction, dear Elena.
es necesario hacer una aclaración
Given the
respecto a la
topics,
magia. En
we
muchos
need to make some
países, la
clarifications
actividad de la
regarding
magia
magic.
es relacionada
In many
a trucos de
countries, activities of
naipes,
magic
juegos visuales y
are related to card
prestidigitación,
tricks, visual games,
shows
and sleight of
televisivos
hand,
y
TV
graciosas
shows.
presentaciones. De este tipo de actividades no se hablará en este programa. En adelante nos referiremos a la magia
In
para
this
identificar
program.
actividades de
From
brujería
now
y
on,
esoterismo.
we will refer to magic
Sobre la
to
base de los
denote
conocimientos de
witchcraft
los libros de Anastasia
and
Novy y
esoteric
las transmisiones con
activities.
la participación de Igor
Based
Mikhailovich
on the
Krylov,
knowledge from the books by
así
Anastasia
como
Novik
gracias
and
al proyecto
broadcasts
de
with the
investigación
participation of Igor
Control de las
Mikhailovich
Sombras,
Danilov,
hoy
and also
trataremos
thanks
de
to the
comprender
research
más
project Shadow
ese
Control.
fenómeno.
Today we'll try to get to the
Comenzamos nuestro
bottom of this
caleidoscopio de
phenomenon.
hechos con el tema
We
La
begin our
magia
kaleidoscope
en
of
la vida
facts
cotidiana.
with the theme
Cada
magic
persona
in
se
everyday
enfrenta
life.
a la magia y además se usa en
Everyone
su vida
encounters
cotidiana.
magic and moreover
Olga,
uses
cuéntanos
it
más sobre esto.
in their
Tienes la
everyday
palabra.
life every day. Olga, tell us more about it, please. The floor is yours.
Magic, it is such a mysterious and attractive phenomenon not studied by science. A human throughout his life is attracted by everything mysterious and unexplored because consciousness of each of us secretly wants to become a secret rule of the world and that everything happens as if in magic. That is what draws a person to do magic. We all experience magic on a daily basis. So what is magic? We are used to the image that magic is a mage from a fairy tale or a fakir from a circus, a shaman from a movie, that it is some ceremonies, some magic actions which we have either seen in films or talk shows or read in fairy tales in our childhood when something appears from nothing. And it seems to us that this has nothing to do to our life. You think magic has nothing to do with me, definitely. I'm not a psychic or a fortune teller, nor a mage who performs some rituals, nor a sorcerer who prepares magic potions and pronounces spells. But is this really so? Each of us uses everyday magic all the time. Let us watch the video regarding the everyday mundane magic.
In your opinion, do people use magic in everyday life?
Of course, yes. I think magic can be involved even in the cooking process. Or, for example, in some wishes that we write to friends and family on New Year. I wish you wealth, this and that. I mean, this is also verbal magic. So people use magic very often without realizing that it's magic. Or a woman wearing perfume and makeup imagines she's the most amazing. This is love magic. She sort of felt this state, I'm attractive, and indeed, she attracts men's attention. So, it is also magic. It is just not perceived by consciousness as magic in everyday life. But I think it is magic. Of course they do. The same superstitions that we have also appeal to magic. Do you understand? Hang a horseshoe over the entrance, sprinkle salt and so on. Yes, they use it, even unconsciously. Even those who say they have nothing to do with it. In fact, when you start communicating with them, you realize that they still live in this piece of magic.
In every move you make, in every day, you use magic anyway. Magic of communication, magic of behavior. When you wake up and get up, you want your day to go well, so you're already setting yourself some sort of admonition that today is going to be awesome. You visualize it for yourself, imagine it, and that's it. Your day goes the way you want. That's exactly the essence of magic, that your emotions, your desires need to be formulated correctly, and your emotions need to be properly controlled.
I like to imagine, for example, a parking place, how to park. Is it magic? Of course it's magic. I'm driving out, I'm picturing this place. It's good if I know where to park. I'm picturing it in detail. I'm picturing it, I'm blowing away the cars there. At times when I drive up, that car is just about to leave your spot. Is it not magic? It is. It's the power of thought. What you thought is what you have already attracted to yourself, both negative and positive. People just don't realize that. Well, that is what magic is for me.
Simple household magic. A person envied and another person got into trouble. That's it. Or somebody got angry with a person and that person got into trouble. Quite often, people themselves impose certain negative programs without being aware that they are setting these programs. There are examples of a mother's curse, and there are cases when a person, simply when cooking, brings her family to naught. In other words, she ruins it. And such situations are extremely common. Roughly speaking, a mother of a family has been feeding her children with a curse for years. Why? Because, let's take products. There is water in vegetables and fruits. Water is a matter of high energy capacity. Those conditions, those circumstances that surround her make her say, I hate you so much. What disgusting products these are. Everything is so bad. And I wish you would die. You get on my nerves, and so on. She cooks this food and then feeds her children with it. Since water is an energy accumulating material, it absorbs positive and negative programs. And when people eat this food, they just absorb this negative program. And over time, it can affect their physical bodies.
Magic is the process of visualizing any material desires. How often do we visualize ourselves in one garment or another? Do we imagine that we will be praised and admired? How often do we imagine various situations that have no place in real life? Conversations, meetings, some new job. How will we win a crushing victory and prove to everyone who is the best here? How often do we play events of bygone days, correcting those moments which we didn't like in our past? We argue with someone, prove to a non-resistant opponent that we are right. Imagine how things would have turned out if we had acted differently. And what about requests and desires when we just turn in our thoughts to resolve any everyday issues so that a planned action would be successful, so that one of our relatives would recover, so that we are lucky in some everyday trifles. For example, when you are going to a minibus bus station, And you think about exactly bus arriving at the moment when you come to the bus stop. Or, for example, when you go to a shop, you want to choose the best bag with the best oranges or a winning ticket in a lottery. And where do we actually invest our attention in every day? Let's watch a video on this subject.
Такие мелочи,
So these little things which we don't often pay attention to, the very process of desiring something material is already part of magic. Even when we ask for health, it is also magic because health refers to the material body, and so it is a part of the material world. Do you think that the subject of magic does not concern you? Let's understand together what is magic. How does it manifest itself in our life, and where within each of us there comes a desire for magic? Who helps us in fulfillment of magic desires, and what do we pay for them?
Muchas gracias, Olga, por desvelar el tema de
Yes,
la
thank you
magia
very much,
cotidiana.
Olga, for revealing the
De
topic
hecho,
of everyday
no
magic.
pensamos en el hecho
Indeed,
de que la magia
we don't think
está en el
about the
corazón
fact
de muchas de
that many of
nuestras
our daily
actividades
actions
diarias.
are based
Y ahora
on
me
magic.
gustaría dar la
And
palabra
now
a Erika
I want
y que nos
to
cuente
give the
cuál
floor
es el
to Erica,
atractivo de
who
la
will tell
magia para
us
la gente.
what the
Erika,
attraction of
tienes la
magic for
palabra.
people is. Erica, the floor is yours.
Why do people turn to mages and occult services in general? What attracts us in the unexplored realm? And why do people believe in the supernatural? Let's watch the video with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
What do people most often come with?
Money and love. Money and love. To get along with the opposite sex, either with the husband or the person she was on her way to marry him, and then out of the blue everything is cut off, the person turns away. More often than not, young girls come to me and say, I want that man, but he has a wife. Take away his wife. As well as wealthy men who have businesses come with a request to take away their competitor.
Well, as a rule, they come with problems with disease, either generic or already developed throughout this life.
People are most interested in material issues. The first leading places, so to speak, are taken by love and money. I'll be honest with you, so much time has passed, but the most common request is still relationship problems. It's a holy topic, and probably it will always be so.
Love, money, love, money. People go to magic with quite unusual requests. For example, to learn about past lives, to discover and recover from ancestral problems, in order to stop resenting their parents, grandparents, and receive a resource from there. It can be a request simply to learn how to heal others. Cool requests. Those people who are not learning-oriented, who want more to get, have a somewhat different request. They often have a request either to bewitch someone and bring them back to themselves, or to attract someone, or let's say, to hide someone from a female rival, or to punish a female rival.
The most popular requests are for love, money, and health, but also people come with requests to get rid of addictions, hex removal, and various divinations. It is funny to know that since magic had turned into a sphere of services, then there are requests for its use in the business world as well, hexing of competitors, hex removal from a business, or even recruitment using numerology. The attractiveness of occult mystical services is precisely due to a human's desire to solve the most complex problems with a little time and effort. Agree that this sounds extremely tempting. What does little effort mean? To put it simply, one does not want to make any effort. You're just too lazy. Remember when we were students, instead of learning 60 tickets, we used to play solitaire to see which number would fall out, or try to guess on a book the cherished number so that you could learn only this one. But did such actions help to pass the exam? Or did many go to retake the exam? Another side of laziness manifests itself when a person is not ready and willing to take responsibility for his life. It is noticeable that women are frequent guests of mages. Who hasn't dreamed of handsome prince? Our thinking is arranged in such a way that when we cannot find a clear answer and solution, we look for light where it's dark, strange, incomprehensible, and try to make sense out of it. If the solution excites us and the outcome is very important, we tend to believe everything, or rather, a miracle. Do you flip a coin? Do you cross your fingers? Knock on wood. Don't throw out the trash before setting off. Do you rely on superstitious beliefs? Human has a great need to have meaning and to rely on something. A psychic, gypsy, fortune teller feels this moment and helps a person to believe in themselves that what they need will come true, that they will succeed. There remains another side to our lives. The desire to believe that someone else is to blame for our problems and failures. This, too, is an easier way to go, easier than sorting ourselves out, growing in our own eyes, believing in a supernatural presence, giving people the strength and satisfaction with the fact that they don't have to do anything themselves. Elena Grishina, doctor of sociology, noted in one of her articles that business is built on what tests desires, values, norms of behavior, and interest have been stirred up in people's heads. Money has become the measure of life, relationship, and communication with others. This led to conspicuous consumption and social labeling into us, them. Consumption have become kind of cult. We observe the practice of steady demand for occult mystical services and the corresponding target audience of consumers. The next speaker will tell in more details about the reasons and factors that contribute to the fact that magic these days is very popular.
Друзья, вы никогда не задумывались над тем,
Friends, have you ever wondered why services of mages are so actively advertised in the media? On television, there are battles of psychics, numerous movies and books on the subject of magic. And why is it so popular among people? What values are instilled in us through this information, and why? Let's look at the reasons and factors that contribute to the popularity of magic in the consumerist format of society. First, a person sees an advertisement of some product on TV with a desire to possess it, and this desire is stimulated in him that even only having this product he will be happy, and until he gets it he is inferior to everyone else. A person has a problem, he's in bad mood, he constantly thinks about it, imagining that, oh, just a little bit more, I'll earn some money, but buy it and everything will be fine. For example, he wants to buy a car. All of his attention goes into the image and desire of this car, into material desire. This becomes his goal. It's important for him to possess this thing. Otherwise, he would not be happy. But for this, he'll have to work much, save up, and wait. But he wants it right now and without doing anything. And now he's getting an offer of quick solution to the problem. Just go to a mage, because everyone goes there and this is like a norm. Even on TV, mages are being advertised. So he goes there. And the question arises, why? Because the consumerist format of society creates conditions to stimulate in a person his animal qualities and desires, conditions where only money is available, because with the help of money you can buy more and have more things. All this takes away precious time and attention from a person, substitute for them the purpose of life. What conditions am I talking about? Just look around. Magic rituals are advertised in Hollywood blockbusters and are no longer out of the ordinary. Advertisements on TV, radio, the internet, and newspapers are full of various ads about fortune telling, love spells, scarves, and other similar help. Fashion for magic is a global trend supported by the world marketing giants. The internet has quickly filled with occult symbols as well. The trend for quick fulfillment of desires and visualization is now actively spreading in the network in the format of marathons. People draw wish maps together, make lists of goals, and work on their own mindsets. Me, myself, as a user of social media, I see more and more popular bloggers who are engaged in tarot, astrology, and other magic practices. They share it in their accounts. They conduct fortune telling during live broadcasts and predict the future. Modern media also actively promote magic and mysticism as a way of life. For example, the Zodiac Rites has sold the Psychic Challenge franchise and script in 20 countries around the world. It's a program for competition about psychics. Modern writers in their works also promote various kinds of magic. It becomes more and more attractive to people. Lately, we can see more and more series and films on the big screens with active promotion of magic, stories that romanticize relationships between humans and vampires, werewolves, witches, and other fantastic creatures, rituals, supernatural abilities. All these is presented as a kind of privilege, which is available not to everyone, therefore it is very attractive. Interestingly, the names of movies and TV series directly indicate the connection with those who hide in the shadows. Twilight, What Do We Do in the Shadows, Thirst, Night of Fear, Visible Darkness, Swan in Darkness, A Demon Within, Malfeas, Mistress of Devil, Mistress of Evil, Devil with the Devil, etc. All of these images contain magic and what is the supernatural. They stimulate in people a thirst for power, superiority over other people with the help of supernatural forces. A person considers himself almost God, being able to control the destinies of other people, although in fact it is them who are controlled by those who are in the shadows. So why are people instilled with an idea that possession of superpowers is an indication of a person's spiritual development? Who benefits from that?
Thank you, Ekaterina. Indeed, magic is very popular today. And what is more, it is already a worldwide trend that has entered very deeply into our everyday life. more and more often, mages become the main characters of books, TV series, talk shows, and even children's cartoons. The question arises, what motivates a person to take the path of magic? What is the life of a mage in reality? What do mages themselves say about this? Let's watch a video fragment. This interview is taken within the framework of the Shadow Control project.
Once you've started, there is no turning back, and there never will be.
How did you come to magic?
Through pain, through tragedy, through horror, through nightmare. No one comes to magic through some kind of benign life. They come through some terrible collapse that happens to them in life. When it was happening to me, frankly speaking, I thought, that's it, I've got... When it was happening to me, frankly speaking, I thought, that's it, I've got schizophrenia. What else could I think when I see shit like that? And I didn't understand anymore. Dead people, living people. Who's that? What are those smells?
I had a very bad situation in my life, in almost all spheres. I felt bad, I was almost dying. I just closed my eyes and called upon the power that was given to me by birth to come here and now.
How did I come there? Sometimes you feel like either you are a patient in an asylum or you are some special person. Naturally, at first you see certain silhouettes, you think they're your friends, you play with them. You have certain dreams that come real. You realize that someone hears you. Well, you are asking for something and someone hears you. My mental health went harshly soft. It broke down when I was 15. I started to hear voices that constantly called me. So it was just hell. I heard the voices all the time, interfering with my sleep, asking me some questions, incessantly saying something. There were times when I woke up and wrote down incantations. In my dreams, I sometimes was floating over some villages and I knew that I had to burn down a house to do something bad here. So there was such a format.
I just passed out after 2 minutes, fall asleep, and in my sleep I feel some kind of presence. Behind me it is like a huge monster with claws, with huge horns, heavy breathing and snake whispering. He said, "At last you've come."
This terrible loneliness, my horrible childhood I had to go through. In order to curse my mother one day. I was forced to do it, and she died. I found hatred from people around me. I found laughter in my dress. People laughed at me and said, Ola has gone crazy. Ola has lost her mind. At that point, I was already doing rituals. I called a taxi, the taxi took me to the forest. I had a rooster in a bag. I mean, the taxi driver unloaded a rooster, my box and axes out of the car. I walked like crazy. My kids were shying away from me as well. They were embarrassed of me. Mom, what are you doing? But I can't do anything with myself. I understand that I have to go and do it. I didn't do ritual practice until I was 28. Because when I get married, I got excited and I thought, God, this is good, I don't need anything, I'm going to be an ordinary woman. I don't want to say anything, I refuse, goodbye. They unleashed hell on me. My God, I regretted saying that a billion times. I came back, but through pain, through suffering, and through loss. I had to defend myself, to protect my family. When you realize you are in premature labor, the living baby dies, and then a year later the same thing happens. You carry the baby for 9 months, you give birth to him, and you nearly die. You have a black belly, that is, your skin is covered with black pigmentation. And you go to the maternity ward and you just look up and see a skull. You see death. I see death, honestly, and you already know in advance what's going to happen to you. And sometimes it's just impossible to live like that. That's why I wanted to get away from it. I didn't want to believe it all. I wanted to believe in a beautiful fairy tale. And the second child, the girl Christina, lived for 3 days. She died as well. I was lying on my mother's grave, flooding it with my tears. I lived there. Once I look up and see someone is walking, then the next moment he has gone. I think, wow, I'm so drunk that people appear and disappear. I don't know what the hell is going on. In order to take away my pain, I drank alcohol. I woke up in the morning and I started drinking. I bought champagne in cases and just drank. And everything was happening in a kind of fog. And literally, I woke up. When I got sober, I was doing these rituals in the forest. I even slept in the forest. That is, it was some kind of transition. I don't know. Through the fog, through a hell of a lot of pain. I've never had more pain in my life. It couldn't be compared to any physical pain.
Deities didn't help me when I really needed it. I called upon various deities of higher spheres, Hindu deities. I felt that my informational channels, my channels of communication with them were simply breaking off, as if the deities themselves were cutting them off. At that moment, a lot of magicians were casting spells on me, trying to penetrate my energy state. We had a certain conflict. It's a long story, I'm not ready to talk about it now. I called upon the goddess Mahakali. She's a dark goddess, she's goddess of chaos. I asked her, Mother, why is it happening to me? Why don't you help me? She said, you need to come down to the lower layers now, so that you can taste the poison and so that you can taste the nectar of immortality. You have to be able to discern the energies. They require certain gifts. Yes. How do you feel?
And what happens afterwards? I get vomiting for example, 3 or 4 days. I'm sorry. I get diarrhea for days. Sometimes I can't get out of bed at all. I just feel sick. It feels like, I don't know, if you ever had a severe flu when you got 40 degrees temp and just not able to get up. So here you have no high temp, but you feel like you can't get up at all. Your legs are failing. Your body refuses to obey you at all. It's like you can eat, you can see everything, you can hear everything. But you understand that somewhere inside you're already dead. They just didn't want to accept me as a wife in that house. What did I do? I picked up my weapon. Magical paraphernalia. I protected myself. I protected my family. I gave birth to a girl a year later, a boy 2 years later, with my mother-in-law coming into the hospital and saying, she's not dead? They say no. And the baby didn't die? They say no. That's weird. I apologized. I accept. But I won't have any more witchcraft on me. Not on me, not on my family. Even if someone dies, let it be by the will of the Almighty, but not because of someone else's whim.
But was it worth it after a while? What can you say?
It didn't make me happy. You live in some kind of fear all the time. You hear things all the time. And when you want it to stop, it doesn't stop. If I could do it, I would have stopped it a long time ago. Because sometimes you want to get rid of it. You get up and you realize that's it. I can't do anymore. I can't do it anymore. But you're not able to stop it.
La demanda de magia crea la
Demand
oferta.
and magic
El formato de
generates
consumo
supply.
que promueve y difunde
The consumer
la
format
demanda
that promotes the
de servicios
development and
mágicos
growth of
presenta
demand
la más
magical
amplia gama de
services
bienes y
represent the
servicios mágicos.
widest magical goods
Les
and
presento
services
al
today.
siguiente orador,
I
que nos hablará
close for your attention the
del campo
next
de los
speaker
servicios
who will tell
mágicos.
us more
Ahora
in
le
detail
doy la
about
palabra a
the
Santiago.
sphere of magical
Adelante, por favor.
services. I give the floor to Santiago. Thank you so much, Marcelo. Speaking of the magical business, it is often confuses with imaginary material spirituality, religious services, any they pass in life. If there is a demand, there will be a supply. Major services range from healing, fortune telling, and remediation of the situations, eliminating enemies and competitors. Magical healing does not depend on the patient's illness, but mostly on the level of the healer and the type of magic test. Experts consider that witchcraft and sorcery salons are second only to the alcohol business in terms of profitability, and their activities are not subject to licensing. The magic market is quickly reconstructed under the consumer client, meaning people practicing magic and various rituals simply begin to facilitate the fulfillment of clients' desires. More and more, the theme of attractiveness is gaining popularity. If you are a girl and want to be beautiful to attract attention of men, then you just, with the help of magic, can make your breast enlargement or straighten your crooked legs. Here it is offered to make a ritual and soon the happy owner will be able to please herself and others with huge breasts or sharper legs. But it is important to understand that no matter how strong the magical rituals are, a person without real actions in the three-dimensionality cannot change anything. I mean, appeal to some specialists in plastic surgery. Also, we should to attract success and good luck to our destiny. We find solutions by perfumes, fragrances made according to a special magic ritual and conspiracy that will help to fulfill our deepest desire in the near future. In other matter, what place of the globe you are, you can always an area turn to the server of magical sphere. For example, here in the city of La Place, there is El Mercado de Brujas, witches market, popular among the local population as well as tourists. In the African lands in Lome, the capital of state Togo, Ako de Seva, is situated. It's the world's largest market of voodoo fetishes or goods, like a real supermarket. It's a popular destination for thousands of tourists. The surprising thing is that the buyers of these products are not hook-nosed witches with glowing eyes, but Africans and more or less ordinary tourists. Stalls of folk healers are popular at the market where lines of terminally ill people flock. There are sort of prayer houses, Seva, where shamans consult the sacred and all-knowing cowrie shells to decide how to heal travelers. They're usually filled with the ashes of the chosen burned animal, ground immortal with herbs. Since people believe in rituals and try to solve their issue through magic, there is a steady income in this industry thanks to this. Indeed, the belief in various ancient rituals is so strong among the local population that most Mexicans, if they fell ill, would rather go to one of the witches first and then go to the doctor. Such a sorcerer can also be found in the Sonora market, where Santeria and the cult of Santa Muerte are also practiced. The Sonora market, initiated by the Mexican authorities in 1950s, was originally created as a place for retail sale of consumer goods. After some time, the sellers of food and clothes began to share the counters with sellers of esoteric and ritual paraphernalia. Throughout the calendar year, they sell goods to the local Santa Muerte festival. They also sell incense, candles and soaps, as well as medical herbs, oils to preserve marriage or cure infertility. endangered animal species such as owls, peacocks, and black iguanas. As we can see, there is a wide range of magical services at the market. And the whole market is built on our demand, but not all people do mages for the fulfillment of their wishes. Some go with their appeals to religion. Now I pass the floor to the next speaker, Ivana, and she will tell us about it in more detail.
Koliko često dolazimo u hram, crkvu, džamiju?
How often do we go to temple, to church, to a mosque to perform a sacrament, a ritual, namaz, in order to establish a feeling connection with God, with the spiritual world? If we think of it, most people appeal to God with their material requests and desires. And what do we actually want? We want things to go well, we want our children and loved ones to be healthy, we want welfare in our families. But Jesus Christ said, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and unto God what is God's. It means that all material issues in the three-dimensional world should be solved with the help of three-dimensional tools and knowledge. Indeed, that very house, how can it be improved or preserved? By means of knowledge, studying medicine, discipline of nourishing the body, and with changes in the lifestyle. So a person can make everything better on his own by means of knowledge. But a person is too lazy to study and understand, to discipline himself. The same relationships in the family or in communication with people, it is our work on ourselves, our ability to control ourselves and to respect the right of choice of another person. But then again, it's hard to change yourself. It is easier to pray and ask God to make things better. So it turns out that we see all this through the prism of material wealth and well-being. But have we been taught otherwise? The tradition of asking from God, shifting responsibility of one's life to others, and not acting on our own, it started as far back as 6,000 years ago. So a human has learned to take responsibility, has unlearned to take responsibility of his material life and for his spiritual life. No one can breathe, eat, live or live for a person, just as no one can squeeze him into paradise and solve his material issues without his real actions. Unfortunately, such a consumerist attitude towards life, both external and internal, is present in all of us. And what do we see? If a person has not helped to fulfill his desire in church, he rushes to a mage, and vice versa. A person begins to sincerely believe that just a little bit more, just a little bit later, and everything will be fine. Things will be fine at home, his house will improve, he will pay off the loan. You just need to think and believe that God will fix everything. On the other hand, we ourselves shaped what we have at the moment by our endless requests and desires. We mixed prayer and money. And now we go to a mage and to temples to get our wishes fulfilled. Nowadays, in the house of prayer, we see endless stalls of merchandise, where we can buy, like in a grocery store, cheese and honey and even clothes. But why? Why did we turn the temple into a store? If we need a handkerchief, go to a market. If you need a souvenir, go to a gift shop. Is it really difficult?
It's surprising that people create this demand themselves.
Who else?
And they run from religion to magic, and it doesn't matter to them, who will solve this issue. The main thing is that someone would solve some problem of theirs more effectively.
The transfer of responsibilities going on.
Yes.
And how can it be otherwise?
So the main thing is to solve, and no matter how.
By any means, of course.
Either a priest will solve this issue, or a mage, a sorcerer will solve this issue.
And people don't care whether it's a genie, devil, or a god. They call the devil God only because he solves problems, that is, in the depths of human consciousness, there is an attitude to God exactly as they say, a caring father who loves you, who gives you everything, does everything instead of you. In other words, God is the one who gives you something, the one who protects you, who helps you, and who solves all your problems. Well, people have a feeling that God owes them. God owes nothing to anyone. It is people who owe God. Again, He gave them a chance to gain life. What can be more than that? But human greed, frightfulness, selfishness will turn everything into consumerism. Even this gift, they say, why should I have a gift of life if I don't live now? Is this life? Look at how this or that one lives. That's what I want, or even better. If God loves me, then He will give me everything, if He is God. And if He is not God, He will not give me. This is thirst, human insatiability.
Hello, dear friends. People seek a psychologist just like a mage with similar requests, for example, to solve money problems, to establish relationships, or to achieve success in the hope of a quick solution to their problems. Psychology is ready to provide its services to the clients. Psychology does not study and it denies magic and the invisible world, but sometimes the psychologists have methods in their arsenal that can hardly be called scientific. For example, there is a basic work on NLP by Brandler and Grinder called The Structure of Magic. It is said, in modern time, the mental of the wizard is most often placed upon practitioners of psychotherapy. End of quote. And if we read the book by Deleuze, The Way of a Shaman, and the book of the Dritz and Gilligan, The Hero's Journey, we can conclude that the third generation NLP is becoming more and more involved in shamanistic practices. Let us consider some of the services which psychology offers its clients. First, it's the aforementioned NLP, it's neuro-linguistic programming, as a universal guide to competent use of one's own resources in achieving one's goals. One of the areas which is combat NLP. These are methods to manipulate people in order to subdue them to oneself and control them secretly, their consciousness, their thinking and feelings and behavior. The second trend is coaching, which is relatively new technology of helping a person to achieve goals that are meaningful to him, when it's important to get a lot of things done and be happy at the same time. Trend number 3 is personal development trainings. The goal of these trainings is to help participants understand themselves, open up their inner potential. This form is a purposely organized communication where issues of development, personal development are addressed. And trend number 4 is transformational games. They came to us from Tibetan monks. The game represented a special path through which one quality of a person is transformed into another. The monks' commune was a kind of social experiment for which the game was a peculiar way of work on one's personality, to evolve, to move forward, and to achieve enlightenment step by step. And all these are only a few of many psychological services which are offered. So why are they so demanded by people? This is because everyone feels the urge to develop his or her personality, but consciousness introduces its own interpretations in this regard and turns everything upside down. For instance, a girl has a desire to love, but she goes to training courses for women where she's taught to behave in such a way that she will be loved. She wants to manipulate. A person wants to develop spiritually. He's a seeker, and he goes to a personal development training. As a result, he is taught to raise his self-esteem, often breaking all human moral principles. He's being taught to advance in his career, to go over the heads of his co-workers, but not to grow spiritually. So we should first ask yourself a question, who am I? And based on your answer, you should understand whether you need these services or not.
Thank you so much, Natalia. Dear viewers, we remind you that you are watching the 70th episode of Kaleidoscope Effects Magic in Our Lives Games of Consciousness on Allatra TV. in this live broadcast. As it was already noted by the previous speakers, the demand for magic today is very high. A lot of people use magic services in one way or another. What prompts people to seek for magic as a way to solve the problems? What is the basis of interest in magic? And what guides a person in his choice to turn specially to the field of magic? And now I want to give the floor to our next speaker, who will share their efforts to understand the real reasons, the use of magic, and also will share their personal experience. I give the floor to Camila. Thank you.
Спасибо большое. Здравствуйте, друзья.
Thank you very much. Thank you, dear friends.
And today, on general background of development of science and distribution of scientific materials, magic not only has not remained in the history of mankind, but on the contrary, it is even more densely rooted in the life of our society, becoming its integral part. The fact that magic is a fashionable trend and embraces absolutely all spheres of our lives can be easily traced through social networks, books, programs, movies, and so on. And today, within the framework of this kaleidoscope of facts, we want to understand what magic is and what is in the basis of explicit or implicit interest of people to magic. There are many explanations today for what magic is. Here are some of them. The occultist Aleister Crowley defined magic as the science and art of causing change to occur. The 19th century English religious scholar and anthropologist James George Frazer said that magic allows an intelligent person to dominate the rest. And the most eminent ethnographer, Bronislaw Malinovsky, claimed that magic is a specific and unique power that belongs only to man. Among these statements, the following words attract attention: to cause changes, to dominate over the rest, unique power. To summarize everything, it turns out that at the heart of people's appeal to magic is their uncontrollable desire to rule and dispose of people's destinies, money, property, freedom, and lives. The desire to influence events. Here also is necessary to underline one important detail. All these implicit and latent kinds of human desires go hand in hand with unwillingness of man to solve his questions independently, through all the same, one way or another, with the help of the mage or without him, he will have to solve them. It's necessary to admit that the number of those who are interested and turn to magic is very high. How does the interest in magic arise in people? This very moment of the emergence of interest in magic, what is it based on? We are not talking now about hierarchically mages and sorcerers, but about ordinary people who at different times in their lives have become interested or engaged in various kinds of magic. So when we started to study this question, we were surprised to see that in the overwhelming majority of cases, the manifestation of interest in magic in a person starts earlier, with the desire to cognize oneself and the surrounding invisible world, or with a desire to help other people. And at the heart of awakening of interest to magic is a sincere aspiration of a person to develop as a personality, know his own nature, to create goodness around him. Or here is one more very popular today's direction of magic among people is visualization with colorful images, pictures, and takes its origin in childhood. And it's based on a sincere aspiration of a personality to be worthy and to live in a humane way. Who of us has not dreamed of becoming a brave hero, admired by the whole world, a hero who protects people and unselfishly serves people? Which of us had not had a dream of magic wand, thanks to which in our dreams we became successful, beautiful, and loved by everyone? Everyone has had such thoughts ever. It is through thoughts that a human is offered a picture of himself, saving the world, saving humanity, that he is a hero, that he is irresistible, and so on and so forth. And a man believes this false image. That is, he begins to believe that he is nothing interesting by himself, but he is meaningful and loved only when he has superpowers. It is obvious that interest in magic originates from the natural desire of a personality to develop and to be worthy. There is also a natural need to carry light, kindness, love, and creation into this world. And then this desire, thanks to the games of consciousness, becomes desires, the hidden essence of which, if you understand yourself well, is pride, lust for power, and megalomania. We have with us today a speaker who would like to share their personal experience of encountering magic and what has come out of it. I give the floor to Aina.
Hello, dear friends. Let me tell you a story of personal experience where all my good intentions to help people eventually went away in the exactly opposite direction. I was born in an ordinary family. I often saw my relative fell ill and I wanted very much to help them and with a quick result. So it turned out that I tried to perform rituals by reciting prayers for their recovery, leading a candle around their head. And indeed, a person would get better. But after the ritual, I had a state of abandonment, exhaustion, and it took me several hours to get out of this state. It made me think, why? If I do it right, why do I feel so bad? But that was not so important compared to the significance of what began to emerge. It turns out that I can. I'm a guide of higher powers, higher forces. And the more I got, the more I wanted. My desire of secret knowledge in order to help people has led me to one closed group. Why closed? Because one of the main conditions was to keep my visits to the group secret. As I understood it later, it was a situation when people who have learned, as I had, the basic knowledge, the primordial knowledge, for the sake of personal power and influence, they began to use this knowledge to train and develop psychic abilities, which had nothing to do with spiritual tools. Actually, this has nothing to do with the spiritual tools given in the primordial knowledge. Determining people's character from photographs, learning to get rid of difficult emotional situations in life through re-experiencing them, and so on and so forth. What did I feel then? There was an intuitive sense of danger and aversion to such methods, but the leading thoughts that were going around in my head were stronger. That's cool, you're going to be special. What came next? It seemed very simple. If you don't like it in a group, just leave it. But along with internal discomfort, there added another one, the fear of the leader of the group, the fear of the authority. I was fearing to go. I had harsh thoughts such as, you have to go to the group, you just must to go. After I left the group, I remember long sleepless nights. I didn't know what to do and how to find a way out of the difficult emotional and physical state. And the scary state is the feeling of approaching the line behind which there is death. It's a state awakened in me a desire to leave, to turn around in the opposite direction and run towards life, where I turned from. The Sufi parables, this is what helped me, where there were main words about love for Allah. And over some time, a great feeling of love and gratitude to Allah for the chance of salvation began to grow inside me. I found peace inside me and love for life again. Now, going back to my past, I clearly understand that it was my choice that gave this bitter fruit, and it is true. The choice is really up to us.
I
would like to give the floor to Michaela. She will speak about the similar situation.
Thank you, Aina. completely understand what you are talking about. I have my own experience with magic as well, and in some different sphere. As a child, I was very attracted to esoterics, especially to its mystery, to something unknowable that is accessible only to the chosen ones. I longed to be significant, but before whom and for how long? My study of esoteric literature led me to the tarot cards. It began as an innocent divination of acquaintances and friends. Why not to look into the future and warn people of danger or reassure them that everything will be fine? People need it. The demand for my services was very high. Since I couldn't find a job after graduating, and in fact didn't even try to look for one, I turned my hobby into an income-generating activity. My mind reassured me that I had to make a living. Soon, fortune-telling became a profitable business. The biggest paradox was that although I was fortune-telling for others, I couldn't help myself and answer questions about my future. This annoyed me, so I passed on my money I earned for divination to other fortune tellers. It was like a circle. In reality, I was just absolving myself of responsibility for my life, as were my clients. We were all paying for something we couldn't get. In the end, I solved my problems classically without magic. After all, the final choice of life's path is always up to each of us. So what were we really paying for? I was exhausted and unhappy because of the influx of clients. I was losing my personal life because my phone was ringing day and night. The only satisfying thing was that I was helping people, had a gift from God, and I would have been miserable in a traditional job. It flattered me that people listened to my advice. It made me feel special. So where did the fatigue and dissatisfaction came from? Colleagues in the industry told me that it was normal. They were going through it as well. They said it didn't have enough protection or wasn't making enough money, and so the energy was draining out of me. They advised me to raise my rate for services. That didn't help. I had admiration, money, and influence over others. But I was missing the main thing. Although I went back to reading esoteric books periodically, I still wasn't getting the answer to the question, why did I came into this world? I kept searching. I found the answers to everything that bothered me in the books by Anastasia Novych. I understood where my natural desire to help came from, as well as why so many people are interested in magic. Of course, it all started with being honest with myself. I admitted to myself that I had lost my way, and that was the only way I could rethink everything. I know one thing, I don't want to get back to that horrible state.
Al tratar el tema de la magia,
disclosing of the topic of magic, it should be noted, so multifaceted, that there is still no single and accurate description of what this phenomenon is. Now I suggest that we watch a short video together in which the mages themselves define the magic, what the magic is, and its essence.
Magic is often referred to just as something unusual that does not fit into a person's worldview.
But magic, it's everywhere. It's that same self-influence. It's like when you think, it's all magic too.
Magic is a gift. that is passed down from generation to generation. Either one is born with it, or it is brought from the other world. This gift lives forever and ever. It lives from generation to generation. It lives for centuries, but it is carried by different people.
For me, magic is something that can change a person's life and change precisely the practical part. It helps, sometimes it destroys, but first and foremost, it's sorcery. But it is power. You can't do without it. So it is not a game. It is in no way any kind of a show. It is all as it is. It is our life.
Aleister Crowley definition of magic. Magic is science and art of changing reality according to your will.
First of all, for me, magic is a science. It is physics. Any energy exchange is a physical exchange.
First of all, it's a science of causation, forces, counterweight, something more, something less.
Magic is when you attune yourself, change yourself, and through changing yourself, change the world around you, or influence some symbols, not the situation itself, but some symbol, image, sign.
Magic is working with space. It is our ability to create what we want with our energy, with our thoughts, with our actions, thanks to which we want the universe to take part in our lives and stay connected with us. Then everything works out for us. Well, this is probably magic in its purest form. Magic is the ability to influence objective reality using one's consciousness.
Magic is cognition of the limits of one's consciousness. In fact, a magician is strong only when his consciousness is simply perfect. Everything depends on the strength of our consciousness. If our consciousness is strong, our magic is strong, because magic comes from our consciousness.
Generally, magic is a magician, or to put it simply, magic is just an influence on water, on a liquid. Magi means to perform wizardry, to effect a water base. But broadly speaking, influencing each other, natural phenomena, the scope of social processes is all magic.
Hello. How does magic work in terms of physics? The magical effect occurs through the influence of information on a liquid medium. It is known that a person consists of about 80% of water. Therefore, the principle of influence on a person is the same as on water. Let's look at specific experiments that prove this. Water is one of the most mysterious substances on the planet. There are many experiments confirming the unique properties of water. Water perceives, stores information, and influences biosystems. In previous issues of Kaleidoscope of Facts, we have repeatedly mentioned experiments of Japanese scientist Masaru Emoto, who shows that information can change the structure of water. Interesting research results were obtained by a group of scientists led by PhD in biological science Marina Andriyashova. It has been experimentally proven that the aquatic environment receiving information through words or numbers accordingly affects living organisms. During the experiments, the behavior of erythrocytes of living blood under a microscope and the energy state of organs and the human body were observed using the GDV bioelectrography method based on the Kirlian effect. The results of examining the blood and energy state of different people showed that the effect of epiphany water and prayer was effective both on the cellular and on the body level. At the same time, the so-called coin columns of erythrocytes appeared, which indicated that the body received information from prayer and epiphany water. There was a harmonization of the energy state of the organism, individual organs, and chakras. After 30-60 minutes, the coin bars fell apart, and most importantly, the erythrocytes changed their properties in such a way that their functional activity increased. We see that the number of dark green columns indicated the presence of a problem in a particular organ of a person became several times less after the prayer. All this was the result of a change in the structure of water, in accordance with the information received. Similar results were obtained with the distance effect of a prayer. When the prayer was read not by the patient himself, but by a person located at a distance of 1,500 kilometers, while he used a photograph of the initial state of the patient's blood. A few minutes later, blood was taken from the subject again, and then the change in the state of the erythrocytes was monitored, which showed that they behave in the same way as when reading a prayer by the subject himself. Let me remind to our viewers that as part of the preparation for the Kaleidoscope effect, the effect of advertising and the power of attention, we have successfully repeated the experience of Masaru Emoto on the impact of positive and negative information. Unlike Masaru Emoto's experiments, in ours, it was remote exposure from photographs of the samples that were carried out. Thus, an invisible medium exists between the object and the photograph, where information is transmitted through which the object is influenced. This means that the invisible world exists. We all know that the mages, shamans, fortune tellers often use photographs, hair, and objects belonging to specific people. This means that they know about this connection and about those physical processes and mechanisms that occur under informational influence. Are we aware of the consequences of such magical influence? After all, we do not know the content of this information, positive or negative, that the mage conveys to the human body. From all the above, we can conclude that water plays a key role in magic, which can be used to influence people. We do not see the effects of the invisible world, but we can record and observe them in our life. It is important to remember and understand that all changes begin in the invisible world.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, there is no sound on the speaker's side.
Света, тебя не слышно.
We cannot hear you, Svetlana.
Sveta, we cannot hear you.
Whether we believe in the otherworldly phenomena or not, but in the form of Mvada, each person in his life encounters manifestations of the invisible world, because when a shadow arrives, an accident inexplainable is coming, you might be considered to be insane, and people might take you to hospital. It turns out that a person with his questions and fears of what is unknown is left all alone. And what does science say about this? Official science denies the invisible world, and any attempts to study the phenomena of the invisible world, science equates to pseudoscience. Even the knowledge about the invisible basis of our world, the ether, was thoroughly cleaned up and removed from textbooks back in the 19th century. Such a paradox of our consumer society. It's not proper to talk about the invisible world, it's not normal and not scientific. But making money on magic that works with the invisible world is even very, very promoted. This is supported by mass media, whole books are written about it, and movies are recorded, and of course we are told since childhood about the magic wand and immediate fulfillment of oral desires. So we can find magic everywhere in our life. It has penetrated into religion, into psychology, and still studied by science. But the results of these studies are classified to the public. Many facts have already been presented to today's Kaleidoscope of Facts. As for science, even in the last century, neuroenergy special laboratories were established at research institutes that studied the phenomena of the psyche of people. For example, Moscow Power Engineering Institute, Leningrad Institute named after Vladimir Mikhailovich Bekhterev. Or another example, in the USA there are several special programs, some of them known as Gondola Wish, Grill Flame, Stargate, and others. We were forced to believe that the invisible world is only in fairy tales, and the devil is some devilish with horns, some creature with horns. But the greatest mystery which is hidden from us is that the devil is not in the external world, it is inside of each of us. The devil is our consciousness, which is also far from being studied by science. Thoughts, endless desires, even desires for our own death, images, pictures, they attack us every second, and we know nothing about it at all. Where do they come from? What is their nature, and what should we do about all this? And the price for our ingress is very high. It is the price of our life. The invisible world does exist. It works according to certain laws. It has its own rigid hierarchy and ruthless rules. All the services of the invisible world are paid, dearly paid, and an invisible influence on us is constantly going on, whether we understand it or not. It's very important to know about this, to know how to behave and what to do about it, to be able to protect ourselves and our near and dear ones. Let's study, learn, gain experience all together and share our experience with our environment. Our reliable weapon of defense is knowledge. Where there is the light of knowledge, there is no darkness of ignorance, and darkness at all. Dear viewers, very soon we have such a wonderful news for you. Very soon a magic reality show called Magic House will start on ALLATRA TV with the support of the Shadow Control project. The project was created by mages themselves, who will be tested for the title of the strongest mage among 50 participants. The crew of the Shadow Control Research Project will be covering the Battle of Mages, and viewers will be free to choose who will stay on the project. Please see more in the announcement right now.
My name is Usubalieva Elvira Elf. I'm a shaman on my father's side and a Veda on my mother's side.
My name is Liliana. I am a gypsy, Shivani.
We announce the beginning of a new casting
for the new project, Magic House. 50 participants will be on this project
and to fight for the title of the most powerful psychic.
Each of you will have a chance to show your worth.
Being recorded on cameras, you will be able to show your work.
Tests and trials will be totally real, without any scripts.
Viewers will have the right to choose who will remain and who will leave the project.
We do not need actors, we need real mages.
Both amateurs and practicing masters are qualified to participate in the project.
The project will be supported by the NGO Naslediya and
the Shadow Control Project on ALLATRA TV.
Ученые,
Scientists, such as psychologists, served William Crookes, English chemist and physicist, Kirlian couple, Professor Konstantin Korotkov, academician Anatoly Fyodorovich Akhatrin, Gary Schwartz, miracle psychologist. They have, Jose Escamilla, have been and are engaging in research of the invisible world. With the support of the state since 1930 of the last century, serious scientific development have been carried out in order to confirm the existence of intelligent life beyond the visible world and to create equipment to fix the manifestation of the invisible world. And I'm happy to announce that Allatra scientists have found such technologies which allows recording the manifestation of the invisible world, which is not invisible to the human eye. Let's see the video about this.
Recently, we filmed 3 rituals with different majors, and we were surprised that only one of them turned out to be a real mage, a seemingly ordinary person who tried not to be different from other people. We saw that during the ritual, shadows, like doves, when he threw food in the square, they began to flock to him. A certain gravity was recorded, the one which manifested in the mage, which began to attract shadows that flocked to him but did not enter him. This can be compared to the model of the solar system, in which a mage, figuratively speaking, is like the sun, only the back one, and the shadows are like planets held by his gravity, or like a black hole that attracts everything to itself. But compared to a black hole, he does not absorb the attracting objects. Shadows were both around the mage and around the person over whom he performed the ritual. They seemed to envelop them. But the question remains: does the mage control those which are beyond our perception, or shadows control the mage?
The studies of Allatra science have revealed how diverse the invisible world is. It can be compared to the ocean, in which life rages and in which there is its own rigid hierarchy: skyfish, plasmoids, succubi and incubi, and other entities in more subtle nature. From the full video, it becomes clear that we can see subtle material world with the help of special equipment only when it manifests itself in our third dimension. For more details, see the episode of the Ocean of Life on Allatra TV. But what the science knows about this phenomena? Let's watch an excerpt from the interview with Professor Konstantin Korotkov on Allatra TV.
Because in science we have several basic principles. The first principle is that any phenomenon, the effect of which is obtained in one laboratory, must be reproduced in another laboratory, in another part of the world, in another country, and so on. The second one is that if we measure something, it must be reproducible. And then there is one more thing. You know, science is based on numbers. Modern Western science doesn't exist without numbers. Konstantin Georgievich, you also say that in fact, everyone in the scientific community, one way or another, faces these inexplicable manifestations. And so the question is, why does science not study this direction densely and specifically, so to say? You know, here's the thing. Science is based on materialistic principles. And this was the basis that allowed European science to break away from the Church and develop independently. And it's really a very powerful basis that allowed the development of what we have around us, no doubt about that. But science never seriously engaged with consciousness until 21st century. And when Natalia Petrovna Bechterev, our great scientist, began to do some research in this direction, repeating those researches conducted by her grandfather, also our great scientist Bechterev. Then she began to be ostracized by the Academy of Sciences, although she was director of the institute, an academician of the highest rank and used the most scientific methods. And it was very difficult for her to struggle with all this. But now, the 21st century is a completely different time, because first of all, there are new tools that allow us to study brain activity in real time. When a person is thinking about something or doing something, you see, that's in the first place. Secondly, you can now talk more openly about some unconventional things, and there are a lot of scientists who are willing to talk about them. If in the past people used to be immediately dismissed from the scientific environment for such things, and this person lost everything he had in his life, now it has already become more reasonable. Science is expensive and time-consuming, and you can't do it without funds. That's why this direction is just beginning to develop over the last few decades, I would say, and there are already very interesting works. And what qualities should a real scientist possess, the one who has decided to devote their life to science? First of all, you see, this is curiosity and openness. It is extremely important to be open to new phenomena. And secondly, it's persistence. Because science is a nearby job. You have to sit and go over and over the same thing, repeating it many times before you can see for yourself that it's right. Until myself am convinced that there is something that is right, I don't even bring up the case. And to be sure, you have to repeat it many times, you have to change conditions, you have to look at different options, you have to think about what it is, you know. So on the one hand, it's very interesting, but on the other hand, it's such a routine ashore. In other words, there is more routine work than great discoveries in science.
The existence of the invisible world is not recognized by the scientific community because the evidence for it will force to reconsider scientific postulates. In fact, science will have to reconsider everything from the fundamental laws of interaction to emergence of life and creation of the universe. And also, it makes us to sacrifice our egoism and megalomania that we are not alone in the universe and the invisible world exists. Thank you. I give the floor to Marcelo.
Muchas gracias, Natalia. Sin embargo, la pregunta sigue sin respuesta. ¿Cómo se
Thank you, Natalia. Question arises. How is the invisible world arranged? For an answer to this question, let's turn to today. You can find a lot of references to the isosmic grid, which have been preserved from ancient times by different nations of the world living on different continents. This information in the Lateral Physics report. It can be found in etymological myths, sacred drawing depicting the world structure, in texts of various philosophical teachings, in legends telling allegorically about the creation of the universe and the world. Unfortunately, the closer we get to our times, the more we see the loss of the knowledge and misunderstanding of its essence, substitution of the sacred metaphorical meanings by the earthly sense.
No es tal. Así que la personalidad de cada persona es la que se pone estas gafas de realidad
virtual. It is like a glasses that makes illusion, but the personality of every person is
y para complementar esta analogía con la realidad
virtual, that can be used to comprehend this world. And I would like to draw attention to these following questions.
Para el cumplimiento de tus deseos, entonces,
so to say, if we use magic,
¿tiene algún sentido
to serve it for our desires?
Para obtener beneficios
then
en
the
la
question
realidad
arises.
ilusoria? ¿Y cómo uno mismo puede evitar
how the person simply disregard his own power to use it for some dimensional desires? What shall we do with the magic? We need to really, and today's Kaleidoscope effects, we will talk for many hours about this topic. How the people pay for the magic.
a ello,
And we
una
will
vez más,
also
solo estando unidos a
about
Dios
the
a través
human's
de nuestro
nature,
amor a Él,
about dualistic of
un ser
dual
humano se protege de la
nature of
influencia
human.
de los poderes mágicos sobre
Attention to that person
el deseo de protegerse de la magia
can
de
be
cualquier otra manera
protected
sería
from the
el
magical
deseo de la
effects
misma magia.
when he
Esto
shows
significa
his love to the god.
Uno
And in
caerá
some
bajo el
way,
poder de las fuerzas oscuras por estar
we
protegido
can
para
be
ello.
saved
Ahora,
from
amigos,
this magic.
veamos el siguiente video.
So instead of protecting from the magic, we get more and more to the magic. So shadows, and how do they act? Ethereal creatures that do not have their own food source, who live between the fourth and the sixth dimensions, and manifest themselves in the third dimension, and then hunt and feed. Therefore, they continually procure their own food. It has been observed that the only source of food for shadows, energy released by a human in a state of strong desire. Where does this energy come from in a human? Its source. We're used to understand in human energy that one gets from food for one's body. But that's a different type of energy, soul, in each human. And it is the source of energy, and therefore is of a great interest to demonic beings. They can't take it directly from a human soul, because the pure energy would destroy them, needed in a processed form. The process of recycling the energy of the soul, acceptable energy for shadows to consume, occurs, experiences negative emotions or a state of desire. If we draw an analogy with the animal world, compared to birds diving for their prey into the water, such as cormorants or diving ducks. They live on the surface, move in the air, but when they see a fish, dive for it. That is, these birds live in one space, air, and hunt in another, water. It's the same with shadows, living in higher dimensions between the fourth and the sixth. They dive for their prey, third dimension, and then they immediately return to their environment. That's why they can be seen in our third-dimensional world, but their manifestations can be recorded under certain conditions. Let's go back to the example with birds. When a bird dives for inhabitants of the aquatic environment, it just appears out of nowhere. Moreover, they may not see the bird itself, but only notice visible manifestations from the foreign creature appearing in their habitat, such as the air bubbles that appear when a bird enters the water. And the same with shadows. We can register shadows when they move in third-dimensional space or when they eat. But when the shadow is in the space above the third dimension, we can neither see. So how are mages and shadows connected? Let's watch a short video about it.
Can you tell us more about that? When you started working with the evil spirits, first of all, how did it happen? How did you decide that you wanted to work with the evil spirits? And secondly, what exactly are evil spirits? And what were your goals in working with them? Like, how does it happen?
I will explain. At the age of 15, even 13, when I started practicing, there was this teenage egocentrism. What do you want? To make it quick and interesting, to have results immediately, and so that you can see, touch, and feel it. The first books I began to read were about demonology. As far as I remember, it was some kind of Russian folklore, something related to low-frequency creatures. When you simply call upon this low-frequency force with your thoughts, it is very different from addressing gods. There you need to beg, there you really need to win the favor of high-frequency forces. But if we speak of working with evil spirits, in this case, a thought is enough and they immediately come. I performed some rituals, tried some things, wrote certain things myself, and at one fine moment, a voice started sounding in my head. It happened when I was falling asleep. There was a clear call by my name, and then it kept going. Later, there were moments when in my sleep I was told what to do.
Did evil spirits tell you that?
Yes, they did. They told me I didn't see them, but only heard voices. The voice was neither male nor female. It was, a vivid whisper like, Жанна, Жанна. There were moments like that. Evil spirit directly dictated to me what I should do and how. Now I know many things without books as to how to do it correctly. This force dictated that to me.
Naturally, any mage has a certain protection, or rather we can even say a patron from among the higher forces, which accompanies mage's activity until the moment when a mage, let's say, sits on the head, until he asks for a certain minimum. A certain alliance takes place, so to say, symbiosis of a mage and a higher force. When a mage from his own self-importance feels himself wearing a crown and thinks of himself as almost a higher entity, the higher force stops it very quickly. Okay, when we speak of higher forces or otherworldly forces, are they good or evil? If we take otherworldly forces, we cannot say they are good or evil. For some people, they may be good, while for others, they may be evil. It depends on how you agree with them. In any case, for any otherworldly force, a human is virtually nothing. Even I do not have an agreement with the forces of a higher hierarchy. That's ridiculous. As in a movie, to come and summon Lucifer, for example, is unrealistic. It is rather the level of some inferior entities, evil spirits and deceased people, the unquiet souls. And even for them, generally speaking, a human is something from the lower hierarchy.
In my case, they're mostly demons. I mean, I can work through the churchyard, through the world of the dead. But it's not completely mine. I don't want to go where I'm not asked or I'm not allowed. It's not that I'm not asked, I'm not allowed in that much. If I need to, I'll come and ask. They'll do it anyway. But mostly, they are my demons, I mean standard and stable ones, which work with me all the time. Meaning, I thank them. What demons? Well, I mean, you are saying permanent ones. How did it all start? What kind of demons are they? Well, honestly, I can't tell you in detail who they are and so on. I mean, we have a kind of, let's say, our own secrets that we can't talk about. Well, they are demons, in principle, just this one that I saw in my dream. Then he began to appear in a slightly different guise when I got used to it, so to speak, and depending on the work, as I said before, every demon has its own character, every demon does a certain job. For example, if I have something connected with a distraction and I need to get a person out of that state, I turn to the demon, which is a military one, so to say, the one which is in charge of some kind of military actions. As for, let's say, some kind of settlers, there are also demons that I turn to get help. Well, it depends on the situation, a person, and what we are going to correct. I usually work with candles, my mother's and my own hands. These are, of course, invitations of assistance from another world, right? It's compulsory. Sometimes they're very necessary and you can't work without them. You should invite them and let them go with gratitude. There are times when they kind of ask for their payment and you must give it.
Our interaction with forces of the subtle world is always based on agreements, meaning I give you something, you give me something. All of us, both human beings, human souls, so to say, and these creatures of the astral or some other plane, we are all free and we can interact with each other only based on freedom, on the basis of a free agreement, meaning I feed you and you do this for me. I give you gifts and you do that for me. When improper interaction begins, people can fall under the power of certain creatures and harm themselves up to, well, physical death is okay, but spiritual death is already very bad.
What is a witch? A sorceress, they call her a wise woman. But among common people, what is a witch? A witch is one who works with black spirits, with devils, let's say, with demons. She can inherit it. And she's already exposed to these evil spirits. They are disturbing her, demanding work from her. But the work is black, meaning evil eye and so on and so forth. That's it. And if she doesn't hurt somebody, she'll feel bad, you know?
From the same devils.
Right, because they are in her service, and if she doesn't give them work, they return to her. They disturb her, and she feels bad. She needs to do bad. She needs to do bad to someone, even to a neighbor, if there are no people who come to her and say, I need to put her in a coffin, or I need this person to die, in plain English. She's happy to do it, but if she doesn't have those orders, they come back to her. Why is that? Everyone knows, and it passes on from grandmothers, great-grandmothers, and further on in the generations. When a witch is dying, she cannot die unless she passes on her devils, let's say so. One has to dismantle the ceiling to let her spirit go away.
After an empire, you said that many mages think they control spirits, but in fact spirits control them. Did you mean exactly this?
Exactly, they ask for their help. There is no such thing as a mage controlling spirits, no. It's sacrilege if someone says that they control spirits. Every mage, a practitioner, a strong master, turns to the ghosts that work with them. And they ask the spirits, why do they carry offerings, gratitude for helping this or that practitioner? They must thank them. No, no one controls ghosts. Ghosts control.
It's very simple. Don't have their own power. So shadows help them with it. But do they really help? Being a part of the system of the animal mind, a shadow has information about the processes happening in the system and has certain abilities which can help in solving some requests in the material world. The task of the mage is to create conditions for the client to open their desire to the system. The stronger the client's desire, the more vital energy is released. And then shadows, which come through the mage as a guide, flock to this energy like to a food. Rituals work in the very same way. Feed a shadow with your attention, it will show tricks in the material world. It's not difficult to influence from the higher dimensions to the lower ones. Yes, it is shadows that give mages their extraordinary abilities. But what do they take in a way, in return? Let us now consider how shadows behave in relation to mages. There are mages of different ranks. A mage's power depends on how strong the demon patrons are. A mage is interesting to shadows because they're like a dealer. Through them, the client's life energy flows to shadows, some part of it remaining with the mage himself. In nature, behave in the same way, because the animal world is fractally the same in all spheres. Possible to give such an associative example. If there is a flock of sheep, then there is often a wolf pack pack nearby, watching over this flock. Wolves tend to clean up the flock by eating old sheep, sick sheep, who do not give birth. But these wolves also guard the flock from other predators, as well as other wolves. In fact, they guard their food and keep it for themselves. After all, those who they guard will be eaten sooner or later anyway. Shadows have the same behavior. As long as the mage feeds them, they protect them from other demons, dangers, and give some benefits in the material world. But if the mage stops feeding them, they simply eat them. Having stopped doing magic, after a while, the mage begins to feel bad and get sick. But as soon as they return to the rituals again, meaning to doing the work, they start to feel good again. As demons grow, a mage is forced to constantly provide them with more energy and, therefore, to attract more clients. Thus, the mage forms a network. People practicing magic themselves say that once they have entered this path, they cannot get out of it. Why does this happen? That is why many mages say that it's impossible to leave magic.
You have to be careful with magic, because in order to get something, you always have to give something, whether you like it or not.
I worked with a graveyard. I always work with graveyards, although much less at present. Why? Because it is very difficult and hard, both physically and mentally. Because in fact it is probably a cross. A cross in the sense that my health becomes very bad. Very often black mages get cancer, or go crazy, or get some other disease. This is all the result of the fact that once you assumed that you would never ever be punished, and you are the greatest mage of all Russia, you will get away with it. Your gift can affect your family, am I right? No, that's not what I meant. Not the gift can affect, but the magic work can.
You can predict the result, but you can't name the price you will have to pay for this result. Yes, you'll pay off to the higher powers. It can be some kind of blood offering in the form of a sacrifice. Some can pay off with money by giving some amount at a cancer clinic. But no one can say if the higher powers will accept this payoff, or the payoff will be insufficient, and it won't be enough, the price of this end result.
I put an evil spirit in my service with a certain ritual, and he constantly asked for tasks. I took the path of blackness, so to say. I did hexes and many other things. That is, I harmed people in different ways and broke the balance at a certain point. For breaking the balance, when good and evil must be respected, but I, so to say, spat right and left with this bile. I was charged a very high price for that afterwards. I buried my entire family. I lost a child, I buried my parents, I buried my brother. This whole chain that happened literally within 3 years. I was shown and told that it was a payment which I had to give us in some points. I had messed up, in other, let's say, I was struck back or paid it off for wrong. Because when you start practicing, you want results, but you don't know about safety rules yet. And when you don't have an advisor, you only find out about it when you make mistakes. When you get hit in the head for it, you realize that you've done something wrong. So from such points, there eventually grew sort of unpaid debt to these forces. I had to go through that terrible loneliness, my horrible childhood, in order to curse my mother one day. I was forced to do it, I was forced, and she died. And I feel the unceasing pain. Yes, I made a sacrifice, such a significant sacrifice of my most beloved person. That was my initiation. Yes, my initiation. You have to make a sacrifice, and it should necessarily be your blood relative, meaning it must be sacrifice of your most beloved person. But if I had known that, I would have sewn up my I would have cut out my tongue. I would have never done that. Why do you think they live so long? You came for free, so you owe them. The demon pays. What do you owe him? What do you owe this granny? And life will take whatever it wants. Young people get sick and they live to be 100 years old. Can a mage stop practicing magic?
No, there is no way back. You can't, as you're already so used to all this. Do you know anyone who quit it and is living their life? No, I don't know anyone. I only know people who quit magic and then died. Well, because it's our source of power. Without it, we just... Okay, if you don't want to do magic, we'll send you to reboot. Another soul will come that is also bound to do magic in this world, and it will do it. I mean, you will simply be replaced. It's a choice, that's it. You stepped on this path, either you go forward to success, or you just have one life less.
That's
why many mages say that it's impossible to leave magic when they have signed a contract and cooperate with shadows. So it turns out that a mage, uncomplaining conductor of the system's will in this world, the agreement is concluded, but its conditions always sort out to be but a mage chooses to serve the system. Why? When a person gets on the path of magic, blows for themselves the possibility of their own spiritual development, because the source of their soul becomes inaccessible. And to be more exact, its power is redirected to achieve some goals. This person can no longer take energy from the soul for themselves as a personality. And this is the greatest loss. Unbearable longing and hopeless. That's what a person gets as a result of choosing magic. How can one live without the source of life? When on top of that, demons demand energy, contact with them is already a sign. And this internal source of energy is closed for a mage to look for powering up from the outside. For this, they need a donor. And donors are people who come to them for fulfillment of their desires. Their internal source of energy is still full. And to a mage for some benefit in the material world, after all, absolutely all clients' requests are concluded only with the material world. A person opens the source of energy to demons. After all, nothing comes from anywhere, and person's life energy is spent when doing any kind of magic. A mage, acting as a dealer, redirects a person's life energy to the shadows, and a small fraction of the energy that shadow leave to the mage. Since the goal of demons is to grow in their they need more and more energy. This process of sucking energy from donors happens again and again. Thus, a whole network is formed. Clients, mage, shadows. All of them are inextricably linked, except when the entire network is full by the client's energy. The same is true for the mass apprentice. When they get to the followers, they receive the energy, but they also draw their clients' energy through their apprentice. Let's watch a short video.
If you made a deal, if you, so to say, paid a demon once, he'll never leave you alone.
Binding.
He'll always eat you. Thus every mage gets a network created. Well, a network of debtors, let's put it that way. And it doesn't matter what amount of money you gave him, although I'll repeat, real mages have a very high price, but they give a result in a material world. Well, I mean a financial price, but that price which people don't know about, is even higher.
Meaning, it turns out that they pay homage with their power and their vital energy, and among other things, they implement these programs themselves.
Absolutely. They pay with their life. Not just with vital energy, but they pay with life.
With life for an illusion.
Sure. And they get an illusion. Because whatever he wishes for, home, loving family, something else, yes, he will have it, but it will be temporary, and it will disappear, pardon me, like a water.
And here it remains.
Just get a handful of water and do this, and you'll see it gone. The same goes for your life, just like water. It will slip from your hands. The same goes for your life. And what will remain?
So the desire something in the material world ends up costing people the biggest price. The price of their own lives. Because once caught in the web of the food chain for shadows through image, person remains a hostage of this web for a long time. And here is important emphasis. A person themselves give their energy to image, voluntarily. If you want to blame image for it, you are wrong. Voluntarily, themselves. This is important. And the paradox that it's the image themselves warn a person. No one gives a guarantee of the fulfillment of their order and a happy future life. But still, people, ignoring common sense, agree to everything for the sake of their desires. Then what does it have to make? What kind of power moves a person? Desire so colorful that a person, no matter what, agrees to the deal with the mage and the system.
It's interesting, Igor Mikhailovich, that people also ask a question. Where do mages actually get such a huge power from? Many say that it's inherited. For example, someone is a mage in the 3rd, 4th, 5th generation. Meaning, where do they take it from? Is it that when people open up?
There is a power which can be inherited indeed, but as a rule, this power is formed along with the demon's development in a person. If a person is engaged in magic, he embarks on this path, the path of a mortal, and begins to develop these abilities in himself, which means he grows a demon. And the more people he draws into his rituals, creating a web like a spider, we have already talked about this today, the more people come to him with requests, and the more sorcery acts he commits. Everyone starts with simple things.
Yes.
And then they move to bigger ones, then much bigger ones, and then eventually, mages take away life at a distance. It's not a problem for them. When somebody comes to them and asks, as it said, to get rid of a competitor or someone else, that is, it's not much of a problem for them. Well, then again, everything depends on the power of the demon which he has grown.
And another thing Igor Mikhailovich would also like to about...
I'll put it simply. I would compare a demon to a piglet. The better you feed it, the fatter and bigger it becomes. And wait, in that world is hierarchy. It plays its part.
Спасибо, Юра. Как гласит закон сохранения энергии, ничто не исчезает бесследно, и ничто не берется с ниоткуда. Все имеет свою цену. Но цена за магию несоразмерно выше, чем мы обычно себе представляем. Есть выражение «будьте осторожны со своими желаниями».
There is an expression, be careful what you wish for, they tend to come true. Mages themselves warn of the consequences that desires may not be used as we would like them to be, but the choice is always up to the individual. And now we invite you to watch a video that demonstrates this clearly.
And the most important thing is to be extremely careful what we wish for, because we can get what we want exactly the way we wished for it. I'll never forget the case of a woman who came to me about 2 years ago. She was of a quite respectable age, about 65 or about 70 years old. Her husband left. For 45 years they had lived together, lots of kids, grandkids, but he left, went to another city to live with another woman. She made a request to bring him back by any means, so that he could be close. A ritual was prepared, an offering was made, all the components were considered. She made the request, again, exactly as she came originally. She received the result very quickly. It has only been 3 weeks. This woman's son got into a conflict with this man, hit him. He fell and hit his head on the corner of the tub and died. The paradox of the situation is that she lives close to the cemetery, and she buried her husband just across in the cemetery. He's close by, whatever it takes, by any means. So she got what she wanted, in full. Therefore, when a person comes with a certain request, this request must be clearly articulated, and we must be very clear about what we want exactly. I'll tell you a story. A fairly experienced man, an experienced practitioner, one of my friends, fell in love with a girl. They began a relationship, and it was developing without any magic, developing well. The girl lived with her mother, and one day her mother was away on a business trip to Odessa to get some things done. Like with any couple, there was a question about homes, where they should date, where they should meet, and then her mother was about to leave. This man comes to me and asks me to perform a ritual to make her some kind of trouble, so that she would stay in Odessa for a while. Well, I kind of understand him in a way. Youth, love, romance. He did a ritual, the ritual was successful, but the problem was that this mom had a very serious stroke in Odessa. They even had to call Reanimobile to take her to Kiev. Instead of romantic week, as he had planned, there was that girl's weeping and all this. And of course it was a pity about her mother. In other words, some jobs really may not go the way we want. We really should be careful with our wishes, or they will come true. I mean, to predict for 100%, it's even ridiculous. Sometimes it happens that something goes wrong. In other words, it is impossible to predict, well, let's say 100% the outcome of any ritual. Is it impossible because a person is a beginner, or is it generally impossible when it comes to practicing magic? I will say that is not even possible at all, in general. Or rather, you can predict the result, but the price you will pay for this result, you cannot say. An expert, let's call him a mage, who practices this. Does he know that this is the way things happen? The mage knows approximately what is going on. He warns the client of the possible negative consequences. But sometimes the client, let's say, can be so angry at someone, or so in love, or the family is falling apart, or something else, that no matter what you say, the person doesn't think about the consequences. He considers his own problem to be more important than people around him. Because even seemingly simple money rituals to improve one's financial well-being, yes, you'll get a sum of money, but someone will have to lose it. Certainly nothing comes out of nowhere. If something appears in one place, it disappears in another place. It's a certain law of nature. And so the question is how much you'll pay for this or that service with the help of higher forces, but you will definitely pay for it.
Amigos, probablemente todos conocemos el concepto de abatimiento o depresión otoñal. Se trata de un determinado periodo del año, de noviembre a enero, en el que una persona comienza inexplicablemente a experimentar un estado de ánimo sombrío.
We all familiar to such a state when you have a bad moon and physical and mental emptiness. And this phenomenon is most often attributed by psychologists to the changing of the seasons and lack of sunshine and heat, etc. But as it turns out, there are more serious reasons for sharp worsening of the psychological and physical state. There is such a notion as the seasonality of magic in a certain period when mages actively replenish their power. And now our next speaker will talk more about this in details. Rodrigo, your floor is yours.
Hola amigos, seguramente muchos de ustedes han notado que en el periodo del 15 de octubre al 7 de enero los deseos se estimulan de manera muy activa en las personas. Muchas rebajas, anuncios, tradiciones de comprar el regalo más codiciado antes de Navidad. En homenaje a los antepasados, y también es durante este periodo que las depresiones, los trastornos mentales se intensifican y el número de suicidios aumenta. Esto no es solo la falta de sol o del mal tiempo, esta es la temporada para la acumulación de energía.
Surely many of you have noticed that between October 15 and January 17 there is a very active stimulation of desire in people, and a lot of sales advertising the tradition of buying the most covered gift before Christmas and remembering the ancestors. It is also during this period that depression, mental illnesses and suicide rates increase. This is not just from the lack of sunshine or bad weather, this is seasonal.
At this time, they accumulate power. That is, they receive this power for their demons so that they become stronger. Then during the year, they use this power in their work. Then it is pulled back, and these days are just as important for them. Well, let's put it this way. The end of October, through Christmas, is a very important time for accumulating power for them. Well, power is power. And the most interesting thing is that even those very demons and that very Satan use the power that is given for life.
Igor Mikhailovich, you mentioned the seasonality of magic, and now there is an understanding that most people feel the autumn blues precisely in autumn. A period of exacerbation of various psychiatric diseases comes precisely in autumn, that is...
And many events begin at this time, which decide people's destinies.
So now it's clear that this is not just a lack of sunshine or good weather.
It's a season. No, it's a season of accumulation. And many who are in the web, of course, they experience an enormous exhaustion. Why? Well, I've already answered. Demons accumulate power. For the season, it's like a crop. They've harvested the crop, and they use it all year until there is a new one. This does not mean that powers don't come. They do come, though mages cannot use them. So they use what they have.
Es interesante que la gente sabía de este periodo de tiempo en la antigüedad.
It is interesting that people knew about this time period in ancient times, and there are many mentions of fairy feasts.
Por lo tanto,
and that the gates to the other world opened. So we should be together, and the ancient Scandinavians celebrate the new year of the winter solstice, December 22nd. This holiday was called Yule, from the Scandinavian word for wheel, to spin. According to tradition, Yule lasts 13 nights, which are called spirit nights. These 13 nights, from the first sunset to the last dawn, are a gap between 2 years, and sacred period during which there is no customary time, no customary boundaries, when the lot of the gods is decided and the spindle of the goddess of destiny turns. On this night, the Yule fire was lit, and the house was guarded against evil spirits. It was also believed that one should not be alone on that night. Then one would be left alone with the dead, the other world. The night of December 20 to 21, Mother's Night. Mother's Night is the night before the winter solstice. This Mother's Night is dedicated to the female goddesses. The stresses. Put the house in, creates it, and gather the family around the hearts. Everyone prayed to the goddess at this time, and the mother opened the gate to the other world and let new life into the world. Yule has many participants who are fairy tale characters, but the most important is the Yule cat. The main task was to make sure that it celebrated the holiday properly. For those who did not comply with the simple requirements, cat ate all the food in the house, and if it was not enough for him, it became the next item on the menu. Yule ends on the 12th night, actually the 13th as evidence, but even its ancient Icelandic name, Tretiði. The next day was considered the day of destiny. Everything was said and done before sunset, determined all the events of the coming year. The famous superstition, you will live the next year the way you celebrated. It's also interesting that during this period the water changes its properties. According to Zetlin, ancient always celebrate the New Year and the winter solstice around December 22nd to 23rd. The distance between the Sun and the Earth was maximally reduced, reaching 149 million kilometers, and everywhere on December 22nd, the water abnormally changed its characteristics, namely it calmed down. That happens every day, but froze instantly for 6 hours. Then, every 27 days, the water turned into bubble. And surprisingly, these days were always close to some Orthodox feasts: Candlemas, Matryonin Day, Annunciation. Alexander Leonidovich Chizhevsky was a biophysicist who studied the influence of cosmophysical factors on the process in the living nature in human society, and he established that there is an influence on the sun's activity on the events that occur on Earth. Alexander Chizhevsky was a world-famous Russian scientist-naturalist who created the modern science on the influence of heliosmic factors on the Earth's biosphere and human health. From a scientific point of view, there are still many mysteries about what exactly is going on this mysterious time interval to be learned by scientists. From October 15 to January 7, it's the time when there is a huge help to build, and people have known about these for centuries. Power goes to support people. It all depends on what a person chooses. The consumer format of society redirects action, stimulating material desires, which encourages them to go to majors, thereby the system. If a person focuses most of his attention on desires about material life, he ends up with magic and disastrous consequences for his. If one redirects this power towards spiritual self-development, one achieves the main goal of one's life, spiritual transformation, and one's inner freedom from the material world. It is possible to stop feeding demons with one's attention, thus giving them, replenishing the power. Thank you.
Большое спасибо, Родриго, за эту интереснейшую информацию. И как мы уже
Thank Rodrigo for this very interesting information. As you have said earlier, magic originated with humanity and has a huge impact on society up to this day. Speaking of magic, it's impossible not to mention the dual nature of a human. All religions say that human beings have a dual nature and are endowed with the right to choose. Now I give the floor to Natalia, who will reveal this topic from the point of view of magic.
Yes, magic does exist. Otherwise, it would not have existed for so many thousands of years. But does this mean that a person is a hostage of magic, a hostage of the influence of shadows on them? Certainly not. A person by birthright is a free being with a right to choose. And this free choice of a person just determines whether they can be influenced by the third forces or not. A person is made in such a way that they have a spiritual nature and an animal nature. Spiritual nature is the personality and the soul, which is a part of the spiritual world. God, absolute love in a human. Absolute love is only capable of loving and giving this love to others. It is love that generates in us all the purest and brightest feelings, and it also encourages us to do good deeds. This is the main wealth of a human being, which distinguishes us from other beings in this material world. But a person also has an animal nature, body and consciousness, with the help of which we see and perceive the world around us. Thoughts, emotions, and desires are all the work of consciousness. Selfishness, reproduction, domination, the desire for power, this is all what animal nature rewards us with, what it strives for, and what it constantly pushes us to. Consciousness provokes a person with thoughts, images, and desires. If you put your attention into it and launched a certain program, considering it your desire, then you got hooked. The mental image unfolds into a plot, into emotions, experiences, and you open up to influences of mages, sorcerers, and shadows from the invisible world. And so this program enters you and begins to work at the expense of your own life energy, attention. We have a great gift of choice, and we choose which side to be on, where to direct our attention to. If we direct attention to our spiritual nature, live with love and absolute happiness, then our life will be filled with this. We will give this to others and receive the same in return. If we pay more attention to animal nature, then we live in selfishness, negativity, and in an endless race to possess even more power. And it is magic that is the instrument for achieving these selfish goals. Staying on the side of spiritual nature, a person is protected from any influences on them, including from magical rituals and the deeds of the shadows in the invisible world. Therefore, everything is very simple. If you want to be happy and free, live with true inner freedom and do not be food for the system. Let's watch an excerpt from the video about magic with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
What is the reason for such an unusual vitality and stability of magic, which influences the consciousness of people of all eras, from the Paleolithic to our days? The reasons, obviously, lie in some peculiarities of magic, in the very essence of this phenomenon. But what is this essence of this phenomenon? What is magic for a human being?
Magic?
Why is it so resilient at all times? What is its essence? Is it just some kind of a filter?
Well, it's not a filter, no. In fact, magic is a desire for something a human does not need. It's a human's aspiration to get what he doesn't really need. It's just a dictatorship of the beast in human consciousness. That is what magic is. After all, who drives a person to these desires? His consciousness. After all, it tells him that you are miserable, flawed, or something else. But if you perform some ritual now or go to some mage, everything will be fine with you. You will have chances to become better, something else. Again, what is the reason for magic to be so resilient? It is human pridefulness. Because of his aspiration to have more and to seem like someone better than he really is.
And by nature, he's actually very beautiful. And for some reason, the system drives people to seem like someone else.
And this is the filter already. It's not the magic that's the filter. The system itself is the filter. After all, the devil is needed so that dead ones do not come to the alive ones. So that mature beings, angels, come to the spiritual world. That's the point. Those who choose life, and not those who choose immediacy.
El principio de la magia,
The principle of how magic works, as magic itself, is still an unexplored science. Today we will look at magic from the point of view of physics. How does magic work? What physical laws underlie its mechanisms of action? We have found many interesting experiments that allow us to clearly demonstrate by these mechanisms of magic. But first, I suggest us to watch a video in which mages themselves will share their understanding of the mechanism of work of magic from origin of desire to the attempt of its implementation.
Magic begins with certain states, that is, in order to get the result, you have to enter a resourceful state. Yet, you still need to choose a particular resourceful state. Energy flows. If you have a very strong wish and you launched it into cosmos, it may come true. Well, I would say that we set forth our intention and then we gather our energy, amplify it as much as possible with the help of some techniques, maybe, or it could be attributes, it could be rituals, it could be cards, it could be our personal power, well, whatever a particular specialist is skilled at. And then this energy, something like a laser beam, right, is sent to your desired point, and through one's concentration, it sort of attracts what you want. You make a request, tune yourself in through certain ways, and then you get the information you want to get. And of course, I say in my case, I use cards as a guide and different decks are for different cases. And also through them, upon a certain request about myself or about some other person, I get exactly the information that I want to get. It seems to me that all of this, now if a person wants something very much, it all works on the power of thought. Of course, you can use some kind of practices, it's clear enough that each person has a strong power of thought, and if they practice all this, then anyone can achieve it.
This is work with quantum physics, as a matter of fact. It's an analysis of variations, an analysis of probabilities. And the one who is closer to a certain, say, perception, succeeds, as it is always very difficult to determine the probability. Because we know that, in fact, everything is now in a kind of superposition, when there is neither plus nor minus. So it's like Schrödinger's cat, it's sealed in a box. We know that quantum physics postulates the existence of many dimensions, many worlds. And depending at which point of some world your consciousness finds itself in, right, that is the kind of information you can use. Basically, how is the work with the dimensions done? For example, in order to do any ritual through the dark forces, if I want to do it with my consciousness and without improvised means, without candles, no things like that, I simply close my eyes, visualize my patron, the Dark Lord, call out to him with all my heart. He loves sincerity. Our sincerity is important to him in our life. He doesn't care about our soul. He values the will. The stronger the will, the more you'll somehow be there to these forces, and they will never betray you. I immerse myself in this state. I visualize the hell world. I visualize my Lord's throne. I visualize all the brothers of the night, all my dark sisters, and there happens some kind of immersion in this vibration. That is, I perceive these images in my mind as clearly as possible. I just become this darkness myself, immersing in it, like, going back to my homeland. And at this point I express my intention, my will there. I set forth my intention verbally and in images. I mean, when I read out the intention, when I recite the incantation, I visualize how it all happens, meaning I also reinforce with my imagination, my fantasy, that is, with images, how it all happens. Suppose I'm casting a curse, I even imagine how it all happens to a person. And so it happens. Suppose I'm performing a money ritual, I imagine how my money comes to me, say transferred to my bank account, some sums come into my account. I visualize all of this, and so it happens.
So then it comes true?
Yes, but you have to be careful with magic, because in order to get something, you always have to give something in return, whether you like it or not.
Give what?
The energy of life. Well, everyone is charged in a different way.
How does investing attention in desire and matter work from a scientific point of view? An interesting experiment was carried out in the mathematics of the heart. Placenta DNA samples were placed in a special container, and their changes were monitored. Experiments were given 28 bubbles with these DNA. The researchers felt gratitude, love, and appreciation. The DNA tension decreased, and the spiral straightened and became longer. When feeling anger, fear, frustration, or stress, the DNA twisted and tightened, and became shorter and switched off many of its connections. A similar experiment was conducted with HIV-positive patients. The state of feeling of gratitude and love increased the body's resistance to the influence of the disease by 300,000 times. The study tested the interconnection of biological samples at a distance. DNA of leukocytes was taken from to measure electrical charges. The subject was shown video clips of various emotions in him. As the donor experienced peaks of emotions recorded as electrical pulses, the DNA reacted immediately at the same time. Even at a distance of meters, the result remained unchanged. It was instant. The graphs were the same. This clearly explains why magicians often use samples of biological material. Wish fulfillment ritual. This mechanism will be considered in more detail a little later. Why they need hair, blood, even a small part maintains a constant connection with the. This is evidenced by the experiments with the blood and the video influence of information on the person, impact of the electrosign. Do we understand the responsibility for the realization of my desires? And we are aware of the consequences of using such methods of influence, especially when we turn to mages for the fulfillment of wishes. I also wondered if it's possible to record the process of making a wish. Professor Anatoly Fedor-Ohatrin created a special equipment for observing a thought. When mentally reproducing the image of a person, a cluster phantom appears, and the device reacted to it, unmistakably confirming the presence of such an object in a given place. It was also possible to fix the formation of a more complex plan, a thought form. There are some energy clots of the field level generate a strong psycho-emotional mood. That is not just a two-dimensional picture, but a state. In one experiment, Ohatrin asked a psychiatrist to create a certain field and fill it with information. It was photographed how something like a cloud separates from the psychic energy shell and begins to move on its own. Such thought forms look either as nested spheres or donuts. They, saturated with certain moods and emotions, influence people. Thanks to this experiment, we thought the whole thought form is separated from the whole, consuming energy, and the more attention is invested in emotions and worries. The larger the size of the information, the result, the greater the energy loss. Who benefit this? The power of attention. If those same funds, those same resources, the same energy, whatever one might call it, but it's really significant. If a person invests his power of attention, which he has, it's like a vital energy, let's call it this way, or his sudden resource. If he puts it mostly into that which is definitely temporary and will die, then that will happen to him. He will die together with it. The whole game imposed on us through thoughts and images in our head, and that's the same system perceived to win. That's one to catch power of our attention, and the most important resource of personality are attention and time. And only personality decides how to use them, whether to invest in the material world or to abandon for the sake of life and time.
Hi everyone, dear guests. There are many experiments proving that attention to the fourth is a force capable of influencers matter. But the question arises, will the force of influence increase if attention is invested not by one human but by many? This is exactly the question asked by the laboratory staff of Princeton University under the direction of Dr. Roger Nelson. Since 1997, the university staff have been studying the impact of collective attention on material reality. Studies have shown that the coordinated reaction of people to some extraordinary events affects not locally but the entire world around us. Now let's look a little more closely at the experiment itself. For its implementation, a network of computers distributed all over the globe was used. Each computer is connected to a small random number generator. The data from the generator is sent to the Princeton, New Jersey, where it is added to an ever-growing archive. The result is a database of sequences of numbers, which is eventually compared with the history of resonance events. For analysis, events from several categories are selected, such as natural disasters, accidents, military actions, as well as positive events, such as New Year's celebration and religious holidays. The experiment confirms that the release of emotions of a large number of people coincides with deviations from the expected values in the global network of physical random number generators. Now let's look at the graph. The red line on the graph is the behavior of computers on September 11th during the tragedy when the entire human world was shocked by the explosion of the World Trade Center. Everyone's attention was focused on this tragedy. The black lines represent the behavior of those same computers 60 days before and after the explosion. When the collective attention of billions of people is usually scattered, divided among thousands of daily activities. I would like to point out that the project is still running today, with data being analyzed and made publicly available. And now, let's discuss. In addition to real events that cause deviations of the graphs from the norm, there are also artificial ones. For example, scandalous TV shows, action movies, horror movies. At this point, millions of people are focused on a single event. Do we think at that moment in what information we collectively invest our attention? What programs we are running? For example, when the movie Joker was released, it was built on the propaganda of violence, cruelty, the formation of destructive behavior patterns. Despite this, there were millions of viewings in the first days of release. What has the collective investment of attention in evil and violence led to? Very little time passed and massive protests, pogroms and destruction began in America. You could call it an accident, but there are that actually were too many similarities between the events that broke out and the film script. It turns out that knowing the power of collective attention, someone is skillfully manipulating it. Now it becomes clear while the same mages and sorcerers involve as many people as possible in their rituals. After all, in order to change or influence any events, a huge amount of energy is needed, and the source of this energy is people themselves, without even knowing about it. But if the collective has such huge power, why don't we focus it on something good? Indeed, today's science is already proving that this works. For example, the well-known effect of Maharishi, who argued that if at least 1% of the population practices a state of inner peace, this will lead to a decrease in the level of crime and violence in the world. Research has been carried out known as the International Middle East Peace Program. During the Israel-Lebanon War, participants in the experiment were in a war zone and simultaneously at certain hours were immersed in a state of deep inner peace. During this time, the number of terrorist attacks on people and so on was sharply decreased, but as soon as the meditation stopped, everything returns. Summing up all that has been said, I would like to note that when people unite around a single goal, even a fantasy becomes a reality, because in this case, certain laws of physics come into force, which modern science has already fixed, but cannot still explain them. Thank you very much, friends.
Thank you very much for disclosing the topic, the value of attention. Attention is really a very important resource any human has, and he has the right to choose where to invest it. Now we suggest you watching a short video on this subject.
Navigate home.
You left the road.
Well, going home now.
You left the road.
Yes, Siroga, hi. I'm driving home. Are you guys partying like you always do? How about I'll drop in your place? Okay, sure, just wait for me.
You left the road. You arrived.
The topic of the value of a human's attention is directly correlated to protection from magic. Today there are so many suggestions on how a person can protect himself from any kind of external magical influence. But the whole paradox is that we are offered to protect ourselves from magic, again with the help of the same magic. What does it lead to? And can a person protect himself from magic influence even if he does not believe in it? Our next speaker will tell us about this. Tatiana, the floor is yours.
People intuitively feel that magic really exists, and therefore want to protect themselves from the invisible effects of magic. But what methods do they use in order to achieve that? There are many advertised ways to protect against magic by using magic: purges, talismans, protection rites. But let's see how it really works. During the Kaleidoscope today, we have found out that every magical ritual is a contract with invisible beings, for which people pay with their life energy. It turns out that defending oneself from magical influences with the help of the same magical techniques, a person turns to the same subtle material beings only with another request, with the request to protect oneself. Only the payment for their services remains the same, your life energy. So, should such protection methods be used then? Do you protect yourself in this way? And there is another paradox of such protection against magic with the help of magic. Imagine this situation: one mage trying to influence another person resorts to the help of invisible beings. That person, in turn, defending himself from this influence, also turns for help to the invisible beings. It turns out that there is a confrontation of subtle material beings on the invisible side, and according to all the rules of the material world, the strongest wins. That is, to protect against the influence of invisible beings, you need to seek the help of stronger beings. And as you remember, they accept payment only in one currency, your life energy. What happens here? By turning to mage for protection from magic, a person will in fact fall under the influence of a stronger being who will continue to devour him. After all, for the system of the animal mind, it doesn't matter through what devil will the energy from a person pass to the system. This is important for the demons themselves, so if they take a person under their care, some of the energy coming from a person will remain with the demon, which will allow him to grow in the hierarchy. And for them, this is the most important thing demons can find with each other for human energy. Someone will lose, someone will win, but clearly in this competition the animal mind system will win, and a person will lose. So the question arises, isn't this sort of protection even more expensive? There is another way to protect against magic that people talk about. The way is sort of, I don't believe in magic, so it can't affect me. But let's find out, doesn't a person really believe in magic?
But it's interesting that many people, let's assume, say that, oh, I don't believe in magic, for example. Does the fact that a person said that, I don't believe, actually guarantee him a protection from...
From what?
From hacks, say, from jinx, from the influence of third forces on him? Just, I don't believe.
That doesn't guarantee him anything, because it's the demons in his head that say, I don't believe in magic. I do not believe in demons. I do not believe in God. I believe in the mind. But what is the difference? Whatever we call it, the essence will not change. Well, these are just epithets of the same thing. A person doesn't believe in magic, but at the same time, he always wants to, or for example, he always starts instilling in himself that I'm the best, I'm the strongest, right? It's fashionable right now, as they say. Instead of being like this, he starts instilling this in himself, as if by changing his attitude towards himself, by instilling this, he would change. Well, these are again stupidities and mindsets.
What do we all do when a black cat runs across the road? Aren't we making a wish for the chimes or blowing out the candles on the cake? Aren't we trying to materialize thought forms by imagining what is so desirable for us? Isn't this mundane magic? Magic really works, regardless of whether a person believes in it or not. Investing the power of attention in the image to perform any action in the material world is magic. We all practice magic to one or another degree every day. As physics, it works according to clear laws. The study of these laws has always been conducted in secret and not advertised, but magic itself is constantly present in everyone's life. To do it, you need an image plus desire, the power of human attention. If you don't know something, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Ignorance of the law does not absolve one from responsibility. It is important for a person to understand what is happening in the visible world, but it's even more important to understand what is happening at the invisible level of perception, according to which laws the invisible world lives, not in order to practice magic, but in order to understand how to preserve your life energy, and therefore life, and not become dependent on negative forces.
Queridos espectadores, ahora
Dear viewers, now we invite you to dive a little bit in history and listen to our next speaker, Natalia, who will tell you about how magic was born. Natalia, I give you the floor.
I'm happy to greet you, friends. What would you like to see? How you would like to envision yourself? The answer is what here is in your hand. A shaman will come and conduct some ritual. So welcome to the Upper Paleolithic. It's the time when the magic emerged. The Paleolithic people were the first ones to perform ritual behavior. They did it in cave sanctuaries, shamanism, and burial of the dead. According to the anthropologist James Fraser, magic promoted the ordinary member of the tribe to a more prestigious social level. Further, on the expedition through the creative cultures of Catalhuyuk, it's the creative culture Göbekli Tepe, Hadjilar, Cucuteni, Tripolia. We can see in these cultures how peaceful people were with spiritual development. From the very beginning, from the threshold of the 4th millennia BC, we can see the Sumerian society and the consumerist format there with violence and division, where the power of attention, of people's attention, was invested in performing actions in the material world. On our screen, there is an instruction for mages, how priests were using supernatural powers, which underlie mage, and Proclus was the one to write about this. Mage is a word represented in the languages of ancient Persians, ancient Greeks, and in Latin. The word mage became the name of a person who possesses secret knowledge and power similar to Persian magus. The word goes back to the Proto-Indo-European root mag, which means to have power, to be able. Many European words are derived from this root, meaning to be able, to have an ability. Having the ability are gifted people who possessed certain power. In ancient Persia, according to a legend, when the first people drank the milk of the white-haired goat, Mashia said to Mashiana, the first man said to the first women, "My delight was owing to it when I had not devoured this milk, but now that I drank it, my delight became less delightful and my body fell ill." That second false speech enhanced the power of demons. So basically, Mashiach performed the magical ritual. Mashiach and Mashiana became so powerless that for a long time they couldn't perform what they were supposed to. Now we read the Sumerian tablet as an example for behavior of the population. The younger gods come to Enki to make sacrifices. As a reward, they receive some of their allotted meh, vital energy or vital force. In Zoroastrianism, the first people threw one handful of the first meat into the fire, saying, "This is the share of fire." And they threw the second into the sky, saying, "This is the share of gods." But a vulture bird flew past them and snatched away this meat, while the first one was eaten by a dog. This is actually an allegory of wasting the powers of a lot of magic in the material world, on what is food for the material system. For you, the fulfillment of desires for priests is just, gold and slaves. This is what priests get, but who pays for everything? As stated in the Sumerian edifying text, the wise advice, "Do not avoid your sacrifices, your prayers go up to heaven." Sumerologists Rosengarten and Van Dyck have identified images of a pure sacred object in Sumerian and Old Babylonian incantations. This is the underground, actually the heat of magical rituals. According to the conclusions of sociologist Herbert Spencer, he's from England, the background of magic practices is in the acquisition of power over a living person, over the souls of deceased people, and over supernatural supernatural acts. A popular magic incantation in various cultures since the Sumerian time is how to curse an enemy, someone who is successful, who is envied and hated. Number one, list of the names of your enemies. You first list them. Then, the second step, you complain about the offender to gods. The third step is that you have to sign that a deity will help the one who conducts this appeal. The stage 4 is that you indicate a specific part of your enemy's body. Then you add more obscure words. This is actually what we see in the screen now. The 6th step is to draw a mummy or any other image of the one who is cursed. Number 7 is you can write the text backwards. Step number 8, you roll it up. You roll this course up several times. Ninth step is by means of spells on clay crocs. You break these crocs. And the step number 10, you put the spell in a damp place underground where gods used to live. So friends, these 10 steps to success, so-called, were gave him as an insight, and during the historical events, what did people actually invest their attention in the soul and deeper inner feelings, or focused it on thoughts, emotions from the animal nature? What people actually chose determined the ideas about a person's ability to influence the forces of nature, objects, and other people's destinies. The topic is now developed by our friend Kano. Hello, Kano, I give the floor to you.
Hello, Natalie.
Hello, Kano, we can hear you. The floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. Sorry about that hitch. Greetings, everyone. I feel quite honored to speak on this topic of how magic developed in religious rituals, religious cults, and then why religious rituals were borrowed from ancient magic. It is known that in most religions, Christianity, Islam, Judaism, or Buddhism, magic is associated with idolatry. Christianity, for example, forbids magic in its Mosaic code. In the books of Exodus, chapter 22, verses 18, and Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 9 to 13. So the question we ask is, how then is it that magic developed in religious cults? And why should religious rituals be borrowed from ancient magic? It is as good as we are asking the question, what is the relationship between magic and religion? Magic and religion, religion most of the times we designate magic as superstitious, as prohibitive, but magic and religion possess many fundamental likeness. Both of them share this symbolic sacrament. They have rites for initiate. They share or offer what I'll call mystical cleansing of sin. And both of them also promise personal aesthetic feeling as well as physical healing. Now, we could trace this all-important question further to man's worldview about nature and his relationship to it. what we know is that man has always viewed his relationship with nature as interpersonal. Nature is not seen as a dead matter, but as a living consciousness, a universal mind, if you like. There are spirits, so it is believed, spirits and elemental beings that live inside physical objects, that is, that live in human bodies, in plants, in animals, in rocks, and even in stars. And they control their behavior. The sky, the clouds, landscapes, mountains, trees, and rivers are experienced as living animate entities that are equipped with mental capabilities. It's also believed that there are gods, ghosts, demons that connect all that exists to the invisible worlds, and with all this complicated network of influences, so that whenever there were natural incidents such as drought and famine, or storms and flooding, even epidemics, these are always interpreted as communications from the supernatural through the agencies of these gods, demons, or ghosts, even magicians and other physical agents. So in order to avoid danger, man offers sacrifices of plants, of animals, drinks, and even human blood to these supernatural powers. It is believed that these powers could be influenced to work for man. So in essence, the sacrifices that man offers are the rent that he pays for living in the world, enjoying the bounties from it, and then the comfort as well as to avoid its dangers. That will take us to asking the further question about what happened in history. We take example of the ancient Aztecs. They were worshippers of the sun god. The Aztecs had slaughtered many men, women, and children, to the sun god. They believed that until they fed the sun with smokes and human blood, that the sun will burn its energy out, and if this energy is not restored, that eventually the world will be destroyed. So that was what led to their having to wage wars and then killing so many people in order to restore the energy of the sun and to preserve the world. And we could take more examples through Thailand. When Buddhism spread to Thai farmers, many of them fed and housed the Buddhist monk. Even some of them sponsored and became Buddhist monks themselves. Why? Because they saw some magical powers exhibited by the monks, which they wanted for themselves. You see, for these farmers, if the Sangai ritual code, could increase chances of prosperity, and then the Pali text, also worked as magic spell to ward off dangers and illnesses, then of course, for them, Buddhism was a sure way to bringing in wealth and prosperity to their town. And that takes me to Egypt. The ancient Egyptians, for them, magic was that pervasive but coercive power by which the world and mankind were created, maintained, and ruled. The Egyptians used magic for curative medicine as well as for preventive medicine, in making spells against scorpion, against snakes, crocodile, the evil eye, and even against spread of disease spreading demons. You see, they could also use magic to, influence physical objects directly through the efforts of thought, will, through their wishes, and even through their words. They could also, harm or improve people's lives and health, through prayer, through magical spells, or like I said before, through their words, as well as they could manipulate people through physical objects that are in close contact with these people, such as their hair, their clothes, or even shadows. So you see, it is a tempting power and knowledge which the priests and magicians of the Egyptians, reserved exclusively for themselves as a means to, control, dominate, possess, and dictate, as well as a means to suppress life and replace it with mysticism and what could be called illusory false security. And we could now ask the question, why should or why did religious rituals have to borrow from ancient magic? And the answer is simple. The answer is simple. First, magic, generally works on symbols which have been proved to have much more significant impact, or if you like, influence on the humans than mere concepts or words. And then secondly, people are thrilled, by magical events that tend to violate non-physical, biological, or psychological laws. This gives power and influence to the practitioners of this magic to influence and manipulate not just physical objects, but even their human victims. So you can see there is a correlation between magic, religion, and politics, or if you like, power. You see, practitioners of ritual power who are at the center of political and social power usually determine what is accepted as miracle and what is rejected as magic. So we could say in a nutshell that they set the benchmark. And having said this, in conclusion, magic is nothing but just magic, a game of consciousness. And the current consumer format of society does its best to substitute the highest spiritual values for lower passions. And we must note that nature suffers no vacuum. So by losing sight of spiritual high values, we only give rooms for low passions to arise. Yes, there are no doubts that there are conscious forces of the astral plane who thrive on currents of living life energies. There are ghosts, there are demons, there are ghosts, there are vampires, incubi, succubi. There are all elemental furies, all testing for life. But all of them, they depend on our precious current or life energy to subsist. Therefore, they will give everything in order to gain our attention. But just as the historians and psychiatrists had observed, it takes a certain element of voluntary self-surrender to be dominated even by the devil. So you see, the less we feel or the less control we feel about our circumstances, the more we entrust our fates to the magical agents of magical power, and then that is at the expense of our life energies. So, what to do? Just guard your thoughts. That's all. Guard your thoughts. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you for your time.
Well, if we look today
Also,
at any religion, there are a lot of magic rituals in it.
yes, exactly.
Why is that so? Here is a simple question. After all, religion denies magic.
How did it happen that they actually deny magic, but at some point they themselves use these magical rituals?
Well, in fact, we have already mentioned, and more than once, that any religious organization is primarily an organization. And in any organization, financial interest predominates.
Demand.
What does any organization need? It is the number of buyers, to put it simply. A stable number of them. A good, solid corporation that can grow. But it can only grow when there is demand for its goods. Can one trade God? No. It's impossible. Yet one has to live somehow. And thus it happens, instead of gathering as a community, even if you need to build temples, they've built temples in their free time. People serve God, both who teach the word of God and those who accept it, right? Meaning, this is a normal community, this is a normal relationship between a human and God. God must occupy, or let's say, the spiritual path must occupy 24 hours a day. It cannot be somewhat discreet, like we went and attend a service or perform the prayer service while the rest of the time we serve Satan. That means you're on the Satan's side. In no way you will be on God's side. But again, the person to whom God gives nothing, and this person on the side of consciousness, where demons whisper to him, since God, the one you believe in, is omnipotent, He must be giving you something. He must solve your issues. He must give you life which is better than other people have. Well, how are you different from others if you believe in God, right? But if you don't get anything from Him, what kind of God is that?
Everything is equal there, yes.
Well, of course, everything is equal. And this paradox has led to the fact that people began to transform the knowledge into religions and teachings, and this transformation happened with a mixture of magic in addition. Why? Because magic, well, as we already said in the previous programs,
Such an enculturation, right?
has existed for a long time. Well, of course, enculturation also plays a very important role when people lived by certain rules, when magic was natural to them, when completely different formats dominated, and here people came and imposed some religion on them. But without these rituals which gave them something, they would not have perceived it, sort of, let them be for a while, and then we will exclude them. Then they saw that this brought profit. Well, how can a corporation give up profits?
And now, friends, we have considered with you such important questions. What is magic in its essence? Have opened a veil on the invisible world. It exists whether we believe it or not, and affects the life of each person. We have a little deeper understanding of who are third forces or essences, shadows, and that they feed exclusively on the life energy of a person. Mages do not have their own power. They are held by shadows, taking the energy of life in return. Where a person gives his attention each day, that's what he gets in the end. It is up to him to decide where he wants to direct his life energy. The choice is up to the individual. What is the real consequences of practicing magic? We will answer this question together with you in the second part of this Kaleidoscope of Facts. Stay with us. There's a lot of interesting waiting for us.
Why do many people seek to know the so-called spiritual knowledge in quotation marks? In fact, they seek to learn magic to possess some kind of hidden divine power that will allow them to have power over other people in three-dimensionality. But this directly contradicts the spiritual world. In the spiritual world, the concept of power does not exist. It is precisely freedom from all these three-dimensional problems there. Why? Because there is no evil there, no grief there, no envy. Happiness and freedom are there. It's hard for people to understand this, being enslaved by consciousness, because for a person who lives by the laws of this three-dimensional world, for him a real freedom is when he can do what he wants. For him the real power is when he can secretly influence someone. That is magic, that's ordinary magic. When people are afraid of him, when he is respected, when he is rich, independent, and he doesn't give a hoot that it lasts a very short period of time. Why? Because consciousness tells him, but you have achieved everything. Or, most often the consciousness says, you will study, you will learn this, secret knowledge, magic, and you will possess it. But as a rule, it does not give this knowledge to people. It only promises it to them. Although the system gives many of its adherents both earthly power and wealth, even health to some of them. But it takes more later.
Thank you to all participants for such a detailed disclosure of the essence of magic. Next, we propose to consider the practical side of magic. What are the working signs? What influence they have on a person? Whether the attributes have power? What is the meaning of magical rituals? The mechanisms of remote influence. We will learn about blood magic and sacrifices. What are the consequences of practicing magic? And the most importantly, we will answer the most important question that people ask in search engines. How to protect themselves from magic? And to begin with, Adrian will talk about the energetic structure of a person and what role it plays in magical influences.
Hola amigos, los antiguos han dejado huellas y conocimientos para todos nosotros.
Hello friends, the ancients have left traces of knowledge for us all over the world. The knowledge of the energy construction and its four essences are found on almost every continent and displayed in various artifacts. As we already know, man has an invisible energy structure with its four essences. It has a pyramidal shape. The essences are energy informational structures and play an important role both in a person's life and in his after-death destiny. They have tremendous capabilities and are connected to other dimensions where interactions occur at a subtle energy level. Due to the essences, people can feel each other, can pass information to each other non-verbally. Each of essences has a specific function. For example, man's right essence is very closely connected to this material world. The main emotional characteristics of its manifestation with the animal nature domination in a person are aggression, dejection, or fear. Characteristics of the left essence are cunning, dexterity, pride, deception, and temptation. It is a clever, teacherous sense that will present everything as it best, just to distract man from what is important. The back essence is a sort of portal. It is an observer of the present and a chronicler of the past. It is related to the present and the past of the person. The front essence is related to the person's life here and now, his movement from present to the future. It is a kind of vector, a pointer of life's path. This essence is responsible for man's self-development, for spiritual movement. It carries a kind of emotional coloring of faith, spiritual love, hope for the future. All four essences induce for the birth of certain thoughts, corresponding to different bursts of certain emotional states, but the essences support and develop only those thoughts that are chosen by the personality. Man has the choice as to which thoughts or which essence to prefer and give his attention. Simply put, whom to listen to. But as soon as he makes his choice, gives preference to some thoughts, there begins the intensive activity of this or that essence, which induces the arising of these thoughts. Let's watch the video.
And there is another thing that people feel other people's eyes on them. And they say that, well, people used to say cheeks are burning, for example, or ears are burning, that even research was carried out on how people feel other person's eyes on them.
Both other person's gaze and when he is being thought of, especially with investing attention, a person can feel this. Well, the answers are in this book, in Alatra. This is work of the structure of the essence and so on. From time immemorial this has been known. Since the beginning of time all this has been used. But if we are to speak the language in which human structure is described in the book Alatra, the back and the left essences, the back and the right, react very easily and again precisely with the help of these essences. Some magic techniques are used. But what's the difference? The structure is the structure. And with their help, people both feel and transmit something, well, just like SMS via modern gadgets. When thinking of someone, a person starts feeling that he is being thought of.
Yes.
It exists, of course. This is tried physics.
Right. In addition to this, they say that people feel exactly this area of the back of the head when someone is staring at them with a certain...
Well, it takes place if there is a direct look at them. This means when a person is in front of the one who's looking at him from behind, and the person might feel this stare if the one is paying his attention. But this attention should be invested along with some desire, either, pardon me, with lust or with harm. Whereas if someone is just looking at the hairdo, the person won't feel this. Some powers must be involved here, energy must be spent. Then this is felt.
The mechanisms of impact from the invisible world can be very diverse. If a person is in the condition of the animal nature, it is enough to provoke him in such an invisible way, with the help of lateral essences, to a negative outburst, so that he opens up, get out of balance. In other words, to get into resonance with him, and then using his own energy to directly impact his side essences. As we have heard from the video, the lateral essences, right and left, in man, as well as the back essence, with its base of information about the past, perform more of a psychic function in working with the corresponding essences of other people and also play a leading role in activating the animal nature in man. By the way, the processes of so-called covert influence, manipulating of consciousness, infecting the masses with the ideas that stimulate aggression, anger, negative emotions in people, are connected with activation of the eponymous right essences in people. But if a person trains these essences to discipline, strictly controls his thoughts, emotions, does not approve negativity, firmly adheres to the spiritual direction, he will gain the effective assistants who are perfectly oriented in the world of subtle matter and have a multidimensional connection with the same essences of other people. This connection is realized regardless of time and space. Thank you.
Здравствуйте, друзья!
Greetings, friends.
С древних времен
Since ancient times, people have known how important it is with which signs and symbols we surround our living space. After all, it is information that, in one way or another, affects our subconsciousness, positively, constructively, or negatively, destructively, and therefore it affects our destiny and the destiny of future generations. There are 18 working signs in the world, 9 positive, constructive, brought in from the spiritual world, and 9 negative, brought in from the animal mind. These signs are active by themselves, that is, they're endowed with power and they interact with the surrounding visible and invisible worlds and affect a person regardless of whether he knows about this influence or not. The Allatra book says that signs and symbols were used in some cases to convey knowledge and in other cases to influence the one who looks at them. Today we will have a closer look at some of them. The influence of working signs occurs at an invisible level, and you can understand this knowing how a person is arranged. In addition to the visible physical body, a person also has a complex multidimensional energy structure in the invisible world consisting of 4 essences. So negative signs affect the subconscious and activate the back essence, which contains all the patterns of a person, memories, fears, and so on. And the back one activates the work of the lateral essences, left and right ones, and this leads to oppressed states, a narrowing of consciousness, a state of fear, hopelessness, and causes servile behavior. Positive signs work in a completely different way. They activate the work of the front essence. It is responsible for the connection of a personality with the soul and the spiritual self-development of a person. And they also activate the back essence, but in its positive manifestation, due to which a positive energy surge occurs in a person. He gets an expanded state of consciousness, his mood improves, and faith in the future appears. And one of the strongest positive signs is a working sign Allatra. It is aimed at creation and allows you to accumulate and multiply the power of Allat, the power of God, but it is impossible to get power from it if the person is not in the position of the observer from the spiritual nature, unlike, for example, from the star sign. The 5-pointed star or pentagram, as it is called in esotericism, is a positive working sign that manifests itself at the level of the 5th dimension. Due to the loss of knowledge, people began to consider the star with the top upward as a sign of a white mage, and the star with the top downward as a sign of a black mage. This division arose due to the use of the creative power of Allat available through this sign for negative purposes. The star sign only gives a positive impetus for any kind of change, a surge of energy, and it is a matter of human choice where people direct it afterwards. But, in fact, whether it's upwards or downwards, this sign will still be a creative sign. An interesting example of the meaning of the spiraling movement of energies is the swastika. Depending on the direction of its movement, to the right or to the left, it can have both, either positive or negative effects. With regard to the essences located in the human energy structure, it should be said that the front essence rotates clockwise, the lateral essences, left and right ones, rotate counterclockwise. From here, you can understand how the image of an aggressive reverse swastika affects the state of a person, even if this image is camouflaged in ornamental patterns, for example, in religious institutions. One of the clearest examples of the influence of the reverse swastika on people is the swastika of Hitler's Germany, and what this led to, everyone already knows very well. Another well-known sign is a hexagram, an attribute of many majors. In fact, it is an overlap of 2 equilateral triangles with apex down and apex up. Since ancient times, it was portrayed in different variations depending on what goal was pursued. If in this symbol the main upper is a white triangle with the top down, and under it picking out a black triangle with the top up, this means the primacy of the spiritual world over the material world in the first 6 dimensions. And if the triangle with the top up overlaps the triangle with the top down, it means the dominance of the material world over the spiritual world, the magical influence on matter from the 6th dimension. If the sign was depicted simply without indicating the dominant triangle, then it was also called an inverted sign, because in it the triangles of the front and back essences were reversed and the lateral essences were dominant. It also meant crossing out a rhombus, one of the symbols of a person's spiritual transformation. In ancient times, such a symbol was used mainly in black magic. This symbol is now widely known as the Star of David. Knowing about the influence of signs, a person can organize his living space in such a way that the signs that he sees help him in his spiritual development, and thus would make him much freer, happier, more joyful, give rise to a spiritual surge, protect, if necessary, from forces of the invisible world, rather than oppressing, complicating his life, provoking him to be a hostage to his fears and desires. It is important to surround not only the personal space of a person with positive signs, but also the space of temples, public places, places of large crowds in cities. And also, as it has already been mentioned, the most important and strongest positive sign is the Allatra sign. Let us find out more about it. Thank you.
Since ancient times, people have had the knowledge about the influence of signs on the surrounding space. After all, what is an active sign? It is a huge amount of information compressed to a certain sign. And people understood what information the sign carried in itself, depending on who had placed it and where. In many artifacts of ancient civilization, as well as cave paintings on every continent, we often find one and the same sign, the Allatra sign. We can see the Allatra sign held a special significance in people's lives. It is represented by a circle and a crescent with its horns pointing upwards. What is expressed by the Allatra sign is actually the primordial sound itself. The Allatra sign is a permanently active sign. It works above the 6th dimension. Thus, it protects a person from negative influences, because any influence in the material world is occurring on higher than the 6th dimension. The white sign against a black background protects against negative magical influence. The black sign against a white background, however, activates the spiritual nature in a person. Technical issues, excuse me.
Je důležité poznamenat, že sám znak je neustále aktivní, nezávisle od toho, zda o něm člověk ví a nebo neví. A přitom znak vchází jakoby do rezonance přes energetickou konstrukci.
It's important to note that the sign itself remains constantly active, regardless of whether the person is aware of that or not. That the sign resonates with the person's energy structure and enhances the creative spiritual power in the person.
Úplně jiné znaky, pracující na aktivaci materiální podstaty.
If the person is in a negative state, the sign remains neutral in relation to him. To test the effect of the allatra sign, we conducted the following experiment. We took the blood sample and along with the allatra sign, we put it in a screening box, which eliminated 4 fundamental interactions: strong, weak, gravitational, and electromagnetic ones. 7 people took part in this experiment, and as a result, in all 7 tests, there were changes both in the blood sample itself, which was protected from outside influence, and also in the person when the blood was taken for the second time. In the image, we can see how previously clumped in columns red blood cells began to disperse when exposed to the sign against a black background. And an even greater improvement in the blood picture occurred when exposed to the sign, allatra sign, against a white background. Thus, we have discovered several interesting facts. The allatra sign has a positive effect on a human blood. This influence is of remote nature and cannot be explained by any type of interaction currently known in physics. Even placing the blood sample in the sign in the Faraday cage did not prevent the impact of the allatra sign through the blood sample on the state of the blood of a person himself, who was outside of the Faraday cage. Let's watch a video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
So, why does activation of these signs occur? We have already explained, well, for visual understanding. Let's imagine such a drum. Everyone knows what a drum looks like. Made of dense, dark paper. Inside it, the paper isn't transparent. Inside it, a little LED is on. And there's a thin slit on its side. Right on its side surface, a very thin slit. This drum has the property of rotation, but it is placed in a very dark box, which is also non-transparent, and on one of its sides there is a very thin slit, and so when we place this drum into this dark box, we turn off the light. It is dark in our room. We look through this slit, it is dark. The dark side of the drum is facing us, and when a turn of the spiral occurs, and at a certain moment, when this slit cut in the drum coincides with this slit cut in the box in which the drum is placed, what do we see at a certain time? The light radiated by this LED.
That opens a portal of this.
Absolutely right. Opening of the portal, meaning alignment of certain conditions, makes the light of the LED visible. While here, perception through feelings of this very light that gives life fills a person. That's a simple sign. And what is allatra? In order to understand allatra, I would conduct such a mental experiment. Imagine that we are in a room where there are a lot of bright lights, and all of them are painted in blue, yellow, green, in diverse colors, in red. And for instance, we have a little LED on the table, which radiates a white light. So, the bright lights of various colors, if we look cursorily, we won't see because they will be reflected on this LED, and we won't see its white light. In order for us to see it, we need what? Just to focus. That is, to invest the power of our attention into this LED, and we will see that it radiates white light, although there are different colors around. Why? Because we have focused. Having excluded the rest, we've started seeing the white light. That's how allatra gets activated as well. Meaning, if we direct our attention to it, attention intensifies it, and brings it back in a much greater amount than we have invested there.
Super.
Right, and in addition, allatra has a very interesting feature. If we invest evil into it, evil doesn't return. Well, a bad thought, negative attention. But if we activate this allatra sign with something positive, the positive returns. That's the kind of a portal. Well, of course we can explain this from a physical perspective. Why? Because we won't get into it. Well, let's give a simple example of what was observed and what was observed repeatedly. People have already conducted a lot of experiments when a sign was literally drawn on a paper. Well, how can it affect people, right? So it was hung in the institutions where there were scandals, where there were quarrels, where there were people in general. And a distinct change was observed, meaning it also affects to the point of neutralizing negativity. Well, a color spectrum also plays a role here as well. Many other such points. Because a sign is a sign, they should be treated with respect.
Having embraced the information about the impact of the sign ALLATRA, people began to use the sign, placing it at their homes, workplaces, places of increased traumatization and accidents. And here it is important to understand the purpose and proper use of the ALLATRA sign as a working sign, which has an impact on the person and the surrounding space. You can compare its effect to a radio receiver, which operates on a given frequency and spreads radio waves over a certain distance, or to a street light, which illuminates a certain part of the street. I would like to draw special attention to the fact that the ALLATRA sign is working exactly in the form of an empty circle above an empty crescent, with its horns pointing upwards and with its corners slightly rounded. If any images or symbols are placed in the circle or the crescent, then the sign would stop being a working sign. It will become just an informative symbol, like any other two-dimensional text. The working of the sign is nothing but pure physics. When the emptiness of the sign is filled with anything, any image, the quantum interactions between the sign and the world are disrupted. In other words, it is already filled in, and it is nothing more than an information-carrying picture, a symbol. The color combinations are also important. The black sign and a white background, or a black background and the white sign. Since maximum contrast is important, and it can be achieved by combining white and black colors, this is related to the quantum interaction between the sign and the surrounding space.
Thank you very much, Marketa. It is very interesting to learn about the working signs and their effect not only on the physics of space, but also, of course, on people. Now, I give the floor to Pedro, who will tell us about the energy of life, which our entire world was created with and exists.
Sí, hola a todos.
Здравствуйте, друзья. Hello, friends.
Lo importante es que aprendamos a gestionar nuestra atención e invertirla en lo positivo y espiritualmente fructífero, porque detrás de la atención está la energía de la vida. La energía de la vida es alar. El concepto mismo de alar.
How important it is for us to learn how to manage our attention, invest it in the positive things which bring spiritual fruits. Because behind the attention lies the energy of life. Allah is exactly the energy of life. The very notion Allah is quite ancient. In the past, the Allah sign is the form of a crescent with its horns up, was used to indicate the presence of divine force in this or that phenomena. It also denotes a common union, the forerunner of time. Allah has multiple manifestations. In scientific understanding, Allah is a single unit of time, which has a great importance for all matter. If we use modern indication of earthly time, and Allah makes up to 12 minutes, or more precisely 11 minutes, 6.74 seconds. The ancients left traces of knowledge for us all over the world. The sign of Allah is found on almost every continent and is displayed in various artifacts. Everything in this world, whether it is matter or energy, including time, exists only thanks to Allah, from the book of Anastasia Novych. This power has been considered from ancient times as the feminine aspect of divine power. It facilitated to awaken in a human the powerful and creative power of a spiritual love, which cannot be even closely compared to any physical sensations or manifestations of raw energy. To learn more about this uniqueness of the power of Allah and mentions about it in antiquity, refer to books by Anastasia Novik. And the energy which provides the force necessary for the work of the human body is called prana. Prana is the energy which person acquires at the moment of his conceiving. The amount of prana determines the terms of his life. In this picture of the soul, which we managed to photograph in its transitional state, we can clearly see the egg shell. It consists of red color, which is the remainder of vital energy prana. As we can see, prana is a peculiar layer between the energy of the soul and the material world. Actually, it does not replenish itself independently, but it is a very powerful and effective force, which is why it is valuable. Prana for our body is like petrol for a car. If we drive calmly, the consumption has one amount. If we force, the fuel ends very quickly. In other words, prana is spent during life, and when it runs out, the human body dies. When a person is on a wave of the animal mind, in the other words, in the negative or stressful states, when he is nervous and anxious, prana of a person is spent much faster. During emotional states, performance of actors, sportsmen, where there is a big display of emotions, when there is a big crowd of people, when they are depressed and tired, prana is also spent intensively. In our task in life is, as long as we have prana, is to awaken the creative power of Allah within us. In other words, to learn unconditional love, and thanks to this power, through spiritual work on ourselves, to achieve the spiritual merge with the soul and liberation from the material world. The Allah is the basic energy from which all the energies that are inherent in this world come. That's why it is called the energy of life. But if human wastes his life force on his animal, on the realization of material desires, he is literally engaged in domestic magic, about which our speaker spoke earlier. And such manifestations as flirting, power, manipulation are also magic, which takes energy. If Allah is used for the realizing of material desires, it turns into anti-Allah, by means of which the entire material world exists. And if it is used for the growth of one's souls, completely different laws come into play here, the laws of the spiritual world. And if during the existence of our body, which lives by means of prana, there is a synthesis of the power of thought, the soul of energy of life, then a completely new spiritual being is born, on which the laws of matter is to act. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Petro. Next, we offer to your attention the trailer for the next Kaleidoscope of Facts, which will take place on January 13th, 2021. The topic is Person and the Universe. Have you ever wondered how the universe, with hundreds of billions of galaxies, came into existence? What underlies the origin of all matter, and what did the ancients know about it? We invite everyone to join the team of volunteers of the International Public Movement Alatra for a joint study to this question. So let's watch the trailer.
Вселенная. Миллиарды галактик. В каждой сотни миллиардов звезд. Задумывались ли вы, как она появилась? Это случайность или чей-то замысел? Вселенная постоянно ускоряется и расширяется. Что находится за ее пределами? Что лежит в основе зарождения всей материи? И что знали об этом в древности? Сколько неизведанного? Мультивселенная, черные дыры, темная энергия, циклические процессы во Вселенной. Как они влияют на звезды, планеты и на жизнь каждого человека? Солнечная активность. Защита или угроза? 10-я планета Солнечной системы. Палеоконтакт. Что мы об этом знаем? Тесла, Бартини. Откуда они черпали информацию для своих эпохальных открытий? Что поможет нам совершить эволюционный скачок как цивилизации? Миссия человека и человечества во Вселенной. История Вселенной — это история каждого из нас. Давайте вместе искать ответы на эти вопросы. 13 января «Калейдоскоп фактов. Человек и Вселенная». Пришло время вернуть правду людям. Организовано участниками проекта из Германии и Белоруссии.
An inseparable part of magic is various magical paraphernalia. Let's consider what it represents. Does it have any power of its own? Our next speakers will tell us in detail about this. I give the floor to Regina, please.
Hello. Today, the echoes of working science have come down to us throughout various attributes. Clothes with certain patterns and inscriptions, amulets, and all sorts of objects with signs and symbols. And this is an essential part of magic. Magic attributes can be called items that are necessary for rituals, spells, and other magical practices. It can be amulets, talismans, altars, candles, cards, runes, stones, etc. Having started searching for the information on the internet about magic paraphernalia can be even with step-by-step recommendations. The cost of magic items in such stores can increase 10 times compared to their cost. Not bad, huh? The demand for this magic product is quite high, and more people are ready to spend their money on it. And as the saying goes, if there is demand, there will be supply. Moreover, this business is aimed both on the layman who wants to hand himself with talismans and furnish his apartment with all kinds of amulets, if only it would help, as well as at the mages who want to make an enchanting expression on their client. On the internet, you can even find specific recommendations on what attributes every self-respecting mage should have. As they say, it's customary to meet by dress. Well, it's another question whether the attributes have any power, and we would like to suggest watching an excerpt from the program with participation of Igor Mikhailovich about magic.
The attributes don't play any part. Attributes just indicate affiliation to somewhere and to someone. But if a person, let's say so, doesn't know what your sign is and what it is for, then it might be merely some jewelry or something else. You see, it's nothing for him. So, but on the other hand, if they wear various skulls and something specific like this, well, of course, this attracts attention, this makes one open up in some way, well, provoke fear. And what is the main thing here? An emotion, and the following resonance. And an emotion can be provoked by hanging these skulls, feathers, well, something else all over yourself, just like they often use it in magic, right? It doesn't have to be some intensive ritual. If his appearance makes him scary to look at, a person gets scared, and if he does, there is already an investment of attention.
Emotion.
And of course, now he opens up before him, and it's simpler for that one to resonate with him in order for demons to enter. And then he becomes a part of his food, meaning, in this case, a mage is a conductor between the demonic world and this. Well, in this case, it's already a hamburger or a goat, let's put it so, that is being used.
Если же рассматривать религиозную атрибутику, то в ней также можно найти отголоски магии. Находясь в мире материальном, мы склонны материализовывать и веру. Отсюда и появляется необходимость демонстрировать то, во что мы верим. У представителей каждой религии есть свои символы, талисманы и обереги. Православное христианство отличает кресты с распятием, иконы со святыми, ладанки. Нередко можно встретить автомобили с иконками на торпеде для защиты владельца и самого авто от аварии, или же охранную молитву на выходе из дома. Католики используют крестики, но уже без распятия, которые часто служат просто ювелирным украшением. Если говорить про Ватикан, то там, в сувенирных магазинах, помимо обычных товаров, можно найти и религиозные. Четки, бутыльки со святой водой, различную атрибутику с изображениями папы римского Франциска и многое другое. Вследствие невероятного микса культур и верований талисманы в исламе крайне многообразны по происхождению и воплощению. Многие мусульманские талисманы старше самого
Talismans in Islam are extremely diverse in origin and incarnation. Many Muslim talismans are at least several millennia older than Islam itself. Believers do not welcome them, but they are not particularly condemned either. The ancient amulet Hamsa, in the form of an open palm, is charged and affects the destiny of a person as well as protects against the evil eye and evil spirits. It is sold for decoration of the house, car, or as a jewelry item. The amulet is also common among Jews, where Hamsa often decorated with prayers for protection. It is worth mentioning about the mezuzah, which is placed in a special way on the doors of the house, office, store, which is important element of the interior and protects it. Also in Israel, there are different religions paraphernalia in great demand among pilgrims and ordinary tourists. Icons from Jerusalem are quoted very highly. After all, they are believed to have miraculous powers. A talisman that protects against negative influence is the red thread illuminated on Rachel's grave, and it is tied on the wrist on the left hand in 7 knots, wishing health, love, and good luck. In Buddhism, there are very many components and amulets. An image of Buddha, the Heart of Sutra, is an image of Dalai Lama. And I'm passing the floor to the next speaker.
Здравствуйте. С каждым видом деятельности связана своя атрибутика.
Greetings. With every activity has its own paraphernalia, and in psychology there are very popular instruments, metaphoric associative cards. This is a common tool. These cards allow a person through images and associations arising in the consciousness to understand and eliminate the causes of the life situations that bother him, to quickly change the situations in relationships, family, work, etc. Psychologists work with several decks focusing on the client, his condition and his request. They often use the tarot cards as a working deck. There are a large number of techniques of working with cards, and each psychologist can choose the more suitable option for themselves and for the client. These MAC cards are used not only in individual work but also in group psychotherapy, in various trainings and team building sessions and coaching. Another tool which is very popular is so-called wish maps. The wish maps are based on the technique of visualization. It is believed that if you really want something, you need to visualize an image of what you want as accurately as possible, and it it's even better if you have a picture or a photograph of this. There is a reasonable explanation of visualization in psychology. By creating images, you work with your subconsciousness. Moreover, the images must evoke bright, positive emotions. Thereby, you mentally program yourself for success and choose these desires that lead you to the desired goal. Besides visualization, reciting of affirmations is also used. This is the same as auto-training. And clients, they request their requests associated either with archiving material desires or with establishing relationship. But the whole point is that if you want to change something in your life, it's necessary to not to look at the images in your head or to the picture in the pictures, but to repeat affirmations and to solve problems by ordinary actions, by earning money, buy the desirable car, to build relationships with loved ones. We have to do it by our own. And now I would like to watch a video.
So people ask the following question: do various attributes, a person's affiliation to a certain order, or to various trends, movements, religious denominations with usage of signs and symbols give any kind of power to people or not?
Meaning what they wear as insignia, right?
Yes.
Does it have any kind of power? Guys, this doesn't have any power. Plainly. The power of the human, the real power of the human, lies in his attention. And for instance, can the spiritual oppose the dead? It can, easily. If a person is alive, if he's with the spiritual world, well, let's say, at least near, his spiritual power increases. It's like a flame, which can... Well, the simplest example for understanding, we take one candle, we have talked about it, enter a room and it's getting brighter. Now imagine 1,000 candles, and we enter this room. It will definitely be brighter. Or a person lit up a candle in the field, it's seen from afar, and he is seen from afar, while little is lit up around him. However, what if there is 1,000 of candles? He will be seen even from a longer distance. 1,000 candles lit up in the field at night will be seen even from outer space. What does it indicate? That power which he gains, right? Because besides him there are an infinite number of angels, with whom he maintains contact. Can some pitiful nothing oppose everything? No, of course, it cannot.
Thank you to all the participants for such a detailed disclosure of the essence of magic. Next, we propose to consider the practical side of magic. What are the working signs? What influence they have on a person? Whether the attributes have power? What is the meaning of magic rituals? The mechanism of remote influence. We will learn about blood magic and sacrifices.
Thank you, Paulina. Today, the speakers provided information about what magic really is, that it is the real and effective. The mage conducting the session accompanies the action with certain ceremonies and rituals, but what is their essence? And the essence of them is just to attract, to concentrate the attention of a person so that he would enter into resonance with the mage who conduct the ritual. At the same time, the opening of a person occurs when he begins to desire. A person opens up in desires. The task of the magical entourage is to attract the attention of a person. The performance of the rituals is often carried out under artificial lighting, which creates a special mood for people. A ritual action is performed in such an environment can cause in people a state of anxiety, excitement, fear, which combined with the person's material desire or his desire to influence someone leads to the resonance between the person watching the magic ritual and the mage who is conducting it. This gains access to the vital energy of a person with the help of which magic is performed, and GPS navigation for directing the magic to a specific person is his name and image, which the one who places an order for magic usually has. To attract the attention of a person who comes to their mages often use various accessories like stones, cards, pendants, rings, amulets, talismans. Sometimes a mage can have an unusual animal, for example with an owl, but there can also be mages restrained in the clothes and in images. Traditionally, the clothes of mage has always been distinguished by the presence of sleeves expanding to the ends, the so-called tau mantle, which got its name from the strong resemblance of a person standing with his arms outstretched to the sides with the Greek letter tau. In such clothes, any gestures become the most expressive, which is very important for non-verbal communication and attracting the attention of a person who has come to the mage for a specific purpose. But why is it so important for the mage conducting a ritual or a rite? And in this case, the key and really acting force is in investment of attention of a person who has come to the mage. The more wispy and mysterious a person is. So let's watch the video from the program about magic with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov about the importance of investments of person attention. Thanks.
What is more important, a ritual or a word?
A word.
Neither ritual nor word is important in magic. It is the investment of attention that is important. That's what is important, where the energy of life is invested. If it is invested in a certain action, the action gets fulfilled. But again, if a mage fulfills it himself, well, a real mage, right? After all, he basically performs that very meditative practice. I mean a real mage, but not some playing around. Whereas those who imitate them, or when it is done in public, then a certain ritual is performed. This ritual should attract attention. It should, let's just say, cause a person to open up, that is, to attract him by an action, a sound, or something else. Well, similarly to some kind of service or whatever else.
Divine services.
I mean, in this case, yes.
Ritual actions, yes.
A ritual action takes place, doesn't matter whether in religion or magic, but a staged action takes place. And this staged action, just like a theatrical form, makes a person invest attention and open himself up. Open up in order for demons to be able to enter. Nothing more than that. And then people who watch this get involved into this process.
Dobry wieczór wszystkim.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me the word. People are used to expressing their thoughts and desires in words, so it is not surprising that verbal spells are the most popular form of witchcraft among mages. It was very common that witches who knew powerful spells were not in the habit of writing them down, but rather memorizing them by heart. What matters is what's behind the words, not the words themselves. The short range of the word spell allows the mage to quickly concentrate all the energy needed to perform the spell and use it immediately, without holding the energy back, so to say, for too long. As an example, let's consider the famous abracadabra spell. The word abracadabra is believed to have originated at the end of the 2nd century AD, it first appears in the medical treatise De Medicina Precepta, written by Syrian Samanik. Since medicine at that time was closely related to magic, Samanicus told his patients suffering from fever and other illnesses to wear an amulet in the form of a tablet on which abracadabra was written 11 times in a column. At the same time, the last letter in each line was cut off. The result was a triangle. The ritual was supposed to exorcise the evil spirit that caused the disease. But we have found many other versions of the origin of this word. For example, the word abracadabra came from the word abraxas. According to another concept, it in turn comes from the Hebrew Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. According to another hypothesis, it comes from the Aramaic expression abracadabra, which translates just means I will do as I say. It also reminds me of the spell from Harry Potter. It is known that the abracadabra spell was actively used in the Middle Ages by mages, alchemists, and other black mages. However, priests warned that true believers should not pronounce that word, much less write it, as could attract the devil. This turns out to be a contradiction in terms. According to some sources, abracadabra is a divine term, the utterance or writing of which may even protect one from the influence of dark forces. According to the others, it is a magical spell which, on the contrary, attracts these very forces. So at least some interesting facts about the abracadabra spell. Each spell has an individual character. Most black rituals use human hair, fingernails, or blood to curse someone, for example. And it still doesn't seem so cruel to the person being cursed. Hair, nails, and especially blood have a strong energetic effect because they act as a reservoir of information. To put it simply, nails, hair, and blood contain complete information about a person's past and future. One more interesting fact is that the sound also has a great power and influence on a person in magic rituals. But Oksana, our next speaker, will tell you more about this interesting fact. Please, the floor is yours.
We cannot hear the speaker, unfortunately. There is no sound. We are sorry for some technical issues.
Ospravedlňujeme sa, asi menšie technické problémy. Oksana, počuješ nás?
We have certain technical issues. Oksana, can you hear us? We still do not have sound from Oksana. Okay, let's approach the sound from an irrational point of view and consider how sounds are used by mages by yogis, and what is so magical in the nature of sound, or is displayed as physical phenomena. Studying this issue, scientists come to an interesting conclusion. It turned out that a certain set of ordinary sounds creates a wave range, which at a certain moment acquires its density. It fills space around a human and dissolves in it. A person himself describes this state as if he was fascinated by the sound and he lost control of himself. Does the magic of sound affect everyone? In order for an ordinary sound to suddenly become magic, it is necessary that a lot of factors that influence this metamorphosis converge at one point. For example, the timbre, frequency, sound power, the energy content of the sound, its emotional coloring, even the time of the day, the place where the sound is produced, the instrument by which the sound is extracted. The physical state of a person who is exposed to this sound, and of course the person's sensitivity to the influence of this sound, because it is different for every person, and all this must find each other, correspond to each other, and even the usual ringing of a bell might become a completely unusual sound that will find its way to our subconscious. Practitioners and mages themselves explain this phenomenon very simply. In their opinion, sound is a phenomenon that can be classified as a primordial, and so the area that cannot be explained in a rational way. In India, there has been long esoteric knowledge based on the study of sounds and various vibrations. The frequency of such vibrations turns a rainbow colors into pure whiteness, into a single note which is so high that it seems motionless, as if frozen in eternity. To one single sound color force, which perhaps is precisely the Hindu syllable Om, the word mantra, which is considered sacred in the East. The monks sing it in chorus, by the way. According to academicians Abhatrin, a similar sound arises from striking bells in Orthodox churches and the sound of organs in Catholic churches. In folk wisdom, it is also known that the ringing of bells drives away all evil spirits and brings joy to the souls of people. It's a historically known fact as well that when churches all over the country were destroyed during the first 5-year plans in the Soviet Union beginning, all sorts of epidemics began. For example, in Moscow, which has never been exposed to epidemics such as typhus, plague, cholera, influenza, and various acute respiratory infections began after that. So does the magic of sound really exist? Despite the fact that sound can be used as kind of magic influence on human consciousness, in fact, all this and even this magic can be explained by the physical phenomena of sound waves. Perhaps when people manage to understand the detail, the nature of sound, its features, as well as the features of sound perception by a human, then one mystery, over the solution of which humanity has been struggling for more than one day, will become less. Thank you, and now I give the floor to Natalia.
Спасибо большое, Оксана.
Thank you very much, Oksana. Hello, dear friends. Investigating the topic of the use of non-contact influence at a distance in magical rituals, we wondered if there was a myth. The voodoo religion is practiced on the island of Haiti in the Caribbean. Of all the religious prevalent in the world, this one is one of the most mysterious. It is a conglomerate of various religions into a single system. Supposedly, it originated from 6 to 10,000 years ago on the territory of modern Benin. An integral part of this religion are protective talismans, which are usually worn around the neck. Dolls, which were often made to curse someone, were made from cobs of corn, potatoes, plants, clay, or clothing. Followers of this belief argue that a doll gets a connection with the human it symbolizes only after something related to that human, such as a photograph or a lock of hair, is attached to it. Those who practice voodoo are often thought as powerful people who command the spirits to do their will, but in fact, the opposite is true. The voodoo practitioners consider themselves servants of the spirits. Let's watch a short video on the topic of voodoo religion.
Voodoo is a universal power, and everything depends on a person, on how she or he uses it. Unfortunately, yes, voodoo is now being used more often for harm. All creatures from the subtle world, and we as well, need energy. We interact at the level of energies. This has to be understood. The other thing is how we interact. It manifests itself even between people when we give away too much of our energy and then feel awful and start getting sick. It's the same here. They don't need to eat us. After all, very many people consciously call them themselves. They read some kind of incantation or something else and consciously call them. But are you ready to give this creature the energy equal to what you're asking from it? People don't understand this, unfortunately.
Can you reveal the mechanism of impact on a person who is being asked for?
We are talking about sleeping and awakened people. If you're sleeping, you can easily be hooked even by means of techniques of influencing consciousness. It doesn't matter through what kind of forces, energies, demons or angels, but if you are a conscious person, nothing can be done to you.
What kind of force do you work with? I always address the same force, the master and the mistress of the cemetery. In Haitian voodoo, these are Baron Samedi and Maman Brigitte. When did you meet or contact these spirits and realize they were leading you? It happened, I don't remember exactly, probably in 2016, because originally we were involved in Benin voodoo. And then my friend went to Haiti for the first time without me and brought Baron Samedi and Maman Brigitte, as well as Baron Criminal at the same time. When I started working with them, I felt it was for me. African trend also remained. I have a good attitude to it. But the Haitian trend, specifically the cemetery trend, started giving great results. What kind of results? Well, absolutely worldly ones. More money came, orders began to be fulfilled better. It became easier to separate people through quarrels, and love spells started working. Again, I'll put it straight. Whatever witches and sorcerers say on the internet, love spells don't work with anyone at all.
Could you please tell us about the mechanism of a love spell?
How does a love spell work? Good question. I'll tell you in detail. First of all, you should understand the following. Magic can actually enhance or weaken what we already have. Magic cannot do something that cannot possibly exist. Therefore, what love spells are simpler to do. It is much easier to return a husband or a wife to the family. If there is a family, if there are children, and a man has gone to a mistress, it is quite an easy job to break him up with her and bring him back. Why? Because people were married for many years, and they have children. There must have been some feelings, because few people get married without any feelings at all. In other words, initially, there was a connection between people, and it remains. We simply strengthen this connection by means of magic, and person returns. What we do by means of magic is that we sort of clean a person's head. Here both magic and hypnosis work together. We remove negative memories and, on the contrary, we highlight what is positive, so that he sees more clearly what was good. This way, in most cases, people get back together. Yet, If people have nothing to highlight, there was no positivity, because there was no relationship at all. Just a guy liked a girl or vice versa. They had nothing in common. She rejected him right away, but he wants her. This is possible, of course, but it's very difficult work. I mean, it's really hard. Difficult in what sense? Does it require additional sacrifice, energy, or time? The amount of energy. It's a work through non-verbal suggestion, through rituals, the first ritual, the second, the third. It's a lot of work. What are spirits and ghosts? They cannot manifest themselves in this world on their own. It's impossible. Spirits always manifest themselves through people. If a spirit wants to heal someone, a person goes first to a healer, and a spirit heals through a healer. If a spirit wants to kill someone again, it can only do that through a sorcerer who performs a ritual. Spirits cannot act without people's will because there is a fundamental principle of our universe, everyone probably knows it. The principle of free will. In other words, if a person doesn't express his will to be influenced by a spirit, it doesn't happen. What happens during a ritual? Do you feel like you're filled up or, on the contrary, exhausted? Is it an energy-consuming process? Look, if we speak of voodoo, basically if we speak of any serious witchcraft in general, a ritual takes place through the concept of possession. Ideally, it should be this way. A person who performs a ritual must enter into trance. A spirit enters him, and the person is already in such a semi-conscious state. This means he has only a part of his consciousness, while the other part is superseded by a spirit. Does this mean that when you perform a ritual, the spirit of Baron Samadi, Maman Bridget or someone else can enter a client in order to rid him of a settler? Ideally, that's how it should be.
Mages and sorcerers of the voodoo religion practice distant influence on a non-verbal level. This is the ability to act on psyche and psychology of a human on an invisible level, with an invisibly energy structure of a human with its four essences. Contact is present at the level of higher dimensions. This is not a hypnotic effect. Our speakers will tell you about that a little bit later. With this force, the animal nature is not just timid, it will submitting to the will of the one who possesses this force. As it is said in the video, if a person is aware, controls thoughts and develops spiritually, then he is not afraid of any influence. And when negative moods are present in a person, lateral essences are actively working in him, then the front and back essences, instead of their real purpose, assistant in spiritual self-development on a person, are simply exploited by the lateral essences. And the needs of the animal nature, as in the matter, are the same, reduced to the struggle for domination. As a result, the back essence begins to actively stir up moments in memory regarding various life situations where the struggle for influence, aggression, manipulation, and so on was activated. And the front essence at this time particularly goes not working according to its direct purpose, only periodically activating the feeling of hope for the future, which is successfully changed by the human consciousness to the hope of the future well-being in material world. According to the Haitian Islanders' sacred beliefs, the architecture of a person's spiritual essence consists of 5 components. Their physical body in its echo to the knowledge of the right essence, the spirit of this body as an echo of the knowledge of the left essence, a special channel that connects a human with his star in the sky is an echo about the back essence, and big kind angel, which means an echo of the front essence. A little kind angel is the soul, and it is echo of the knowledge of the center of human. And moreover, these two angels are considered the most important parts for a person, and it is about them that believers worry the most. Even an ordinary death for these people are not as scary as the prospect due to the actions of black sorcerers of losing their soul forever for being a wandering spirit or becoming a weak-willed zombie carrying out the orders of the sorcerer. After all, their beliefs, if a sorcerer succeeded in capturing the big kind angel and then he deprives the person of vital strengths and he fades away. In echo of the past knowledge about the actions of Kanduk, and thank you very much.
Здравствуйте. Нам стало интересно разобраться.
Greetings. It has become interesting for us to understand the heavy look and what the role plays the heavy look and evil eye. Let us watch a video with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Igor Mikhailovich, I would like to continue the following topic as well. To touch upon the topic of a gaze. After all, eyes can emanate both love, and there are other people's beliefs when the evil eye...
Eyes actually reflect the inner component of a person himself. If a person is empty inside, his eyes are also empty. If a person burns with fire, if God's love shines in him, this light, then his eyes shine as well. This is normal.
It's difficult now to ask a question regarding the evil eye and to touch upon this topic in magic, but nevertheless, I'll read it out. Do such people really exist who can, well, let's say, harm other people with the power of their gaze, or...
They can harm both people and animals and the like. These are people who possess, well, extraordinary power of their attention. While a power is a power, it's just when being used in the wrong way, it can harm even if there is no malicious intent. A person can be just wonderful in his essence, whereas his gaze might be destructive.
Для начала давайте разберемся, что такое сглаз и как он работает. Для этого предлагаем посмотреть небольшое видео на эту
Let us
тему.
first understand what evil eye is, and let's first watch a video on this subject.
Most often, people come with an evil eye. What is an evil eye? For example, you get on a bus and go. Someone is sitting and you are standing. A younger one is sitting and you are standing, being tired after work. And you are standing and thinking that young man probably hasn't been taught how to behave with the older generation, yes.
I wish you were
Right.
there.
Well, not so rude. You stand there and say to him in your head, you're this and that, and he gets an evil eye. And you touch his energy body a little bit.
If somebody wishes a person evil sincerely and heartily, well, what is called an evil eye, it can also become like a good hex. Because what is the difference between a hex and an evil eye? The evil eye happens spontaneously. That is, they say that a person has an evil eye. He looked at you, envied, and something happened. Hex is done on purpose. I mean, either in the cemetery or some other methods, in other words, a ritual is being performed there. Did I get that right? There are three kinds: jinx, hex, and curse. Jinx is a spontaneous action, and a curse, in most cases, is spontaneous action as well. Hexing, on the other hand, is a purposeful ritual. Right, exactly purposeful ritual. Rituals can be different. It's clear that you can do a hex by some ritual from the internet, simplest one to bury a photo in cemetery and so on. The main problem of people why they become weekend is an uncontrolled mind. Uncontrolled mind produces uncontrolled thoughts, which then produce uncontrolled feelings and emotions. And this causes a disorder of our energy and subsequently the physical body. The simplest example, many people, especially those living in big cities, have problems with sleeping. I mean, a person goes to bed and instead of falling asleep, some thoughts start spinning in his head and he can't stop them. Consequently, he cannot fall asleep that generates destructive emotions. He does not get enough sleep and this results in a bad physical condition, at least lack of vigor, a healthy complexion, and so on. So the basic work is to work with the mind. Do I understand it correctly? In order to avoid accidentally cursing or jinxing someone, a person needs to watch what they think and what they say. Right, 100%, because in fact negative emotions are completely useless. So how does an ordinary person reason when he is having any negative emotions? In other words, if something objectively bad happened, an ordinary person thinks that he had the right to experience negative emotions. I mean, even an inadequate person, it is clear that there are inadequate people. They may experience negativity towards anything, but we take even a normal, intelligent and adequate person. So some kind of negativity happens. Well, for example, the situation in the country, the dollar exchange rate is rising all the time. Not very honest people, to put it mildly, are in power. I guess these things are objectively bad. Not a single person would say that this is normal. It is not normal. But it would not be normal to feel negative about it, because it's not normal to feel negative at all. It's just difficult to transform that in yourself. I mean, you have to learn to react in a certain way to any situation without being negative. Just constructively. For example, if some social problem arises, it needs to be solved in some way. So there is no point in getting emotional because of it. I mean, I'll not say how any smart person understands that one can always somehow dismiss any problem, but you need to act. I also noticed that if traumatic situation occurs and if we start to emotionally react to it right away, it is harder to solve it later. As if reality tells us, well, if you want to be emotional, here you are, be emotional. And if something happened that wasn't very pleasant, but you initially took it lightly, let's say even deliberately, I mean, you already have this technique and you understand, yes, I won't put emotions into it. I'll take it calmly. The situation is resolved much more easily.
Глаз — это не просто народный фольклор.
The evil eye is not just folklore. Such manifestations of negative thought do exist. Thought is an information wave. Its information is encoded at a certain frequency, which is perceived by our material brain, or rather, it's in-depth structured. When one person thinks something bad about another person, then the brain of this person catches it at the subconscious level. When decoding the code of such an influence, the brain begins to simulate a negative situation in a person, which then is implemented as an unconscious order of the subconscious. This is the evil eye, which manifests itself as a disease or something else. Let me explain with an example. This is similar to when you receive a viral spam message on social networks. First, we see the message then arrive in the mail. Having opened this message, we see an offer to follow the link. If we follow the link, a virus program is launched that harms our operating system. The evil eye works the same way. First, a negative thought comes to us, which we can simply pass by. But if we decide to look at it, we see an image, information code. If we choose to invest our attention in looking at this image, it opens up, and the negative program then that is embedded in it is activated. And then everything happens automatically. The program is launched and begins to be active. And there is an important point here. Until the moment of clicking on the link, a person has the opportunity to refuse this gift. But by choosing to follow the link, we harm ourselves personally. This is on the one hand. But on the other hand, when we have a good antivirus program, we won't even get this spam message. Why? When a person creates around himself a wave filled with certain frequency characteristics, let's call it a wave of love, then, according to all the laws of physics, negative information cannot penetrate into the force field, let alone get to the brain and appear there in the form of an order, because such a force field is much more powerful. Thought is material, and a person's attention is the very force that activates and fulfills our thoughts in life. Concentration of attention is able to focus and accumulate certain types of energies. The surge of these energies gives rise to an act of action, the creation of something, emotions, thoughts, actions, events, in the visible and invisible world. When we give attention to our negative thoughts, they harm not only the other person, but also us. Indeed, in this case, we ourselves activate malicious code that trigger negative situations in our life, since the principle of operation is the same. In fact, we damage ourselves personally. So, friends, it is very important to control thoughts and not allow yourself to think bad about people. After all, this person harms not only another person, but also himself. As stated in the book by Anastasia Novak, Sensei, Primordial Shambhala, keep your thoughts in purity. Replace your mental slander with kind words. Instead of envy, feel sincere joy for success of another person. Instead of empty, mean discussions, you should better go and do something good to other people. Simply, silently, and unselfishly. Instead of wishing bad to another person and being out for his death, better share with him a piece of your bread. Just sit together and talk about what both of you feel inside. About life, about love, about God. Let the rays of your good into the world. Share pure knowledge with people, and many souls will be warmed by their cordiality. Then, from your little pure sparkle, two sparkles will flare up, and where there are two, there will be the third one. Yet, when there are a lot of such sparkles, a real flame will flare up, so one person may do a lot of useful and good things, and he cannot even imagine himself how big will be his deed, and how precious will be his work before God for the sake of his soul.
Здравствуйте, дорогие зрители!
Greetings, dear viewers. One of the manifestations of magical influence on a person is inculcation through his thoughts. For example, situations suddenly start spinning in the head, images of people, flirting with a person in whom we're not interested. This effect works because we consider our thoughts to be the product of our brain. But is it so? Friends, try to sit down, relax, and keep one thought in your head about anything at least for 10 minutes. This is impossible. There will be a whole swarm of thoughts. For neuroscientists, the nature of thoughts and consciousness is still a mystery, but it is known that 80% of humans' daily thoughts are negative and unproductive. A human has a dual nature. We cannot stop thoughts by our desire, because they are formed in our consciousness, and the one who doesn't want to listen to them, personality, our spiritual component. And it is the personality who has a simple tool that every person can use. This is the power of attention. It is important to understand that we cannot control the flow of thoughts. That is why, in fact, the control of thoughts is the choice of ours, what thoughts we put our attention into. Do not expect the result right away. It is developed as a skill. Just you need to try to give up negative thoughts and concentrate on the good. As it is written in the book written by Anastasia Novik-sensei, the greatest victory is the victory over yourself. What does it mean? It means to defeat your own negative thoughts, to learn to control them, and to learn to control your emotions. I repeat once again, there is to be nothing negative in your mind, only a positive factor. Then you won't need to spend time fighting with yourself, and your actions will always be positive. Peace, first of all, should be inside of you. Peace and harmony. Working on oneself, a person creates his own future. Thought control is the first simple step in protecting against these suggestions and inculcations. Later today, we will tell you more about the most important protection of a person from any magical influence. Now let's watch an excerpt from the video Shield with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
And what does consciousness impurity and control the flow of thoughts mean? You cannot control the flow of thoughts in any way. You can either accept thoughts or not. Well, for anyone, just sit down, relax, I'm coming back again to this, and look into your head what is creeping into it. You don't order it, but there is a continuous stream. It's a swarm of bees, with one flying in, 10 flying out. How do they do this? Well, isn't that so? And do I have to control these bees, count them, wash their feet, or what? Why do I need them? If I need some kind of a bee, I'll take it. But if I don't need it, let it fly further. Those are its problems. Let it look for another flower. One should grow as personality.
Yes, that people's attention should be not on this, yes.
Well, of course. Control of thoughts. Not control of thoughts, but exactly control of perception. What you put your attention into. That's where control should be. What you implement and what you don't implement. It's like, well, we've already talked about it. A radio receiver. Indeed, nowadays a lot of different programs of different radio stations are being broadcast simultaneously. But the receiver always chooses one, so this fine-tuning is, if you want to listen to quiet music, why do you turn on rock, right? Whereas in the head, a lot of stations are working at the same time. Will you choose what you need and listen?
Dear friends, for those who are new, who has launched our broadcast recently, we kindly remind you that we are now live on the episode 17 of Kaleidoscope of Facts about magic. I believe most people have heard of such a common South American magic ritual as ayahuasca. Now I give the floor to Jim, who will share with us his personal experience of participating in such a ritual. Jim, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dila. In the jungle region of South America, there is a very common ritual that is performed by drinking a decoction from the roots of the plants of that region. This extract is known as ayahuasca. Before revealing its essence, I would like to tell you about my personal experience with this ritual, which occurred during a trip with my musical group to Iquitos in the heart of the Peruvian jungle in 2010. We met a musician friend who was preparing to become a teacher of ayahuasquero, and at that time was assisting a famous shaman, as people who perform rituals are called. He offered to do a session with everyone in the group. Almost all of us agreed, except for one. To him it was like taking a drug. The rest of us didn't see it that way. We saw ayahuasca as a medicine to heal the soul. This concept arose from the countless stories we were told of people who were healed by this drink, or people with vices who got rid of them, etc. Personally, I was excited because our friend said it served to cleanse us of bad vibes, as they say. The session took place on the outskirts of town. In the same In the same master's house, under the last rays of the sun, there were 7 of us, the shaman and our friend as an assistant. The first thing we did was sit on various pads on the floor, drawing a crescent moon facing to the master who was preparing the potion. Next to each of us there stood a bucket which I immediately guessed was for vomiting. One by one they approached the healer to take a certain amount of ayahuasca's drink, and I almost filled the small cup to the top. After we all drank, we were offered mapacho, dark handmade tobacco, and I took a few puffs and handed it to my partner next to me. Next, the chanting stage of the Icarus began, when the spirit of the plant is supposed to enter the house. The attendant opened the door to let them in. I saw and felt nothing but a slight whiff of wind. The master continued his Icaro, and then the tidal wave, the term used when a plant begins to take effect, began. The first thing I felt was a buzzing sound, as if giant bees had come from far away and were circling right over my head. I remembered what our friend has said about this unusual sound, that is always audible and is a sign that you are already under the influence of the plant. The next step in the ritual was that the shaman called us to voice our personal Icaro in turns, along with the sound of dried leaves beating around our shoulders, chests, and heads. Then he dropped our arms and started pulling us as if to test our strength, which I didn't really resist. He sang a few more songs in a dialect which I didn't understand, but which evoked warm images that conveyed security and comfort. I remembered imagining a field of flowers in a pleasant sunset. Muffled whistling sound mimicking the sound of the wind were added to the chant. When I returned to my seat, drowsiness came over me. I closed my eyes and felt a little nauseous. I picked up the bucket standing nearby and vomited into it. After a few bouts of vomiting, I relaxed, opened my eyes, and looked into the bucket. To my surprise, there was nothing there. I decided to relax by closing my eyes, and it was then that I had my second and last vision for this night. A large deciduous tree appeared before me, its branches gradually turning into long hair and the trunk into the body of a woman who was approaching me. I was a little scared, and I reacted by opening my eyes. In front of me was one of my friends who was lying on the ground, wanting to throw up and complaining to the teacher for help. The shaman drew him towards himself to calm him down, poured some water on his head, and supported him verbally. Some people vomited a lot, and a couple of them went to the bathroom, but it was just the opposite for me. I calmly watched what was going on in a relaxed state. I remember not losing concentration on what was going on, even for a second, but little by little I was driven off to sleep. As if almost in unison, we all lay down on the floor to fall asleep after the attendant had covered us with a thin blanket, since the heat in the jungle was very intense. The next day, I woke up as something had changed inside of me. A strange state of peace and tranquility has descended upon me, and the problems I had thought as problems no longer existed. That feeling continued for several weeks, along with the very strange dreams. But then everything changed back to the normal state. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jim, for sharing your experience with us. And now I give the floor to our next speaker, who will tell us in more detail about the mechanisms of this ritual. and the consequences of taking ayahuasca on the human physical and mental level.
Ayahuasca
is a deception of human expectations. What is the essence of the hallucinogenic process and the end result? It's the control of secondary consciousness. Did a person visit the world of God, or was it a hallucination of consciousness? Ayahuasca, aka spirit wine or wine of the dead, is a special drink that is prepared in Latin America by shamans for rituals, healing, and encounters with spirits. Each shaman has his own version of the ayahuasca recipe. The obligatory ingredients are Banisteriopsis caapi, which contains a number of psychoactive substances, and Psychotria green, which causes auditory and visual hallucinations. In recent years, in search of new sensations and having read mystical literature, people go to these rituals for adventure and for enlightenment. The newcomer is prepared for the ceremony by a shaman, as the ingredients of ayahuasca, in combination with certain foods and medicines, can be deadly. The body's reaction to ayahuasca is the same as that of poisoning: an uncontrollable fear, panic, and a variety of sensations from delusions to a sense of traveling through time and space may be released. Psychiatrists, who often see the enlightened after such trips, warn that even a single use of ayahuasca can lead to a situation when, at the most unexpected moment, hallucinations and panic attacks may appear again in months or two after use of the drink. Let us examine what really happens to a person from the perspective of the primordial knowledge. When a person is exposed to toxic substances, there is a partial severance of personality from the primary consciousness. So, on the level of personality, the person acquires freedom from the primary and secondary consciousness. This is what gives a certain illusion of freedom during the ceremony. Sometimes, in very rare cases, a person may pass into the fourth dimension, perceive it at the level of personality. And by feedback, this information can reach the primary consciousness. And then, when he comes to the normal state, he remembers everything to the smallest detail. In the fourth dimension, images change. They are no longer familiar as we see them in 3 dimensions, and this, of course, brings the person into shock. It seems to be the most valuable experience for them. The illusion that they have been in God's world appear. And then one becomes almost a slave of that direction. Why? Because what he has experienced cannot be compared with what a person experiences in a 3-dimensional world. But more often, ayahuasca acts simply as a hallucinogen, but with a certain freedom of personality plus hallucination, a person gets a shock because his thinking, as we said above, becomes freer. He perceives the world in holistically, not from the usage angle of view, but not from the usual angle of view, but as if it were 360 degrees. Such an effective perception of the world can be achieved in banal meditation. I would like to draw the viewer's attention to the fact that the best case in this ritual, a person reaches maximum 4th dimension, and we already know from the previous speakers that the material world has 6 dimensions, in which demons dwell, and there is the power of Satan, as they say. Therefore, it is absolutely clear that in this in these rituals, a person does not receive any spiritual experience, but he is deceived by an illusion from consciousness, and the connection with the spiritual world is possible only through love and cultivation of God's love in one's own heart.
Muchas gracias, Irika.
Thank you very much, Vika. And now we are proceeding to review such a widely spread magic ritual sacrifice. Our speakers will also talk about what is at the heart of blood magic, or the magic of blood. ALLATRA IPM participants have conducted a scientific experiment on the positive and negative effects on humans through blood, through work in science. We will tell you about the results of this experiment. And I now give the floor to Vladimir. He will tell us about the results.
Спасибо. Здравствуйте, друзья. Существуют достоверные факты.
There are reliable
Здравствуйте,
facts.
друзья.
Hello, friends. There are reliable facts that at the dawn of our civilization, people lived in harmony, peace, and happiness. People knew about the novel nature of human, about the structure of the universe, about who a person is, and about the meaning of his existence. And the only sacrifice the people brought to God was the sacrifice of the animal nature in a human, that is, selfishness. The real sacrifice to God is when man sacrifices his animal nature at the altar of his life, that is, he renounces his numerous desires and thoughts, fleeting temporary illusions, thus opening for himself a spiritual path to true eternity, to the world of God. But over time knowledge was lost and carried away by material desires. People plunged into magical rituals. This substitution took place at the very root of a person's understanding of the essence of his life and the world around him. The main spiritual guideline was lost, continuous connection with God and service to Him. Sacrifices began to relate to the magical rite of sacrifice to supernatural forces in order to express their devotion to these forces and achieve what they wanted with their help. A wide variety of food sacrifices were used for a better harvest, successful hunting or fishing. Livestock was sacrificed for larger offspring or as a petition for something. Over time, bloody human sacrifices appeared. Consider this cult using examples of ancient civilizations.
В научном труде
In the scientific work, The Evolution of the Cultural Meaning of Sacrifices, the doctors of science, the Gorelovs, found out that, in the original sense, the sacrificial ritual has a mysterious meaning. The offering establishes a magical connection between the sacrificer and the one to whom it is intended. Therefore, the motive of the sacrifice is subconsciously not a selfless one, but rather based on the exchange. The sacrificer asks for gifts, and the greater the gift the petitioner expects, the higher payment he must make for it. A man aims merely to strengthen his mana, his physical magical power and efficiency. Modern religions like Christianity say that God doesn't need anything. But then to whom and why are the sacrifices made? In the material world, there is an animal mind that controls many processes in both the micro and microcosm. Any matter is initially subordinated and controlled by the animal mind system, partly also is a man, as he is a synthesis of spiritual and material principles. The universe is based on a single spiritual power, the creative power of Allah. But power is power, and it can be used both for creation and for destruction. Knowledge was usurped by the priestly elite, who began to use it in magical actions to achieve enrichment and power over people. To this day, the most powerful rituals in ritual magic are considered to be those that use human blood and life, as well as the blood of sacrificial animals or birds. It is not for nothing that blood magic is an indispersible component of black magic. Among the priests, there is an opinion that consuming blood or eating the flesh of their victims gives them additional strength and power over people, but they endow the demon with this power and become the conductors of his will. In magical rites, blood acts as kind of catalyst. Scientists confirm this. The mechanism of action of making a sacrifice is similar to the physical process. Death releases a large amount of energy, which feeds otherworldly forces. Magic and the occult are today the foundation of the majority of the most advanced priestly and political systems. Similar as 6,000 years ago during the Sumerian civilization, currently there are secret priestly and political organizations, such as the Ninth Circle of Saturn, in which human sacrifice is practiced. Modern society has reached its climax in magical rituals, bringing them to the planetary level. Currently, revolutions and wars are one of the most sophisticated methods of mass human sacrifice. In this regard, it is extremely important to globally and quickly change the values of society from a consumer format to a spiritual, moral, creative format. And if urgent measures are not taken now for our spiritual recovery, then tomorrow it may be too late, since the destructive processes will become irreversible. The most important thing is the realization that only the person himself can save himself and the surrounding society by his choice and by his actions. Thank you and all the best to you.
Blood is a mysterious and completely unexplored structure, and for many centuries it has been used for ancient magical rituals. The use of blood is considered the most powerful and effective way of influencing a person. Impact on even a drop of blood with the help of magic can provoke a person to rash acts, various diseases and even death. What is it about this liquid for the sake of which not only animals but also people have been killed since ancient times? In 1610, the world was shocked by the story of the trial of the bloody Countess Elizabeth Bathory, who tortured and killed girls for their blood. And then she took blood baths to prolong her youth. Or, for example, today, people living in the villages and towns of Uganda live in fear and try not to take their eyes off their children, because children in Uganda are kidnapped to be sacrificed. Child sacrifices, as these non-humans believe, bring wealth and health. This terrifying ritual had been largely forgotten, but a few years ago it returned to Ugandan life along with rapid economic growth. A huge grave of children killed in a mass sacrifice in the middle of the 15th century was discovered in Peru. In history, we also find many examples when the rulers tried to regain their youth with the help of blood. Today, for rituals, mages use the blood of not only animals, but also their customers. The world is full of consumption and various desires for the sake of the fulfillment of which people freely disregard their conscience, but do not know how it will end for them. In one of the videos of the Shadow Control project, the mage Valentin Roganov explains why blood is used in magical rituals. Let's watch this video.
Because here we are dealing directly with human vibrations. What is blood? It is human biomaterial. Blood contains his vibrations, and the biomaterial already has human vibrations in itself. That is, I don't need to call this phantom to enliven it, to attract the energy of a man. The biomaterial already has this human energy in itself. So with the biomaterial, we just make a doll formally according to all the rules with the addition of the ingredients as it should be. And we naturally activate this doll. It's understandable. But the mere presence of biomaterial in the doll is already largely sufficient to activate it. And since there are already vibrations in the doll is endowed by the blood with vibrations of this person. Then by affecting the doll, we influence his vibrations and change them. Therefore, the connection with him is established. It works like this.
What does science say about blood? Blood is a source of life for the body. It is able to instantly react and at the same time change in response to any influence, both external factors and the sensory emotional state of the person himself. Blood has memory. It has a certain code in which information is encrypted, not only about the past and present of a person, but also about possible variation of the future. But so far for this remains one of the unsolved mysteries of modern science. This main environment of the human body is directly related to its energy structure. One of the memorable experiments on the study of blood conducted by scientists Pavel Balabanov was presented in 1987 at an international conference in Hungary and published in the Journal of the Russian Academy of Science. The experiment consisted in taking blood from well-fed animals and injecting them into hungry ones. After that, the neurons of their brain have a response, meaning the reaction like with the well-fed animals. Quite an unusual thing. He recorded something like a memory transfer, because the neural network of well-fed animals react in the same way as those trained to reject certain food. The memory of blood is another unsolved mystery within us. So far, scientists are just beginning to research this topic, but the main thing is already clear. Blood contains an enormous amount of information about a person. You just need to be able to extract it. What are blood cells, erythrocytes, and how does the magic of blood work? The chemical composition of an erythrocyte includes substances that have a spiral structure. The helical structure is one of the most convenient forms of long-term information storage. Magical rituals are not accidentally associated with blood, because spiral structures are capable of storing and transmitting power. Information, or as it used to be called, sleeping force, was activated at certain sound vibrations, or by concentrating the power of thoughts and attention. And this knowledge could be used by people in both positive and negative ways. For example, a wholesome effect through sincere prayer, or a negative one through a spell. And then I give the floor to Miroslav. He will talk about experiments on a possible effect on blood.
Ďakujem. Dobrý večer, drahí diváci.
Thank you. Good evening. The ultra sign, which was repeatedly talked about in the Kaleidoscope effects on Ultra TV, is a powerful sign that can influence the blood. The participants of the project who investigated the ultra sign carried out a number of experiments on the possible effects on blood. First experiment. More than 50 people took part in the experiment. A control blood sample was taken from all of them and video recording was performed. Then the subject was under the ultrasign for 12 minutes. On the screen we see the upper control blood smear, where the columns of red blood cells stick together tightly. And the result after exposure to the ultrasign on a black background and a white background. The changes are especially interesting after the influence of the ultrasign on a black background, the formation of a negative charge and, as a consequence, the disintegration of blood cells. Second experiment. If in the first case the subject was under the influence of the ultrasign, then in the second we put a blood smear under the influence of the ultrasigns. You can see the results on the screen. In this case, there was a positive effect on the blood, and this can be seen in the results. Interestingly, this is an experimental confirmation of remote exposure to a person through his blood. In third experiment, we asked a person to look at negative news and got the result. As you can see in the picture, a sharp change in the blood picture for the worse. But after a person has looked at the ALLATRA sign, erythrocytes regain their sharp shape and become even better than the first control blood sampling. In the course of the experiments, people noted a change in their internal state depending on the impact. If under the influence of the ALLATRA sign it was said about relaxation, calmness, balanced state, then under the influence of negative news, a sharp negative emotional state and fearfulness. Thus we have confirmed that any information affects the state of the blood and accordingly the psycho-emotional state of a person. What's interesting is that red blood is the color of choice. In other words, whatever information you put in it, that's what will work. And most importantly, always remember that everything is based on one's own choices. Thank you. I give the floor back to studio.
Здравствуйте, друзья!
Hello, dear friends. Since information affects a person's blood, it is natural that it affects the person himself, both positively and negatively. We got interested in exploring this topic, and today we're sharing the results with you. But first, let's watch an excerpt from the video interview with Professor Konstantin Korotkov about information and its impact on a person.
One area is measuring human energy, but we have a special sensor called Sputnik, which allows us to measure the energy of space. So there is also a definite physical effect. I have a patent for this sensor. And we have conducted a huge number of experiments to measure energy in different places. So I have a whole series of articles on the subject, I have one book, and a lot of materials published in various sources. We made some interesting measurements. For example, we take measurements in a church. The sensor was placed near the icon. It was the ancient icon of the 13th century from Moscow. Once this Byzantine icon was presented to Moscow princes, and it has survived all the cataclysms of our history. So now this icon is in the church. We placed a sensor near this icon, and it stayed there for 2 or 3 hours while the service was going on. First, the sensor captured all the moments of this service. Literally every moment was tracked. Then we put the same sensor 10 meters away from the icon in this church. It showed a fundamental difference. Near the icon, the energy was high, but at a distance from it, the energy was very different. So we have the understanding of how useful this energy is for humans. Well, it's a physical principle. So it has been shown that in the church, not only in this church, but in any other one, where we have measured repeatedly, the energy is very favorable for a person. It is benign. And so when we are in church, we feel it properly if we can feel it in a deep way. Then measurements have been repeatedly taken in cemeteries of all kinds. And it has been shown that the energy can be very high there, but absolutely unfavorable for humans. So the energy over there is destructive for humans. Well, it is possible to stay in the cemetery for a while, as it is a worldwide tradition, but it is not advisable to stay there for a long time. Doesn't matter daytime, evening or nighttime, at any time. The energy in cemeteries is very sharp and rather active. It's very energetic. Therefore, It is not recommended for a person to stay at the cemetery for a long time. You know, every second we receive a huge amount of information from the world around us. What is information? It's not just the noise we hear, not just the light we see, but a mass of fields. And information is something that exists in space. There is such a notion as the information field. This field holds a huge amount, an unbounded amount of information about the past and maybe about the future. There's a lot of evidence for that. It is known that some cardinal inventions happen simultaneously in different parts of the world. Information comes to people. It's a communication with the information field. Each of us, according to the extent of our spiritual development, can communicate more or less with this field. Each of us, according to our intuitive abilities, can receive information from the space around us. And our right hemisphere is usually based on processing this intuitive information. We receive it, we analyze it, all the time. Then we can transmit it partially to the left hemisphere, and then somehow it can come back to our consciousness. But it mostly goes to the subconscious, it's mostly processed by the backbone of our brain. Since we are talking about the concept of matter and information is two interrelated entities, in the same way we talk about the material fields that we know. Gravitational, electromagnetic, strong and weak fields. This is also how we can talk about the information field. The concept of the field was introduced in the 19th century by Maxwell, but in principle the concept of the field was introduced by Newton when he presented his theory of gravity, the interaction of objects at a distance. Imagine how ingenious the idea was that two objects could interact regardless of distance. Where, in an absolutely material world, that it is not without reason he did not publish this idea for many decades. This notion of a field. Imagine we are here, the moon is over there, and it affects us. We are here, and the sun is over there, and it affects us. And you act in the same way. When I hold a cup in my hands, I will affect it with my gravitational field. Similarly, the information field is the possibility of receiving and sending information between some systems beyond time and distance. This is the information field. We send information into it. We receive information from it. Depending on your abilities, your tuning, you receive either more or less information, because information can only be realized when you understand what it is and when you have a system to perceive it. You see, you don't feel the radiation, but it affects you. You don't feel the influence of another person, but it affects you. At the same time, if a person affects you from the distance of 3 meters or 3,000 meters, it doesn't matter. He will still affect you. Your subsystem will process this information, but you may not even feel it or know about it. But it works. The clearest example of this is children communicating with each other. It works. It works consciously, subconsciously. And there are plenty of examples.
We can see from this video that everything is interacting with each other and makes changes. And while studying the road accidents, we interviewed people who were involved in road accidents. And what happened? People talk about the manifestations of the invisible world, as well as note strange phenomena while driving, especially at crossroads. The substitution of reality from the picture that they see to illusionary one. And one participants get into the accident and others manage to avoid it. We become interested in this uncommon phenomenon and began to study it. And during the research, we noticed that the most dangerous sections of the road are crossroads. It is the crossroads that play a significant role and attract the attention of not only road users, but also mages, who use the energy flows of crossroads in performing their rituals. But what do mages know? What has modern science not yet approached? Scientists are studying anomalous places that are located in the zone of geomagnetic faults, karst voids in the ground, underground rivers. Such zones are also noticed in burial places, in places where the road was laid, in the area in which there were cemeteries, destroyed mounds, where fierce battles were conducted. And what's interesting, studying the causes of accidents in such places, we found out that the cause of accidents is not only the violations of traffic rules. According to the testimonies of road users, drivers, and pedestrians in such places, they observed destruction of attention, a distorted perception of reality, often with the substitution of reality for an illusionary picture, an unexpected increase of fatigue, severe drowsiness, which indicates destruction of attention. For example, a pedestrian doesn't see the moving car or the driver doesn't see the pedestrian. It is the destruction of attention that is the main factor for the accident. But what really happens in such places and what affects a person causing such weaknesses? The mechanism is very simple. At the crossroads, where there are a lot of people, when one flow of energy moves opposite to another, a kind of vortex appears at the point of contact. And if we draw an analogy with the water, then the contact of two streams flowing opposite to each other form a kind of whirlpool. The same is with the flow of energies. And observing the behavior of fish, for example, you can see how a predatory fish, the same pike, hunts just near such whirlpools. It also protects the surrounding territory where the small fish lives. And getting into the whirlpool, the fish, the small one, gets distorted and basically disoriented in space and becomes food for the predator. So it is in the human life. Being in an emotional state, a person loses vigilance and falls under the invisible influence of a predator. Only the predators living in such places do not feed on flesh. They take away the invisible. This is the vital energy of human, prana. That is why the stories of hungry ghosts appeared for a reason. Let's call these creatures shadows. Probably the question arises, why do we not see all this? It is because the shadows live in the fourth dimension and can appear in the third only when they attack a person to eat and to feed. Let's take an example of ducks that fly in the sky and then, seeing a fish in the water, dive after it. So the shadow dives from the fourth dimension to the third, feeds, and then returns to the fourth dimension. Therefore, that is why we do not see them, but we can trace them when they move or they feed. Another amazing phenomenon was discovered by modern scientists from different countries in the study of human energy. They recorded fluctuations in the energy field after the death of a person. So we will learn about it from the video with Professor Konstantin Korotkov.
I believe that after death, consciousness is preserved in some form. We cannot say for how long yet, but we have plenty of evidence that after death, a very complex process of transformation takes place. We can say that death is the transition from a material body into some other state. We call this state informational. We say that other worlds exist in parallel with our materialistic world, and the simplest thing, what is now proven and beyond any doubt, is that there is a quantum world, and it is completely different. It has different laws and different principles. Now no one doubts anymore, and theoretically everyone knows that such a thing exists. Well, we believe that there are also other spaces, informational spaces, spaces where non-material entities exist, and where after death, human consciousness can also exist for a certain while. There is a lot of evidence for that nowadays. More and more scientific facts on this subject are being collected. Actually, we also conducted such studies of a human after death. We obtained very interesting results. Such studies are also widely conducted in America, France, and Germany. So yes, indeed, we believe that after death, our informational essence, our soul, if you want to call it that way, is preserved. My task was to look at what would happen to the human energy after death. How would it change? If we had obtained the same kind of falling curve, of course, there would have been nothing else, nothing interesting. Yet the very first experiments show that this curve is not falling. It's not that simple. The thing is that we had an opportunity to study quite a lot of people immediately after their death. It took place in a specialized institution. There was a large group of doctors who observed all that. And every hour we measured the body energy. A finger was placed on the electrode of a device. The device worked, and every hour measurement was taken. That's how we managed to build this curve over time. All this was done in the so-called double-blind mode. It means that some people recorded data, and then others processed them without knowing who did what, and it was unclear who they referred to. So when we had already accumulated a huge data array, I mean a lot of post-mortem cases of all sorts, and we began to analyze it, we revealed a very interesting situation. We managed to classify the cases we had into three major groups. The first group is people who died a peaceful death. It's when a person has already come to the end of his life. He understands that he's going to die, and he has already accepted this thought. In this case, some relatively not very big fluctuations lasted for 3, 4 or 5 days, and then everything faded away. There was another group of cases when people died in road traffic accidents. It was a sudden death. For example, a person is walking in the street, steps from the sidewalk, a car hits him, and he doesn't even have time to think. Or a person is driving a car, he has an accident, he crashes and has no time to think either. So this is death when a person dies quickly, so to say, without realizing what has happened to him. This case it was also very interesting because right after death it was like, fireworks coming out of the body. The body was glowing very brightly and absolutely amazingly, but it didn't last long and faded quickly. Well, and the third type of death is murder, suicide, asphyxiation, or drowning, when people were dying within a long period of time, understanding that they were dying, but naturally, not wishing it. These were very interesting cases too, because energy fluctuated up and down during all those days, and there were usually 6 or 7 days during which we could take measurements. And many special features were revealed, so to say. For example, there was a rise in energy at night. In all the cases that we measured, there was a rise in energy at night. We certainly checked the equipment, all the batteries, so we wouldn't depend on any electrical things. But we did find that there was a rise in energy at night. Moreover, it's an objective property for some reason. Then at some point we discovered the presence of entities in that small room where the body was lying at night. It was rather unpleasant to feel that too. But then somehow we found a common language with them and adapted. They didn't disturb us, although it wasn't safe because later people started falling ill due to that. And it was totally obvious that in such cases when death is really not good, you see, in these cases, the energy doesn't come down. We don't know what happens on the 9th day, so I won't talk about that. We didn't have an opportunity to measure it because the bodies had to be given back to autopsy. But for 5, 6 or 7 days, those fluctuations were up and down without fading. So when people talk about restless souls, maybe there is some basis for that.
Subpersonality is the former personality of a person, which in cyclic periods of activation returns to the remains of the body and can affect a person's consciousness when he is in an emotional state, a state of euphoria. From ancient times, there is a tradition to bury people who did not die by their own death along the roads, and in the war times, they used to put gallows along the roads, and there are places where the heavy fighting took place and bodies were left in the ground. Previously, people possessed knowledge and built villages far away from such places, but in times, for example, the USSR, when knowledge about the invisible world was completely denied, roads and highways were laid in the places of dug mounds, where fierce battles were fought, and some roads run on human bones. There are such roads all over the world, and it is at these crossroads the mages interact with the essences. Let's watch a video with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Igor Mikhailovich, there is also such a topic about the magic of the word, as it is also called, because researchers and ethnographers, while studying ancient religions, the religions that currently exist, and ancient peoples, said that the majority of rituals were built with the use of certain spells. Others say, no, there were silent rituals too, where actions were important, not the rituals. And now they have such a dispute. What is actually paramount and more important? Perhaps it is the word that influences, or maybe it is the action that influences. Which one?
None of them is important.
Or maybe the place too, the one with intersections.
Neither the place is important.
Those spells like go to an intersection.
Whereas an intersection does play a certain role, but a busy intersection. When many people move in one or another direction, let's say, especially if it's an intersection of busy roads, then it does play the role here. Why? The flow of people is, well, sort of like rivers. Rivers of energy where these demons live. It's just easier to make a deal with them there. But if we look at the roads, there are places where accidents happen constantly.
Yes.
Why? Well, a geomagnetic zone. The location is such, a reverse flow is formed. But this is only on those roads where there is active traffic. A stream of people, a stream of energies, some kind of anomaly, some kind of dead end, where, let's say, predators can be present. But it's enough to place the Alatra sign, and the order is restored, let's say, on that very road.
That is, in this case, the signs will work, right? Towards positivity, towards creation.
They will work, yes, signs will work.
The participants of the road experiment project carried out a research where they installed boards with white Alatra sign on a black background on road sections where many accidents occurred, and the analysis of statistical data provided by law authorities was carried out. In the picture, we see the results of an experiment on the Kiev-Odessa highway, which is one of the 3 most dangerous roads in Ukraine and which has become the road of death for many people. At a distance of 4 kilometers from each other, 2 boards with Allatra sign were installed. Before the installation of the boards, from January 2018 to November 2019, 81 casualties and 28 deaths were recorded in accidents. During the 9 months of installation, no accidents were recorded except for periods where the boards were damaged by the weather conditions. And at the distance of 3 kilometers from the board, there was an accident. The next slide is the Chusky tract, where the Huns passed, and Scythians and the hordes of the Golden Horde rushed. Dozens of workers died from unbearable conditions during the construction of the road. They were buried in mass graves right next to the road, and in some cases they were simply buried in the roadbed. This road is named the Road of Life and Death, built on the bones of people. 2 boards with the Allatra sign were installed at a distance of 15 kilometers. 2 years before the installation, 94 victims of accidents and 39 deaths were recorded. After the installation of the boards, there were statistically 25 victims, 2 people died. The experiment was carried out in several places, and the statistics of road traffic accidents confirmed that after the installation of the Allatra sign, the accident rate decreases significantly up to complete disappearance, and also the accident rate decreases in the radius of the zone where the Allatra sign is installed. We received letters with feedback from the participants of the project who install the signs at home, at work, in places with a risk of injury, and they note the change of the situation in the team, a calm state of mind, well-coordinated and friendly teamwork. We live in a world of distorted mirrors where for 6,000 years there are bloody wars, where a lot of people die and continue to die. But this cannot go without any trace and cannot influence the lives of many people. So please, friends, be careful and protect yourself and your loved ones. And we continue the research, and we invite everyone who is interested to participate in the project and contribute to the reduction of the accidents on the roads. Dear viewers, while preparing this kaleidoscope of facts, we studied a lot of information concerning the subject of magic. Our task was to study all the aspects of this widespread phenomenon in our society. Thereby, we understood that this topic deserves more profound study of scientists, physicists, neurobiologists, psychologists, and many other branches of science. And the topic of hypnosis, due to the increasing popularity of its use, is also necessary for more careful study and the study of its effect on a person, on human. And I pass the floor to Paulina.
La hipnosis, su esencia y sus consecuencias. No solo los psicoterapeutas utilizan la hipnosis en su trabajo.
Hypnosis, its essence and consequence. Not only psychotherapists use hypnosis in their work, it's also used in various magic practices and rituals. Hypnosis is differentiated by the degree of immersion into a hypnotic state. The word hypnosis is usually associated with an inexplicable and mysterious magnetic effect of one person on another. If the earlier times the hypnotic techniques were able to shamans, priests and mages, currently the entire institutions exist to train hypnotherapists. Special attention is currently paid to development in the direction of hypnotic regression. It is worth understanding the mechanism of hypnosis and determining the risks and consequences of using this technique. How does the hypnotherapist affect the client? Why does a person put into a hypnotic state suddenly begin to speak in another language that he or she didn't know before, or demonstrate skills he or she never had before? The thing is that our consciousness is a field structure, which consists of primary consciousness associated with the body and human personality, and secondary consciousness responsible for our intellectual abilities and associated with system of animal mind. During a session, the hypnotic suppresses the primary consciousness using special techniques, breaking the connection with the secondary consciousness. The voice of the hypnotherapist replaces the commands of the secondary consciousness, and since the personality doesn't have critical perception, it puts attention to any program voiced by the operator. Should one instill into a person that he or she is a sinner, then he will behave like a sinner and sin, although they have never done it before. But as practice shows, as soon as a person is taken out of the state of hypnosis, all skills are lost. Previously, they attempted to treat various diseases using hypnotic suggestions, but such method proved to be ineffective, and the practice has now been abandoned. So why is hypnosis still so popular if its therapeutic effect is questionable? In addition, cases of serious emotional disturbance have been recorded, leading to depression and suicide attempts, as well as dissociative identity disorder or multiple personality. One notable example is Chris Costner's S'more, who was treated by a therapist named Corbett Zikpin in the 1950s, who diagnosed her with the split personality disorder. As a result of the therapy, 3 alter identities were released in her. Unfortunately, nowadays, people are increasingly diagnosed with DHD, the danger of which lies in the fact that personality of a person is displaced by other altered personalities from past incarnations. As evidence, there is a large database in research of such phenomena. Some of the studies can be reviewed by watching the conference titled Life After Death, Fiction and Facts. Personality of a living person can be doomed to be the same post-death fate as an altered personality or subpersonality in DHD disorder. Thank you.
Спасибо, Паулина. Здравствуйте, друзья. Человек является мощным носителем.
Thank you, Paulina. Greetings, friends. A human being has huge potential, and each object or thing which is in your hands for a long period of time, they keep your own energetic imprint for a long time. The DNA molecule has energy invisible to the eye. Its radiation contains information about a person. These radiations are capable of affecting objects and living beings. They have a wave quantum nature, can fly out of DNA, and have very complex trajectories. From the point of view of wave genetics, DNA doesn't work as a substance but as energy. It's like a matrix on which the genetic code is written. Scientist, geneticist Petr Garyaev experimentally proved that a genetic molecule irradiates by a laser beam leaves an information and energy trail, very strong and determinate. During one of the experiments, a strange incident occurred. A clean cuvette was placed in the place where the cuvette was with the DNA preparation had been placed earlier, and suddenly the laser beam scattered as if drug with DNA continued to stand in its path. That is, there is no molecule, but its energy trace remains, forming a kind of DNA phantom. This phantom was recorded by the device for another 40 days. Garyaev proved that genetic molecules radiate an information and energy field in which the entire organism, its physical body and subtle body, in other words, body and soul, are encoded. And the physical body, without the astral, is just a robot that can be programmed with mental orders. Garyaev confirms that the same phantom remains after the death of a human being, perhaps for years and decades, only in a more subtle form. It is also stated by Russian researchers Valentina and Semyon Kirlian, which proved the same by a different method, that bioenergy that produces vibrating glow, as we see in the picture right now, vibrating glow of biological objects never fades. Even when it leaves the dying body, it goes away into space. Quantum information or a function is not destroyed but simply lives here and remains in some other part of the world. That is, it means that the soul is not destroyed either. Therefore, the soul is eternal. The ancient Egyptians also knew that the soul is closely connected with the astral double of a human. Light emanates from all of us, different in color and intensity. Color depends on the quality of our inner world, on thoughts, words, and desires. Right now, we see a picture made by Kirlian method where it is shown the aura of people. So, depending on the quality of thoughts, the picture of the radiation of the human aura also changes. Negative thoughts pollute the aura, and aura gets darker and dirty, gray. Thus the person opens up to the influence of dark forces. We leave an imprint of our energy on everything. For example, the energy trail from a negative situation can have a determinal effect on living object. Russian chemist Obraztsov Pyotr Alexeyevich writes that energy emitted by a person affects all objects he or she comes into contact with. The emission recorded information about this person, changing the energy of the object. It's kind of a layering effect of the energy. This means that a mage who has an object with an energy imprint of a human can act through this object on the energy informational structure of a human, changing the information stored in the DNA cell. Or he can find a person in the astral plane by his energy trail. How it can be done, we can see in a short video excerpt from the Shadow Control project.
How do they work with photographs? Now, this is how I worked at my level of initiation, at a higher level. Previously, we used to just put mirrors around these photos, bury them in the cemetery. That was on the basic level. But then we started to work through a phantom. If there was a biomaterial, we would make a doll. But if there is a photograph, it's clear that one can use this photo in a ritual, but that's not the main point. Another thing is important here, that you look at the person, then you place his phantom in front of you, tap into him, and so you're working at a direct energetic level through the phantom. This is tapping into the person's energy. In other words, you first imagine him, and then his real energy begins to pull up towards this image.
In other words, it begins with the insertion of an alien thought into a person's head, and due to this thought, a person starts acting. So there is a chain that starts with a thought, and everything ends at the physical level.
When you have a person's photo, hear his voice, and let's say you know his name, do you form some kind of image of this person?
I catch his energy trail. It is such a thing, invisible thread. I mean, I visualize this person, his image, his mental imprint. I visualize a thin thread from him to me, an energy channel. And I already shove or tie into this channel whatever I want. If we consider it associatively, that's what it roughly looks like.
Вот так это происходит. Но, знаете, не на всех.
It's exactly how it takes place, but you know, not all people can be influenced. After all, a human who is filled with light emanating from the soul, who is connected by his love with God, becomes invisible to the mage, and the impact on his energy informational structure becomes impossible. The best protection for a human is the love of God. Let's watch an excerpt from the video about magic with participation of esteemed Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Yes, and it's also interesting, by the way, that when we study this issue, they say that there is a certain similarity between science and magic, in the fact that there is a certain cause and effect relationship, that if you did A, you received B. If you did one thing, you received another thing. And at the same time, the issue was raised of this non-contact influence, or influence at a distance through the objects that a person held in his hands or touched.
Of course.
But all this leads to...
A simple example, I'll digress. A person touch something. After all, he leaves his energy signature. Just like a dog, when a man walked by, the dog is put on the scent and it follows the smell. The same is here. If this object still retains the activity of this person, the mage can influence through it. But it can work only when a person, is under the control of demons. If the demons that control this person are weaker than the demon that attacks, then everything will be as this mage wants if his demon is stronger than those demons. Well, it's a simple mechanism. While if a person, is with Allatra inside, he loves God, he is filled with this mage will simply not see him.
Invisible to the system.
Even if he sees that person, he won't be able to reach him. The darkness does not approach the light.
Everyone has heard about the importance of a person's image and name in magical rituals. It's an important aspect of any magical ritual. But images are also found in religions and in psychology. Let's listen to our next speaker, Jennifer, who will tell us about the importance and influence of images in our lives. I give the floor to Jennifer. What meaning and influences do images have in our life? After all, images are used both in magic and in psychology. Television, internet, organizations, advertising, everything is focused on images. What is an image? An image is a system tool for capturing a person's attention, reproducing a picture in the head. The power of thought is activated through the images of a person. Thoughts and images come from higher dimensions. They originate there. The fact that thought is material and comes from the outside was experimentally proved by Gennady Krokalev, who fixed it on film. If a person pays attention to images and thoughts, then he gives his life energy there, in those dimensions, where they come from. When an image appears, emotions, material desires, a thirst for image, a thirst for material wealth, strength, power, and the like are necessarily present. By magic rites, we mean those rituals in which a person makes an impact on a particular material object. For example, such an object can be the image and name of a person. Photography maintains a connection with the informational field of a person. This was proved by many scientists. That is, by influencing the image of a photo, a voodoo doll, the image affects a person. You can also use the visualization of the image. Now it is used in psychotherapy, for example, psychoanalysis, gestalt therapy, art therapy, symbol drama, etc. They work with images as if they are living characters. Freud considered the images as a form of reproduction of instinct and drives. For example, a person is told that in order to come to a normal state, he needs to remember an emotional situation from the past that hurt, images in an image of the offender, and scroll these pictures in his head until one feels better. In the history of religion, magical rites and performances have played and still play an extremely important role. Magic is one of the essential organic parts of every religion, from the earliest to the latest stages. A religious scholar and a historian Tokarev writes in the book Early Forms of Religion. In a religion, a person turns to miraculous means of influence. He orders a prayer service for health, prays to the image on icons, goes to holy places or to the elders for healing. If we look at the catacombs of early Christians, there were no pictures of images, only symbols and signs. Icons in Christianity appeared only toward the end of the 5th century. The early Christians preached love for God. The prophets told us that we do not need to perpetuate someone's image and name, but that we directed our whole attention to building eternal life in us. This is stated in holy scriptures of different religions. In Islam, there is a prohibition on images of God, the Prophet, peace be upon him, or any person. The Messenger of Allah, peace be and blessing of Allah upon him, said, I heard Abdullah saying that he heard the Prophet, peace be upon him, saying, the people who will receive the severest punishment from Allah will be the picture makers. Judaism. You saw no form of any kind the day the Lord spoke to you at Horeb out of the fire. Therefore watch yourself very carefully, so that you do not become corrupt and make for yourself an idol, an image of any shape, whether formed like a man or a woman, or like any animal on earth, or any bird that flies in the air, or like any creature that moves along the ground, or any fish in the waters below. And when you look up to the sky and see the sun, the moon and the stars, or the heavenly array, do not be enticed into bowing down to them and worshipping things the Lord your God has appointed to all the nations in heaven. Do not make yourself an idol and no image of what is in the sky above, what is on earth below, and what is in the water below the earth. Do not worship or serve them, for all I am the Lord your God. Buddhism. Come, you monk, be guarded as to the doors of the sense organs. Having seen a material shape with the eye, do not be entranced with the general appearance, do not be entranced with the devil. For if one dwells with the organ of sight uncontrolled, covetousness and dejection, evil.
Una de las áreas más comunes de la magia es la adivinación. Casi todo el mundo conoce nombres como...
One of the most widespread areas of magic is predicting the future. Almost everyone knows such names as Nostradamus, Edgar Cayce, and Twanga. Since almost everyone has an interest what will happen next, our next speakers will tell us about such a phenomenon as prescopia and the phenomenon of sleeper techniques in prescopia. Yeva, you have the floor.
Дорогие друзья,
Dear friends, there are many people today who do not believe in any predictions, and yet, if any high-profile event occurs, there is always confirmation that it has already been predicted, and even the greatest skeptics begin to wonder. The other way around, there have always been people who put a great deal of effort and energy into looking into the future. Surely, you have heard the names Nostradamus, Cassandra, Messi, and Casey and Wenger, right? Events predicted by them took place both in the distant past and more recently. Many historical figures also turned for a prediction. We know how a fortune teller predicted Pushkin's death. And have any of you not turned to fortune tellers or haven't tried to tell fortune at least on Christmas night? The world around us is diverse, but the system does not have too many patterns, and this has allowed people to accumulate information over the years, analyze and come up with their own tools for foretelling and predicting the future. We know them under different names: astrology, clairvoyance, divination, tarot, numerology, horoscopes, chiromancy, predictions. These and other tools have a common name: prescopia, a person's ability to identify future events. The phenomenon of foresight is a very real fact, and numerous documents testify to it.
Социальная наука называет плоскопию лженаукой, предлагает другие методы свои.
Official science calls this discipline pseudoscience. It offers their own methods: prediction, scientific prediction, futurology, forecasting, mathematical analysis, foresight. There is another universal prediction, I warned you.
Известный американский социолог Джеймс Таунтон
This is what known as accidental prescopia. The famous American sociologist James Taunton published the results of his studies of more than 200 railroad and more than 50 aviation accidents, and it turned out that it all traffic just tragic cases. Transportation was on average only 61% full, while all safe flights it was at least 76% full. The 15% difference confirms that
King
even
of
ordinary
Horrors,
people...
Stephen King, continued his research and got even higher numbers. 25% of passengers safely avoid trouble. Renowned psychologist Daryl Bem of Cornell University, USA, collecting and analyzing statistical data for 8 years, claimed people are able to predict the not-too-distant future, and their behavior in the present is influenced by the events that have not yet occurred. So, is proscopia something supernatural, or does it require more scientific scrutiny?
Many tools for predicting the future can reasonably lead to the idea that life programs are prescribed for each person. For example, a horoscope. A person was born then, the life path will be in such a way. Even a person's right to choose fits in perfectly, like a branch in a computer algorithm. So to say, yes or no condition is met, and the person moves in the indicated direction. Seeing the whole algorithm or scenario of the person practicing prescopia takes it upon himself to predict or calculate the outcome. In a certain state, the person may observe a déjà vu effect. The person perceives the whole picture from expanded perception as a personality. He knows what will happen in a short period of time. He sees the scenario prescribed by the system. Therefore, individuals with this skill can anticipate far ahead, and something of what they predict coincides. And that is why horoscopes and divinations that reflect elements of algorithm from the system can predict scenario storylines. As they say, the scenario on the lines of the palm. Prescopy simply put a peek into the future, but with what goals? And the goals are very much consumer ones, to satisfy curiosity, to gratify one's pride, to achieve material benefits, to establish a relationship with another person, to avoid trouble, to predict success, and so on. And we come to the most interesting part. What will a person pay for this kind of curiosity? Let's watch the excerpt from the video.
And what's also interesting is that all these religions, in one way or another, many religions, are future-oriented and focused on the promise to people that they will get something in the future. And when people do magic, they want to know precisely about the future.
About the future. And why is that? Because a person who is again under the control of consciousness and is manipulated by it always hears from consciousness one thing: you'll have a better life tomorrow, and a person always strives to create his best tomorrow. He does not live now. He lives in hope for tomorrow. And tomorrow is like a horizon. Will it ever happen? It will never happen. Because tomorrow you will be waiting for tomorrow. And it's endless until you become a subpersonality and realize that you had to live now. And what does freedom, spiritual freedom, precisely the true service to God, give a person? It gives now, today, here. While everything else gives hope for tomorrow. A demon can't grant life now. It just can't. It creates such a horizon. As soon as you reach the horizon, a beautiful future awaits you beyond it. You will be what you want and you will possess everything you want. Well, try to reach the horizon, my friends. To swim, to walk, to fly to it. It's unrealistic.
It's true, people...
It is also impossible to gain happiness from Satan.
Indeed, people who live in the present and by this inner life have, say, this now and eternity in here and now. They are unlikely to be interested in any future that the system tells them about.
They don't need it.
Yes.
They don't need it, they need hope. And they live by hope. But instead of really becoming happy and living, people hope that someday they will have it, and they form their desires and their happiness from the material. Well, from some banal patterns that are imposed on everyone, let's say. Again, what do we come to? Tritely, to be someone, to have something, and not to be responsible for anything. This does not happen.
People often act out of consciousness, out of habit, based on their past, habitually make plans for their future, and get very upset when they don't get what they want. Here and now, for them, it's just a slogan that they should get what they want immediately. This is how our consciousness usually works. Yesterday I should have done this, but tomorrow I'll do it differently. If you don't agree, let's do an experiment. In psychology, there is such a practice here and now. During the day, a person is asked to stop at the alarm clock signal, for example, and realize where are your thoughts and remember what you were thinking about before. After all, 90% of our thoughts are either in the past, where we are replaying scenarios of past events in our heads, or in the future, where we draw pictures of the future, which often do not come true.
Dr.
William Tiller, the professor at Stanford University and author of Science and Human Transformation, has studied the influence of the mind on matter. In his experiments, he had convincingly argued that the power of human thought can have a direct effect on physical matter, changing the structure of water, affecting the intensity of plant or insect growth. And in quantum physics, an unobserved electron behaves like a wave. As soon as an observer focuses attention on electron's behavior, it immediately turns from a wave into a material object, a particle. Observation is an investment of attention, an energetic process, triggering the transformation of matter at a more subtle level than is available to our consciousness. Here and now is the moment, and when applies the power of his attention and transform the present into the future, Every situation that happens to you in the future is a response to what you are now in the here and now.
Today we've talked a lot about the various manifestations of magic in a human life, and now our next speakers will tell us in more detail what science says about magic. Does science recognize such phenomenon as magic? What branches of science study it? Is magic studied enough for a person to get answers to all questions arising about it? I would like to pass the floor to Eugenia. Thank you. Hello, dear friends. Due to the denial of the invisible world's existence, only ethnography was involved in studying of magic, or rather the collection and description of rituals as part of the traditions of peoples. But to understand the processes, it is necessary to study magic by such sciences as physics, psychiatry, neurobiology, neurophysiology. As the speakers noted today, the only thing all magical rituals are aimed at is the attraction of attention of human. We have yet to discover what human attention or consciousness are, where the thoughts originate from, and how they affect our world. From the standpoint of quantum physics, many processes become more understandable and allow to explore all phenomena associated with the actions of shamans, sorcerers, physicists, psychics, mages, as well as different miracles that are described in religious literature. All of them find a scientific explanation within the boundaries of the theories. The classic world is just a picture, an external manifestation of one of the sides of quantum reality. The world exists not only in the form we are accustomed to, but also in the form of fields and energies. In fact, which are the consciousness and thought. A Bolivian neurosurgeon, Agustin Iturrica, discovered in 1940 that brain is not responsible for thinking. He observed a 14-year-old boy who suffered from headaches, but the test results showed no abnormalities and the patient's behavior was not strange. The boy died soon, but autopsy of the skull revealed an amazing thing. This cerebral mass had nothing to do with the nervous system. That is, the brain didn't function as an organ responsible for thinking. A Nobel laureate in medicine, neuropsychologist John Eccles stated in his book, The Human Mystery, that a human is controlled by something that lives outside the body, and apparently it is the consciousness or the soul which exists independently of the brain. More than 100 experiments were carried out in the USA in the Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research Lab under the leadership of Robert Young in the late 70s of the 20th century, after which he stated that he had found irrefutable evidence that the brain can directly influence matter, or in other words, that thought is material. A Russian scientist, academician Vladimir Bakhterev, who was the first and major scientist to transfer thought at a distance, together with Alexander Barchenko, who tried to capture them on film and implement them in engineering structures. The images of hallucinations were filmed by psychiatrist Gennady Krokalev. William Tyler, a professor at Stanford University, discovered a new kind of matter in the empty space between the fundamental electrically charged particles that form atoms and molecules. The matter is usually invisible to us and not captured by our measuring instruments. He found that human intention can influence this matter, and we can basically observe it or measure it. Combining the efforts of science will help to understand the mechanisms of influence of magic and the invisible world on a human being, and also to answer the question who a human really is. Hello, dear friends. Despite the fact that magic as a phenomenon is still denied by science, many institutions study consciousness, brain, exceptional abilities, which is commonly referred as a parapsychology. However, the results of these studies are most often classified and not available to the general public. Back in late 19th century, the famous psychiatrist and scientist Bechterew announced the concept of a unified world of energy, according to which the law of conservation of energy applies to both spiritual and mental spheres. This means that the form that from the point of view of physics to weak currents, it is possible to transmit thought forms to both animals and humans. And the Soviet in the laboratory where Zoo laboratory actually, where Bechterew, Durov, and Chizhevsky proved actually that thought is material, and a trained operator can, with the help of telepathy, instill thought to both animals and humans, while they would perceive them as their own. Such research was funded for military purposes in order to apply in infiltration ops. From the very beginning, the phenomenon was used in Nazi Germany. The Nazi has extensive connection with occult forces in Europe, Masonic lodges, sects, and constantly went to expeditions to Tibet. The SS occult bureau, Ahnenerbe, was engaged in the search for ancient knowledge in order to achieve control over the minds of millions. For the same purpose, they performed numerous experiments on the human psyche. Beginning in 1933, all scientific institutions got tied with Ahnenerbe. It was now the Reich's new science of magic. At the head of 60 scientific departments, the Heinrich Himmler, he realized that due to the size of the army, they would not be able to win future wars. Historian Konstantin Zalewski wrote, "The Ahnenerbe aimed not only to defeat their enemies with unconventional magic techniques, but also actively sought a way to communicate, establish a telepathic connection with extraterrestrial civilizations, external forces, in order to gain unlimited access to their technology. After the defeat of the Nazis, all the extensive material went to the victorious countries of America and Russia, and is still used by specialized institutions to this date." In the 90s, it became known about closed laboratories where secret experiments were carried out, and results of which are truly sensational. In the CIA in Russia and by the intelligence services of other countries, entire institutions of the so-called sleepers have been created. Experts trained for 15 years who, after such training by means of the channelized exit from the body into the abyss, the global informational environment, are able to connect to the unconscious sphere of the enemy's brain. They can connect to any person who is alive or no longer alive. In the trance state, the sleeper or psychometrist extracts information from the mind of the subject, which he might not even remember. There is evidence that sleeper managed to read secret information from the US president about the upcoming provocation against Russia on the eve of President Yeltsin's visit to Japan, and as a result the visit was cancelled. Another sleeper, having only a photo of the murdered woman, transmitted the pre-death information from her brain, including all things that happened to her before she was killed. Special agents also develop non-contact combat capabilities with the ability to stay in an altered state of the consciousness, and also the ability to levitate. And nowadays, the interest of scientists to the magic not faded, but also constantly increased. Also, Gary Schwartz, director of the Laboratory for Advances in Consciousness and Health, Department on Psychology at the University of Arizona, in the Veritas Research Program, experimentally proved the possibility of communication with the dead. The reliability of the information received from there is confirmed by the relatives. The scientist Andrew Newberg is an American neuroscientist, professor, director of research at Thomas Jefferson University Hospital. He studies how religious experiments affect the brain. For this purpose, he studied the brain of Franciscan believers during prayer and Buddhist monks during the meditation. And in his book, How God Changes Your Brain, Breakthrough Findings from the Leading Neuroscientist, he describes the extraordinary abilities that these people have in working with their consciousness, particularly the unlimited possibilities of memory, including the past reincarnations. Scientist Luc Montagnier of the Institut Pasteur Paris is studying the quantum teleportation of DNA. He conducts experiments proving that by emitting and receiving DNA, it is thereby possible to emit a creature from one place and reproduce it in another. That sounds indeed like magic. Human consciousness may and should be studied. Its potential is enormous. It is a good tool, but as Igor Mikhailovich Danilov said, it is with a wayward character. And the question is in whose hands and for what purposes it will be used. Unfortunately, science today does not serve the benefit of all humankind. In the modern world, innovations are used for selfish purposes. Today, on the verge of the global crisis, it is more urgent than ever to create conditions for all scientific potential to be directed towards the creation, not destruction, and it is possible only in the creative society. Thank you.
Cuando recibimos un favor, siempre pagamos un precio por él. Pero el precio de la magia tiene sus consecuencias.
When we receive any service, we always pay a price for it, but the price for magic has much greater consequences than one can imagine. What does one really pay for a visit or a debt with or a deal with a mage? Let's watch an excerpt from the video with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
The biggest cost is the one which a person pays to obtain some results for himself by means of magic in this three-dimensional world. And as always, the result is material. Regarding human love, to bewitch someone or something else, to get someone back, some success in work, some career or financial issue, it doesn't matter. That is, a person turns to sorcerers, mages, either white or black ones. Well, it's people who came up with the idea that they perform a certain magic action on behalf of, let's say, representatives of these particular saints or prophets of this religion, depending on what religion dominates that region. Or, for instance, they use the scriptures, or even supports for these scriptures which allegedly have some kind of power, and they're using that power, right? However, even for a mage's small service, the person pays a disproportionately high cost, and this cost is life. He exchanges his life for death in order to get a momentary result, which again will not bring him anything good. No matter what a person receives, he will receive dissatisfaction, let's say so.
Приветствую, друзья.
Hello, friends. A person is constantly influenced by desires throughout his life, and he tries to fulfill those desires by any means necessary, all the while forgetting that everything passes health, wealth, and power. We are accustomed to addressing the spiritual world with material, everyday requests, but are such requests heard? Who is actually fulfilling these requests? In fact, everything is simple. Material needs are solved with ordinary tools. If you want to be healthy, get medical treatment. Watch your health. If you want to be rich, study, work. If you want to power, go into politics, gain power. But don't turn to magic. After all, magic does not imply your inaction. It implies that you will have to act yourself anyway, but you will also have to pay the mage with money, and the system will earn your life. And if you ultimately solve your problems yourself, then does it really make sense to involve a mage or use magic as a tool? Magic is first and foremost a waste of life force and prana, which is not replenished. Since ancient times, people have known that what a person directs his attention to is what he becomes. This is who he communicates more with God or with the devil, and who he comes to. A person sows what he wants during his life, and after the death of his physical body, he reaps what he sowed. Because if a person focuses most of his attention on the desired thoughts of material life, all the life force goes into financing the fulfillment of those desires. As a result of choosing material priorities, the personality, after the death of the physical body, becomes a subpersonality and is doomed to long-term suffering. A subpersonality understands his mistake, but cannot correct it. It is too late. And because of this hopelessness, he is in pain. Because the soul, the door to the spiritual world, to eternity, is nearby. But subpersonality can no longer enter it. On the other hand, he is under strong pressure from the material world, because all thoughts, desires, and emotions remain with him and are amplified many times over, because he does not have access to the life-giving force of the soul, which helps to hide from negativity. Thus, subpersonality is constantly under incredible pressure from both sides. Everything is fair, because what you direct your attention to is exactly what you become. This is where you are, and in the end, that's where you will stay. God gave each person a sacred right to choose and to live his life the way he wants to. Let's see a video excerpt.
And here's another question, Igor Mikhailovich. Many people think that it's very hard to sort of betray God, that in order to sign a contract or make a deal with the devil, some special ritual is needed, some special spells.
The sacrifices,
yes.
To sign the contract with blood.
Yes. I mean, how hard is it for people to go over to the other side, say, to the bad side? Do they need all these ritual procedures to sign a contract with, say, the devil?
Well, let's start with what is devil, right? Or what is the evil force? Is it material or not? It is subtle material. So the contract they can offer you will be also from their world. Therefore, it cannot be material and you won't be able to sign it. Well, that is imposed in fairy tales. Well, it's all allegorical. In fact, a person betrays God very easily, and practically everyone is betraying God many times a day. Is it easy? Of course it is easy. As soon as a person has perceived himself as a part of consciousness which dictates to him, he has begun to serve Those demons, having forgotten about his essence, about his nature, about his perception through feelings, as soon as a person has forgotten about God's love, well, he has already signed the contract. He renounced life and accepted mortal destiny. That was his choice.
Итак, какую роль играют субличности в мире живых? Давайте посмотрим.
What the role subpersonalities play in the world of the living?
Can we even call the life after death as life? Does such a concept have a right to exist? Because a person dies in fact, well, he dies physically, but there is still information about him. It's the same as this world, but there is no oxygen, there is heat. They are in the world full of winds. There is a lot of winds where they are, so we work with the death by giving them a glass of cold water first.
Там, где они находятся, много ветров. Поэтому мы работаем со смертью, давая им сначала стакан холодной воды.
Что надо мертвым?
Figuratively speaking, they're constantly eating my energy. I mean, I'm totally powerless.
То есть, в первую очередь, им нужна энергия. А вы можете написать, что за энергия им нужна? Вот как вы предполагаете?
The energy inside me, the energy of life.
Spirits are beings or entities experiencing a certain hunger, and this hunger is energetic. That is, here of course it is necessary to remember that the spirits feed on energy.
The dead who cross this line, yes, this contract, and become residents of the world of the dead, they have energy that is negative for us. That is, they are in a completely different polar element. At the same time, when a person contacts the world of the dead, consciously or unconsciously,
It is very important that sometimes these spirits torment us to do something. And if we do not do it, then we suffer. And we experience severe suffering.
it is very difficult to start working with the world of the dead because it is difficult to get rid of them. It is really difficult because to interact is one thing, it is not difficult, but to disconnect from the dead, from the world of the dead, and not give your life energy there, this can be very difficult both practically and physically. If a spirit is constantly near a person, then this is already a binding. They must live in their own world. What do they eat here? What? They want to eat too, our energy. Would you like to be constantly eaten? They have this necro channel that connects them. There is also a loss of vital energy first and foremost, so afterwards he may have depression, he has frequent illnesses. The necro connection is always accompanied by a person's illness, and at the same time there is no benefit for them. That is, if your deceased relatives comes to you, yes, this does not mean that it is good. In fact, you need to be wary and take care of how they are with us as long as we remember them. Then the soul is strong and it can be called into contact. When it is forgotten, it loses its density.
Поэтому принято, что мы ухаживаем за своими родственниками на кладбище и так далее. Мы даем им дань памяти, то что
And the point is not that you have come to the ground where a person's remains are buried. The point is that you are performing an action aimed at commemorating the person's memory, carrying out the saturation of his spirit.
Echoes of knowledge about the process of the post-death decay of the human energy structure have come down to us in the form of memorial ceremonies, 40th, since a human has not only a physical body, but also an energy structure, then all these bodies after the death of a human, like everything material, disintegrate. Since ancient times it was believed that just within 40 days the pyramid energy structure of a human completely disintegrates. Knowledge about this was then transformed into the remembrance of the deceased over 13 days, 3, 9 and 40. PhD in technical science Konstantin Karatkov spoke about the studies carried out by him and other scientists of the radiation of the remains of the deceased people. It is noticed that the energy on the cemetery is extremely negative and destructive for a living person. The fact that, in fact, our body, in addition to the material component, has an energy information characteristics. In fact, the body is a kind of a working sign which can be either positive or negative. If a person has achieved the spiritual emergence of a personality and a soul during his lifetime, then the body will be a positive sign with a certain period of activation. A vivid example of this are measurements by scientists of the imperishable relicts of Kiev Pechersk Lavra. Otherwise, the personality of a previously living human passing to a state of subpersonality. Soul merges with consciousness. The subpersonality has an activation period that goes from reincarnation to reincarnation, that is, when the soul passed from the body to body. The subpersonality returns to its body if it has not decomposed. That's why our ancestors burned bodies or gave them up to be eaten by wild animals, so that there would be no body left as a portal for the return of the subpersonality during reincarnation. It is important that when destroying the body, they try to destroy everything, even bones. If the body remains, this is a working sign. With each transition, reincarnation, the subpersonality will be activated and interfere in the life of the living. The practice of burning bodies or cremation has been found throughout the world since the Neolithic era. For example, the Slavs practiced the rite of burning the deceased on a krot, a funeral fire. Until now, the tradition has been preserved by many religions. Buddhism, Hinduism, Sindaism, etc. In Zoroastrianism, in addition to the practice of burning the body, we also meet the practice of giving corpse to be eaten by animals and birds. The same tradition could be found in the beginning of the 20th century in Mongolia and among the peoples of the far north. And in the modern Tibet, it is still preserved. It is so-called Jator, which means giving alms to the birds. The tradition of burning bodies in the ground began to spread actively with the encryption of the institution of priesthood. The Sumerians already practiced funerals with voluntary human sacrifices, and the burial places of the dead are becoming places of worship and frequent visit by living people. In ancient knowledge, we already meet the distortion of primordial knowledge when the practice of embalming the deceased appeared in order to return them in life, but in reality, the regular activation of the subpersonality. There we also find another magical method of activating the subpersonality with the help of the name and image of the deceased person. There are no facts of destruction and of images of pharaohs and inscriptions of their names for the purpose of oblivion, so that his subpersonality does not receive any support from people who, looking at his monument, remember the deceased one without an address, and name and
a name and an image. A name doesn't work by itself. But if there are both name and image, then yes. Here's a simple example. A person comes to a mage and says, I need to hex this man, here is his name. Well, that's how they, in general, to do something bad to him. If the one who orders this ritual action knows that man, he has his image. The mage has the name, or he might not even have the name, but the one who orders, he has the name, and the one who orders has the image. So it's enough for the mage to attract this person's attention by his action. This person opens up, and the mage completes
through him
the order, right? Meaning, what the one who came has requested will happen to that man. But if he contacts the mage with his request through the third party, and that one has never seen that man, then however powerful the mage is, he will be unable to do anything. Because in order for magic to work, the image and the name are needed, just like with the dead ones, right? Meaning, when a person becomes a personality, people share their life with the dead man till they remember his image and his name. And the more emotionally they think of him, the more frequently he arises in their head as an image with a name, the more life they give to an already dead.
Without address and name, image, the power of attention will not reach the addressee. Now notice how, with widespread the tradition of commemoration the dead has become throughout the world today, the forms of commemoration can be very diverse, from a simple memorial dinner in honor of deceased or display of a mummified body. You can learn more about the posthumous fate of a person from a conference Life After Death, Fiction and Facts. Here is the video clip from the conference.
Have we ever wondered how much attention a person spends on something that is already dead? The living mistakenly think that their actions can help the dead and alleviate their sufferings. We believe that the dead receive grace, barakah, mercy, gift, feed, exchange. All religions say the same thing. A person cannot change anything after death of the body. If a person is not spiritually liberated while the body is alive, then after death he will become a subpersonality, a hungry spirit. The only thing all the dead ones need is our attention of those who are alive. The dead needs the life of the living to satisfy their hunger. The only thing they can feed on is the energy of attention, which comes from us, the living. All traditions are designed to keep one's attention on that which is dead. Thereby, every time a person remembers the deceased, he gives away his life. The price of each memory is your life. What does this make one feel? Sadness, sorrow, fear? But life is given to us in order to become alive. Spending it on the dead is like striving to become a starving spirit yourself and hoping that you will also be remembered by the descendants. Be fed and relieved of your suffering, that they will pray for you.
The spread of the cult of subconsciousness in the modern world has led to the emergence of religions such as Santa Muerte, a religion now gaining popularity in Latin America and in the United States.
La historia de los pueblos del continente americano y las secuelas de la conquista española. Hasta principios de los años 90,
As Santa Muerte, a religion now gaining popularity in Latin America and in the United States, the roots of the cult go back centuries ago. They are closely intertwined with the history of both the peoples of American continent and the aftermath of the Spanish conquest. Until the early 1990s, the cult was at the level of individual practices at the same time. Until that period, that very religious practice associated with the figure of death in the form of a skeleton was represented by love magic. In 1989, the Mexican media first began to talk about the Santa Muerte Holy Death. The search for the missing student led the police to a ranch owned by a known drug dealer. Before his death, in a shootout with Mexican police, he had, according to the press, performed a ritual human sacrifice, killing 16 people. Further investigation revealed the gang's involvement in the cult of Santa Muerte. The phenomenon of the popularity of the Santa Muerte cult has been directly attributed to poverty and harsh living conditions. In some cases, drug trafficking is said to be a positive environment for the spread of the cult. Reasons for the growth of the death cult. The superficial perception of Christianity by a portion of the Mexican population, powerful influence of pre-colonial cultural tradition, the perception of death within the original cultural paradigm of national consciousnesses, the traditionally weak position of the Catholic Church in Mexico in the 20th century, harsh economic measures that led to an increase in poverty of the population. Based on Christianity, the cult of Santa Muerte is entirely aimed at achieving goals directly opposite to those of Christianity itself. All its religion practice is associated with the achievement of earthly goals, but not the higher goals of Christianity, the attainment of the kingdom of heaven. The prayers themselves are often constructed on the basis of Catholic prayers, with traditional Christian characters as protagonists, along with Santa Muerte herself. First, the one praying asks for deliverance from both evil and good. Second, there is no element of repentance, but a request in return for giving up specific actions. The request concerned a purely personal interest. In the cult of Santa Muerte, altars and their decoration are of great importance. Moreover, sometimes altars are not required. Either having a Santa Muerte tattoo on a body is enough. The large number of elaborate rituals requires the worshipper's attention and concentration. The relationship between the adept and the deity in the cult has a contractual relationship built on the principle of mutual benefit. The believers enter into a kind of contract with Santa Muerte, according to which one must serve her by making numerous sacrifices. Sacrifices, as a rule, are innocent enough and are limited to offerings of food, alcohol, and tobacco. But other cases are also known. For example, in the last 10 years, there have been a number of murders in Mexico in which the ritual character can be traced. The cult of Santa Muerte openly promotes violence. Not only does Santa Muerte not forbid killing and harming another human being, but she acts as an acting helper in such matters. There are no moral requirements or moral attitudes as such in the cult. Moral neutrality makes Santa Muerte a universal deity who bestows or punishes depending on the situation. Note that Santa Muerte is the holy intercessor of Mexican drug dealers. She also acts as avenger for all dispossessed women and the protector of sexual minorities, prostitutes, and other outcasts of modern society.
Anteriormente, en Caleidoscopio de Hechos, tratamos algunos aspectos
Thank you so much for all the participants for detailed disclosure of the essence of the magic. Now we propose to consider the practical side of magic. Where are the working signs? What influence a person? Where the attributes have power? What is the meaning of magical rituals? The mechanism or remote influence? We will learn more about blood magic sacrifices, what is the consequence of practical magic, and we will heal more right now. Huge thanks, Paulina. Greetings, everyone. I'm very happy to be here today. Since the Old Testament times, the prophets have said that magic, sorcery, fortune-telling by the stars, any connection with the other world is destructive for a human. In the Bible, the Old Testament's prophets say, "Let no one be found among you who sacrifice their son or daughter in the fire, who practice divination or sorcery, interprets omens, engages in witchcraft, or casts spells, or who is a medium or a spiritist, or who consults the dead. Anyone who does these things is visible to the Lord. After all, the very fact that a person turns to magic connects him with the dark forces. By restoring to magic, the person expresses his distrust of God and worships Satan. And the New Testament confirms the strict prohibition of practicing magic. With the exposure oneself to magic, a person serves to the devil and falls under his power. The Holy Father said that black forces of darkness are powerless. People themselves moving away from God make them strong, because moving away from God, people give the devil power over themselves. The Paisian of Athos. People do not know that the very process of banal desire is already a magical action. Hatred and the desire for evil to others, turning to God in prayers for health or material wealth, resolving a problem. All this is magic. Dreams, the desires of influence someone in the future, or the desire to redo something in the past, are also dangerous and also manifestation of magic. Remember that 10th commandment of God: you shall not covet your neighbor's wife, you shall not set your desire on your neighbor's house or land, his male or female servant, his or her donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. In the Sermon on the Mount, Jesus speaks of the importance of purity of thoughts in the human's life. You have heard that it was said, you shall not commit adultery, but I tell you that anyone who looks at a woman lustfully has already committed adultery with her in his heart. What is lust? This is wish. The Apostle Josh, in his epistle relying on the words of Jesus Christ, he also gives an example. Whoever hates his brother is a murderer. But do people know that hatred is hidden desire for death to another person? It makes no difference for the devil whether you have done something in your thoughts or in reality you have been seduced, and in consciousness you perform an action. And it's said for the reason that the prophet said in the scripture, for all that in the world, the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and not the pride of life, is not of the Father, but it is of the world. Any, even unconscious appeal to magic will take its toll for a person. We betray God when we start serving Satan. When we get angry, are we with God? When we are jealous or offended, are we with God? After all, everything that is not love is magic, and it belongs to Satan. Sincere love for God and purity of thoughts, which all the prophets and Jesus Christ has spoken about, is the surest protection against any magic. God is light, and there is no darkness in Him. And when a person is in love, no match can influence him. Thank you, and all the best to you.
Thank you, Elena, so much for your speech. Hello, dear friends. Currently, more and more people are turning to mages, fortune tellers, soothsayers, in order to find out events of the future. Bewitch oneself, induce or remove spoilage, the evil eye, and much more. Magic is reality. It is one of the reliably established facts, and is mentioned in the Holy Quran and Sunnah. In Islam, the practice of magic is prohibited. In the 102nd verse of Surah Al-Bakr said that two angels named Harut and Marut came down to earth to teach people magic, but at the same time they warned that practicing magic is unacceptable, that is just a temptation, a seduction, that they descended to earth to test and warn people about the danger of witchcraft and unbelief, so that people know that it is forbidden to practice magic. Angels taught that, for example, there are actions in magic when two lovers can separate if magic is used. Later, some people violated what they were warned about and practiced magic, while others did not commit the sin. Islam forbids a Muslim to go to fortune tellers to learn hidden secrets, engage in witchcraft, turn to mages to cure disease, or resolve any problems. The Messenger of Allah, peace be upon him, said, "He is not one of us who seeks omens, or has omens interpreted for him, or who practices soothsaying, or that is done for him, or who practices sorcery, or has it done for him. And whoever goes to a soothsayer and believes in what he say, he disbelieved, in what he was revealed to Muhammad. May Allah's peace and blessing be upon him." Malik, speaking about mages, said that a man who practiced witchcraft is like those whom Allah Almighty in the Quran says, they learned what harmed them and did not benefit them, although they already knew that whoever buys into magic would have no share in the hereafter. From the above, one can convince that magic in Islam is strictly forbidden, that magic is more broader than it believed. Magic is a process associated with spiritual vital force desires, but those forces are given to a person to accomplish spiritual transformation of self, to achieve the world of eternity. Whatever material person acquires, it's still temporary. It is a substitution. But still, what prompts person to turn to mages despite the prohibitions? Material desire, or the desire to change something in your life, but not though witchcraft, or influence in the world, and choice of another person, which is also unacceptable. A hadith by Shabin bin Afs say that the Messenger of Allah, peace be upon him, said. A hadith narrated by Shada ibn Afs said, "The wise man is one who holds himself accountable and performs good deeds. One comes after death. The foolish man is who gives his lovely desires and seeks his indulgence from Allah." And then I suggest to watch an excerpt from the video Consciousness Personality.
Everything is really simple and everything has been given. If you want to be healthy, get treatment, look after your health. If you want to be rich, learn, work, and you will be, of course you will. And this does not contradict any laws. If you want power, go into politics, gain this power. If you want, you will achieve. The question is in something else. The point is that you cannot use magic to acquire some kind of earthly goods. Why? What is magic? Magic is, first of all, the expenditure of life forces, those forces that are given to you for performing spiritual sacraments, and you use them in your desire and direct them towards acquiring something material. Whatever material boon you acquire, it is still temporary. In this, a substitution occurs. Well, what can you do? The system is strong. Nothing changes. As people have been people, so they remain. Rather, not people, but their consciousness. Since the system is one and the same, it seems that people are different, consciousnesses are different, but the system is one and the same. Let us take, speaking in modern terms, all kinds of gadgets, phones, tablets, laptops. They are different, but they have almost the same programs. And when they go online, they go to the same internet and get the same information. Well, it's something like that, with the consciousness, with the system. But it is very important here that the operator understands which programs may be activated and which ones are not needed, and what will he pay for it.
So many prophets came and essentially they all talked about the same knowledge, about the path to the spiritual world, what to overcome in oneself, about duality, about the system, and that the prince of this world acts through consciousness of people themselves.
And in the first place, they talked about the need to learn not to trust your consciousness, that do not think about this, do not hold on to pictures and the like. The prophets really talked about this a lot. But what is the human's trouble? It is that, in reality, human consciousness doesn't need prophets and doesn't need knowledge. Or, if we generalize, then people do not need prophets. They need genies that fulfill their wishes. But here it would be more correct to say, not people, but human consciousness.
Is there real protection against the influence of the mage or and dark forces on a person? In all cultures, there are references to people whom we call saints, angels in human form, pure hearts and souls. They're truly different from all other people. And what is their secret? First of all, it is vitally important for every person to learn to distinguish the living, spiritual, from the obviously dead, material. And what is that? Is illusory goals with accompanying animal greed, pride, selfishness, in a word, human instability, which can never be satisfied. It is paradoxical that people feel that their goals are illusory, since they do not receive satisfaction and happiness, even if they achieve them. So we live in pursuit for new achievements, and without noticing it ourselves, being alive in the body, we become spiritually dead. But a person who perceives himself as a part of a spiritual world lives with love for God, because, as it is said in Surah 50, 16th ayah, Allah is nearer to him than his jugular vein. So in fact, if a person knows and feels God, he is always protected. Such a person lives in constant love, harmony, and consciousness has no power over him. Right now, you might have a legitimate question, so that in order to be protected from magic, I cannot desire anything and only love God? No, the question is not about not wanting or not enjoying the benefits of civilization. And the fact is that if a person needs something in material world, then you should not turn to magic, but you have to desire. You have to decide everything yourself, and spiritual development is not the absence of material desire, but an individual, personal connection of a person with God. There is no better protection against demons and magic than the love of God, but a person must come to this source by himself, by his choice and hard work on himself. And right now, I would like to suggest watching video with distinguished Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Why can't a mage, as well as any demon, all the evil spirits, come close to a person who is spiritually free? Because a spiritually free person is nothing but a candle in the darkness. Here is a simple example. You can conduct an experiment. Turn off the light, light a candle. You will see that the room where it was dark became bright. Well, it is desirable to do this in the evening when the sun is not shining. And then take this candle and enter the next dark room. What will you see? That it becomes bright in there, in that darkness where you go with the light. Now try to bring the darkness to the light. Will you be able to do that? That's the answer, my friends. Banal physics. There is no place for demons where God's love is. Because God's love is light, while demons are darkness. Everything is very simple.
And yet, a question remains unresolved. How can a person protect himself from magic? In order to be protected from magic, you should not practice it. And if you want something in the material world, then you don't need to dream and visualize it, but you need to start doing it, achieve what you want with your knowledge and your work. Do not be a slave to the desires of your consciousness. What does it mean? As we have found out today, consciousness imposes on us favorable attitudes and prompts us to action through thoughts. But it's important for a person to remember that consciousness is only a tool for interacting with the material world. Like virtual reality headsets create the illusion of the three-dimensional world, but inherently such a world is not reality. So the personality of each person is the one who chose reality headsets, and our consciousness is just a tool with which we perceive this material world. And complementing this analogy with virtual reality, I would like to draw your attention to the following. If we want to get a quick result in three-dimensional reality without method for this, that is, turn to magic to fulfill your desires. Ask yourself the question, is it worth it wasting your real life force and getting success in an illusory reality? And how can a person protect himself from not going to magic himself? Just stay away from it. Our today's release of Kaleidoscope of Facts has been going on for several hours. Based on all the information provided here, it becomes clear that magic and what magic is and what we pay with for it. Today we have already talked about the dual nature of man, about his spiritual and material components, parts. So now we want to once again focus on this. Only being united with God, with one's love for Him, a person becomes protected from the influence of magical forces on him. The desire to protect oneself from magic in any other way will be the desire for the same magic. And this means that a person will fall under the domination of dark forces, never having defended himself from it. And I want you to see the next video of Protection from Magic.
I have great respect for those people who pray sincerely, believe sincerely, with tears, on an empty stomach. Well, I don't know. These are really some kind of angels who live on earth. They should have wings, they glow, they are transparent, these people.
Can a person protect themselves from negative magic influence by means of prayer?
Yes, yes.
They can simply love God with all their hearts, know that He will protect them, be confident in their protection, and no mage will break through. For example, when I do negative magic work, I sometimes perform a ritual. I've created a doll, I've made it. I start working with a candle, and I read the incantation. And at the same time, I hear a hum, like an angelic trumpet, you know. They hum, and it makes me feel unwell. I mean, I understand that there are angels, that this person is actively prayed for, their kin is prayerful. There are such people whose family is prayerful, whose grandmothers pray so much, you know. Their grandmothers like to pray for their children, for their grandchildren. And these prayers, if they are from the heart, if they are sincere, then it will be very hard to break such protection. I don't like breaking protections like that. They are even stronger than any magic-made protections. The main thing is sincerity, love, and then the force will hear. You don't have to do all these rituals, really. In this case, I might even just refuse to do this magic work, because I'm not intending to engage in any debates with the higher powers, with the light forces, or to have any kind of conflict with them. I don't need that.
But we've been discussing before this, why are people who live by God's love not affected? Because they have the best protection. They have a shield. And this shield is called Alatra, meaning God's love.
great, which is constantly active, yes.
Whatever we call it, yes.
Yes.
Many sort of alatra. Well, it is translated as God's love. That is alatra.
It's just like you've said that this is life, which he has already now.
Quite right. If he, a human being, already has life, if he has gained it, then nothing is important for him anymore. He needs nothing else. The devil has nothing to seduce him with. What can he offer? Death? Well, somehow it's stupid to exchange life for death.
Yes, but what is empty?
Magic has always been, it is, and it will be as long as there is a human. We, as humankind, still have much to study and investigate why, on what principle it works, and even in spite of all danger of its application, constantly attracts people to itself. Magic has never been studied as thoroughly and comprehensively as it is now. The participants of the international movement of Alatra in the Shadow Control Project have initiated an international project to study magic and the invisible world and its manifestations in the daily life of human. This study will allow us to have opened the truth and in the question of after-death fate of a human and expand the scientific possibilities and open the horizons of knowledge, taking into account the existence of the invisible world. We express our gratitude to those who helped to organize this broadcast, to all the participants of the Kaleidoscope of Facts. Join our research project.
In general, I wish that, of course, people would grow up. Grow up in a spiritual sense. Well, this is everyone's choice. And here, of course, one can see the biggest justice, and it can indeed come only from God, the freedom of choice, which is given to every human being. A person chooses whom to serve, God or Satan. A person chooses to live or to die. Everything is in his hands. And again, it is in the hands of people whether to unite or to separate, to be good or to be evil. Everything depends on a person. If a person wants it, he comes to the side of God and resists Satan and serves God. If he wants, he serves Satan and resists God. This is his choice. Well, he won't be able to resist God, but it is possible to resist the spiritual. And this is done by some people quite successfully. And the last thing I would just like to say is that, in reality, a person himself is a creator of his future. And this life is given to a person in order for him to make a choice, for him to build life eternal for himself, or to dig a grave for himself. This is the truth, and you can't get away from it.
God grant love will triumph.
Love, it is what every person should possess. There should be plenty of it in everyone. That's the point, then it is an ideal society. And it is possible. So, let's love each other. It is simple.